I'm Scott L. Miller. It is Thursday early afternoon, and we're live because it's 2:10, and I was actually able to get everything to work. So because I need to start so early trying to get all the equipment working, sometimes when it just works, and we can go live, and why not? So here we are. Welcome to August 20th, 2026. It's Nicaragua Live from Barrios Utiaba, Leon, Nicaragua, and we're going to need to get the word out about the show because no one's expecting us to be live this early. But you know, when we start early, we get a different crowd, and it's often a lot of fun that we just get new people or people who can't normally make it, and whatever. So yeah, we're already live, and see how many people we get, how quickly that we're doing this. Now we've got a lot of people to announce to. You guys are all going to know in just a minute. All right. Announcements are out to just just about everyone, and who I have not announced yet to is the Expats forum. So we're going to jump over there. If you've not already joined, be sure to go to expats.nicaragua.com. That is the place. And get your forumness on. It's the best place to ask questions, meet people, and all that stuff. And tomorrow is my wife's birthday, so if you see her, be sure to say happy birthday. Oh my gosh, and of course there's a dog at the door. Always a dog at the door. But yeah, I don't know if he actually wants in. He tends to make a bit of noise and not actually want to come in. And we'll just do a quick reminder for anyone who hasn't signed up yet. There are a couple people who had some problems. We don't know what's going on there. There's just 3 people with unverified email that we haven't gotten figured out. So in digital, if you're around, Dr. Bev and Coastal Girl, you have email problems. Everyone else is working, but if you have not signed up yet, check out nicagram.com. That is a great place to be sharing your photos of Nicaragua life or just communicating with people in visual media about whatever, tourism or stuff. None of your business. Why this early? Because we can. Me, my ally is here. Hello, what's up, everyone? We've currently got 10 people on already. Like, we're so early, and people are just jumping on. Okay, now I gotta get the dog. He really wants to come in. I guarantee he's gonna want to leave in minutes. But, okay, come on in. Yeah. All right. And I'm back. Oh, he laid down under the desk. Oh, we gotta hope that he'll just be a good dog and hang out all evening. Oh, my dad just noticed that the show is on. Oh, no, he didn't. He has to. My dad said, all ready for tonight. We're already live, Dad. Already live. I'm a drunk guy's here. Great. Nicagram back up. Yeah, Nicagram's actually been back up for like a month. It's been a little while. But it was down for some time because they updated the platform and had some issues. Like, I'm not super happy. So Nicagram is built on PixelFed, and they do a pretty good job. Dan, who makes it, does a pretty good job. But he's really completely absorbed in his Loops project, which is more like Reels from Instagram. And I get it, like that's a thing that's missing in the market, and PixelFed is pretty mature. But bottom line, PixelFed is not completely to the point where I would just let it loose. Like, it needs work. There's some basic stuff that doesn't work really well, and the development cycle on it is ridiculously slow. The last update was a pretty good one, but they could do a lot more. They could do a lot more to make that better. And instead he's focused on other things, which I totally get as a developer. Like, you get distracted, you have to work on what you're excited on and whatever. But I feel that PixelFed is practically abandoned in a way. It's not abandonware, but it's just not getting the focus that it needs. And it could be such a good platform. Like Mastodon, which is kind of part of the same ecosystem, is phenomenal. And PixelFed has so much potential because people love the format, the whole, like, just photo sharing. Like, what does it do? It shares photos. What else does it do? Nothing. Oh, I like that, right? Well, that's perfect. Um, so that's something that I think a lot of people are excited about, but it needs some TLC because it needs better updates and performance and tweaks. And there's some problems, like we just saw. There were some emails didn't get confirmed. I have no way to resend those emails, and so there's 3 people stuck in limbo, and the platform doesn't let me release them. Well, that's a big problem. But for those who are also interested in photos, this is my new, because I no longer have Flickr, this is my new photo sharing platform. Come and check it out. Really appreciate you guys hopping on and looking at photos and stuff. It's been really cool to build this platform and move 58,000 photos into it. And it's been really rewarding because I built this platform. I built the whole thing. Basically, it's a replacement for Flickr, which makes me think, of course, and I know you guys are going to have this run through your head. Why don't I replace PixelFed, given that I was able to build a Flickr replacement in a week? Well, you're right. That may be a thing to do, but I kind of want to wait and see what happens. But it's a possibility to do so because we need it to be stable and performant and easy to deploy. And that's actually one of the biggest things that I found happening recently is a lot of projects when they get semi-abandoned or not enough love, or they're older projects and people don't really want to continuously maintain them or put in a lot of effort all the time. And PixelFed being a great example, you end up with like deployment processes and things that just don't actually make sense, and they're way too much work to maintain, and they start to fall over a threshold where, well, what if it was equal amounts of work for me to replace it rather than maintain it? And that gives you the, well, if I did it myself, I would get flexibility and the pride and joy of doing my own project and all kinds of choices and stuff in the future, plus potentially recognition for doing it. So there's a lot of upside, and if it gets too close, then it's going to tip over that tipping point. And PixelFed for me hasn't quite made it. Flickr went way past it, but that's the risk that I think more and more of these projects risk is they're older. So PixelFed, for example, is built on PHP, and that creates, I got to install PHP, got to maintain all these libraries, got to make sure when it updates that it keeps it's got a lot of moving parts that are unnecessary. And PHP is not super performant or super secure. It's not bad, but it's not super secure. So it's like, well, if I rewrote this, I could replace all those pieces and make it really easy to deploy and faster and not have those ongoing maintenance issues in the future. So that's that's where, and that's we recently had an outage, recently being like a year ago, we had an outage with Rocket Chat that they screwed something up, and their own documentation and their own updates and their own development process made it a lot of work to keep it working. We had to get it working again, and we were in an outage. And so we sat down and we're like, this is a huge lift, and it could just happen again. How do we address this better? And the answer was by replacing it, because it's a very simple product, and it does, Rocket Chat does a whole bunch of things that I don't know anyone who would need, and fails at a few things you think you would want. And is overall a pretty good product, but lacks a few of these basic things. And so it's like, wow, we could rebuild that, have something completely custom that meets our needs just a little bit better and doesn't have this deployment risk, but then it's ours, we control it, we never have to think about licensing or cost or hosting or update problems again, just make those parts go away, and just have to maintain that it does what we need it to do. So that's what we did, and honestly, it's a great decision. We have something we feel is much better and much more capable, and it's so much easier to maintain that the development of it is not a big deal. Hey, Larry's here. Yes, we are on very early. All the equipment just worked this week, so I didn't have to spend hours trying to figure out how to make it work. And I had no meetings scheduled and stuff, so I'm just jumping on. It was just the right time to get things done. Hold on, just labeling some pictures. So how are all of you guys this week? Njord 4 starting early. Yes. Very, very early. Heading out to Las Piñitas for my dog to run on the beach. Today's his first birthday. Oh, happy birthday to Bandit. It is my brother-in-law's birthday as well. Which I need to send him a happy birthday note. Don't let me forget. And then tomorrow is my wife's birthday. I'm still looking to see if there's any way I can resend the emails for these. It does not give me that option for Nicagram, which I'm very disappointed. Like, that alone is enough to replace it. Just that one problem. If we can't get that figured out really soon, that makes me want to just solve it. And we turned off the need for that, but it won't for the older ones. It's like, nope, too late. These are stuck in limbo now. You can't approve them. Screw you. Thanks. This is good. We got a good number of people on for so early. This is cool. And I have all 3 dogs sleeping in my office. I feel like today's been a productive day. I've been getting a lot of work done all day, doing lots of stuff. Feel good being on here. He heard you mention his name and his head turns the only way a German Shepherd can do. Aw, Bandit's such a good boy. And my dog is sleeping on my foot, who needs to go to the same trainer. He is still avoiding going to training because everybody is too busy to deal with taking him to Managua. Got a bunch of stuff making me... I just updated my computer just before we did the live stream. So that's one of the reasons why it's probably working better. Fresh reboot with a fresh update. But I'm in the process of re-logging into everything in the background. What? That's weird. Oh. All right, you guys are too quiet. I need some feedback. I don't have any particular topics this week, and we're getting started so early that I'm kind of. What's going on? We're good 3 hours before our kind of normal start, and these days I feel like our normal start has gotten later. I mean, last week was good. Last week we got started early, but the week before that was terrible. And no matter what, it seems like there's always some need for me to get pulled away from the live stream on Thursdays. And so if I don't get started really early, that's going to happen. Last week was an emergency trip to the hospital, which everything went well with that. Yeah. So not a lot of comments this week either. I don't have a ton of stuff to go back and answer. Eliza Bott. Hello, nice. Larry says, I'm going to eat Mexican food by Mike. Catch you later. All right, Larry, have a fun time out on the beach. I was actually out on the beach a couple nights ago. I actually stayed on the beach this week, which never happens. I haven't stayed out there, well, months for sure, but I haven't stayed in the Simple. I normally stay at El Escondite. I stayed at the Simple 2 nights ago. It may be more than a year. I have not stayed there since the new pool has gone in. I've not stayed there since since the restaurant was taken out. I bet it's been at least a year and a half since I've stayed there. So that was weird, staying at my own place where I haven't been in so long. So pretty cool. It's really interesting staying at your own place when it's one thing if you stay all the time, but if you go for a really long time without going there, it's really weird going to a hotel you own. And I used to live there in 2021. That's where I spent the year. But oh no, is it? Oh, my friend is returning to Honduras today. She wanted to come say goodbye. And I'm live. She waited until after I was already live. Find out exactly when she's leaving. She's taking the shuttle back to Utila. Question, is AI allowed in Nicaragua? Yeah, of course AI is allowed in Nicaragua. It's used every day. I've never heard of a place where AI is not allowed. I'm not even 100% sure how you would define that or regulate that or anything of the sort. AI is not a clearly defined thing. What people call AI is not AI at all. So regulating it is a difficult thing because you struggle to define it. If you said, oh, you can't use AI, you say, well, we're using LLMs. Say you can't use LLMs, you say, well, how are you going to do that? Because it's used for literally everything. It's built into your browser, your desktop, your phone. It's just built in. You can't get away from it. How do you disallow it? Oh, well, you can only disallow it in certain circumstances. Like, it just becomes a quagmire. Right, but it's just a standard technology, so there's no reason for anyone to be regulating it or to be making it illegal. It's not China. Well, but China's where all the AI comes from, right? So you can do way more there. Like, China's less regulated. I mean, more regulated than us. Nothing's regulated here, but we get our AI from China most of the time. We don't do AI research here, just because who would do it? Purchase the book you recommended. Dark Star Safari just got it in. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. That's been a while since we talked about that. Such a good book. if you're into travelogues or colonial history or NGOs and how that can go awry. A lot of aspects to it. But I love that book. Such a good story. Like, I love travelogues, and that's such a really serious one. Good. So let me know when you get a chance to read that what you think, because that's one of my favorites of the genre. Paul Theroux, who also wrote famously about the Mosquito Coast here in Nicaragua. Not so much about it in reality, but made stories about it and led to it being a little bit more well known. How many people do we got on? No, we're staying pretty steady state, but we got a good number for early on, so very cool. Hmm. We're gonna be getting dinner here in a few hours. That's how early we are. But one of my favorite meals that we have here is a pasta soup that's like the flavor is like paprika or something like that. And Ida, my housekeeper, makes it, but it's my wife's recipe. But it's amazing. But the ingredients for it we have to get from PriceSmart. We hadn't been there for a while, so I've been like a month or more without one of my favorite meals, which really sucks. So looking forward to eating that later, but I don't know when that's going to be made. Question, can an expat get hired? No. We don't need to go further than that. Can an expat be hired? No, they cannot. Expats cannot work here. As an AI researcher there, no, there's no AI research here, so there's no potential person hiring AI research, but expats cannot work here. Since, as you say, no one does AI research there. Yeah, so the lack of there's so things you just need to understand about AI research. This is all market stuff, right? So from can an expat be hired? Absolutely not, right? That's the number one thing you can't do here. So that would never happen. But could a Nicaraguan be hired to do that? Well, the theory would be sure, but you are never going to find AI research in Nicaragua. Why is that, right? So this is interesting. So AI requires a set of economic factors to make it viable from a research perspective. One, you need computer science departments, something that Nicaragua does not have. So we don't have the foundation of AI from a educational standpoint. So we don't have computer firms, we don't have computer science firms. We do have software firms, but those are very different than computer science firms, right? Computer science are research firms into how computers work. Software firms build things for like business, right? There's a relationship, but they're very, very different animals. Kind of like a theoretical physicist is like, ooh, did you know black holes could blah, blah, blah. And they're somehow related to engineers who build cars, but really loosely, right? So that's kind of how the CS and software engineering are related. And software engineers have a tendency to be quite offended if they're lumped in with computer scientists, because computer science is generally seen within the industry as a blow-off job, right? It's kind of like, oh, I went for, underwater basket weaving. I think about software, but I don't actually have to produce anything, whereas software engineers are expected to understand project management, understand project design, understand business analysis, understand security, and really do things, right? And then universities that are looking for blow-off degrees that they don't have to actually maintain, they do computer science, right? So in the industry, we look for people with CS degrees. That's who you don't hire, because it means either they were trying to get away with something, or they thought they were going to do research and now want to slum it and are not going to be good employees. So they're actually who we look for not to hire. It's not 100%, you don't completely avoid them, but you expect them, a good hire, to be like, I went for computer science and realized that was not the thing for me, or I got tricked into it and I was too far along and decided I just might as well finish it. You need to have a good story as to why you ended up there and not just act like nothing's wrong, right? Like that's kind of how bad it is. We don't have anything like that right here. And AI itself doesn't make money. So in, say, the United States, just as an example, AI has a bunch of, you have tons and tons of firms that lose money, but you have venture capital. Nicaragua doesn't have venture capital in the way that the US does. No, really, no one does. Venture like that is very unique to the US market. It's not completely unique, but something like the majority of venture capital of that sort in the world is in the US. And that's not good or bad, it just is what it is. And so, if you want to do things that are dependent on wild speculation venture capital, then you kind of need to do it in the US, or you need to be funded from the US at the very least. Well, that's fine, not a problem. If you're going to get funded from the US, then they're going to need a bunch of things, and likely, right? They're going to need to not have to worry about the U.S. government shutting you down. So if a U.S. venture invests in a foreign country, the U.S. is very likely to shut it down, right? The open capitalism is very, very, very poo-pooed in the United States. So you don't have those protections of a free market or protections of a capitalist state like you would in a lot of Europe, for example, so or here in Nicaragua. So you fear that if you did come up with a really good product, that it would either be seized by the U.S. government or sanctioned by the U.S. government because it's happening overseas. So the U.S. is who you fear there, and it's not that you're all Americans, but if your funding is coming from the U.S., which the assumption is it probably would be, then you're at great risk that your funders, your ventures, your VCs, will be cut off from you or sanctioned or something of the sort, or forced to turn your stuff over to them, as we saw happen with Anthropic recently, right? So if you're going to do AI, you either are stuck in a totalitarian regime, or you need to find a free market. You don't want to be playing around in the middle ground where you're crossing jurisdictions. If you had billionaires and trillionaires in Nicaragua that wanted to throw money at that, the equation would change immediately. But you're not going to find that. One, we don't encourage that kind of disparity of income. And two, there's just no reason to be doing so because the underpinnings aren't there. And then the next piece is that all that AI in the U.S. is doing things like building data centers in the U.S. And so they're depending on being able to bribe officials to be able to get the water supplies taken away from the people. They're depending on getting electrical taken off the grid and raising the price of electricity and impacting people. They're depending on the systems that lose money in the hopes of either being able to sell resources to the government for nefarious purposes. I'm not saying that they're doing that, but that's one of the possibilities. They're looking at large-scale data retention in the future. They're looking at captive audiences. They're looking at destroying the temporarily destroying the working environment so that people become dependent on AI so they can charge more in the future. They have a bunch of potential paths to monetization, but the problem is that they're all theoretical or hypothetical future paths to monetization. They don't have any now. AI loses money like crazy. So finding people to put money into destroying Nicaragua in order to theoretically make money for people in the future that are not the people of Nicaragua is not something you're likely to find, right? So it either depends on an oligarchy system where the money is centralized in that way, it depends on deep state corruption, and it depends on a government that would do nefarious things. Those are things that make the U.S. really likely to have it, and it makes things like Nicaragua extremely unlikely to have it because that goes against all of Nicaragua's things, right? So it doesn't make much sense to have here. If we wanted to have AI here, which we can at any time, we can just go get, we can use AI from the US if that's what we want to do, or we can go get it free from China, right? And run it here if you want to have AI running in country. A lot of people don't want to have AI running in country because they don't want that water consumption or electrical consumption happening in country when we can do that somewhere else. Now, if you're running your own AI, so for those who don't know, I run AI data centers, and this is well within my wheelhouse. A lot of people want to have their AI. If you're looking at public AI, so the ChatGPTs, the Anthropics of the world, the DeepSeeks, you want those data centers running far away somewhere where someone else is paying the tab because they're losing money. In most cases. Now, China takes a completely different tact. They're running their data centers in the desert. They're not consuming their water supply to do it. They have a live in the East, compute in the West policy where they build data centers in places where no one wants to live so that the impact is extremely low. And they're building renewable power generation in order to power them. The U.S. is not doing that, right? So China has a non-impactful or a minimally impactful AI system. They're also building AI that's much more efficient, so they use less power for the same amount of work being done. They also generally provide what they do to the public, whereas in the U.S. it's all kept private, and it's being run in data centers that are generally, right, the exceptions exist for sure, generally are only exist through bribes and would never be allowed had there been a democratic system in place. So it requires a government like the United States without democracy, so that the people can't speak up against the data centers in any meaningful way to be able to have them as much as they do. So if you're in a place like Nicaragua, we don't have any strong incentive to bring data centers or research into Nicaragua, because we want to shuffle that off to the US or to France or to the Netherlands or Belgium or whatever places that run that, and let them deal with the fallout from that. Let them deal with the losses. Like every query that is run currently, every prompt you run costs more than you pay for it. Great. We don't want those losses. We want to get the benefits out of it. And so we don't have those incentives to do it in that way. If we do want to bring it in, we bring in the free stuff from China, which is amazing. I run Qwen 3.6 myself, in-house 27B. It's unbelievably powerful, and you can run that. And you know exactly what you're paying, right? You know exactly your electrical, you know exactly your water, your cooling, whatever. And you can just hook up a couple solar panels, power that, and you're like, well, it's renewable. Like, I have a limited capacity, but here's what it does, and it's really, really, really good. So that's really how it would be handled here. So no incentive for research, and certainly you can't possibly make money on the research. Just like in the US, you don't make the money on the research, you make the money on the venture. So Billy says, what exactly is an expat without income supposed to do then? Well, the first thing is, if you have no income whatsoever, you're not supposed to be in a country that would need to support you. So there's no accommodation for that, right? Just like in the U.S., they want immigrants in the U.S. because they need labor. So the incentive, most of the time, there's exceptions, but most of the time, the incentive for the United States to allow an expat into the country, which could become an immigrant, right? You have to be an expat first. Expats turn into immigrants in some cases. The reason that the U.S. would allow an expat in under normal circumstances is because of the promise of potential labor. Because that's the thing the U.S. is generally short on. They don't have enough laborers for the amount of work they need to do. And even if they have enough mathematically, they don't have enough within the sectors that they need. When you reverse it, Nicaragua has a shortage of work, not a shortage of workers. So the things that you're expected to do as an expat here is create jobs, which could be by coming in, investing, and actually physically creating jobs directly as an employer, but that's not the assumption. It's just an option. The assumption is that you will do something normal. You will either have retirement if you're a retiree. You'll be independently wealthy. Of course, that's okay, right? And you create jobs simply by buying food and paying rent and stuff. You may not be creating a lot of jobs, but you're having a positive job creation impact. Or if you're like most of us that are of working age, right? I guess most of us are probably retired. I would say over 50%, I believe, are retired, or the children of those of us who are at different ages and so not within working. Then you're expected to work where you're allowed to work, right? If you're an American, you have the right to work in the U.S., and you have the right to work in a ton of countries outside, just not here, right? And it's extremely rare that you're allowed to work locally around the world. That is not normal, right? It's not uncommon. It's not like, what a crazy thing. No, nothing like that. It's just when moving to a new country, it is never the assumption that you're going to be able to work in that country. And it's normally not the assumption that you would want to work in that country. There's no situation where you would actually want to work in Nicaragua. None. It has never existed, right? It's not quite true, but it is effectively true. That you think you want to work in Nicaragua means there's some confusion there, right? So there's never a negative from the fact that you can't work here, and that's generally true in any country you can't work in. In the United States, you reasonably would want to work in the United States because the U.S. employment market offers things that make that incentivized. And I don't mean focused on expats, just in general. You're incentivized to work in the U.S. heavily because of the high cost of living combined with the high salary rates. So working there makes sense. You can't work in Nicaragua and live in the US. You can't earn enough to live. So that wouldn't make any sense. And you wouldn't want to live in the US without working there. You would eat through your retirement super fast. And you'd pay super high taxes for no reason. And you don't get good health care. So you certainly wouldn't want to do that. So you target places that are lower cost of living or higher quality of life, or both, like Nicaragua, and want to live there because they provide the place where you want to live. But in order to do that, they don't provide you with a place you would want to work, ever. You would never want to work in Nicaragua. It's not reasonably possible to have that desire, because if it's a job, then your goal is to make money. Nobody works for a reason other than to get money. If you love a thing that you want to do and you don't care about money, that's a hobby, and you're allowed to do that. But to try to take a job that someone needs to do out of the economy and get paid for it, that's a job, and that you're not allowed to do, because some Nicaraguan needs that job, and there's always a qualified Nicaraguan available for whatever job there is. There's just not enough jobs. So the expectation is, the question is, why are you an expat without an income? Solve that first, right? You presumably are coming from a place where you have the ability to work, and basically guaranteed that you can be paid way more than you could make in Nicaragua. And you would want to do that since that's tax-free. Even if you could only earn $400 a month working in whatever country you're coming from, and you could only earn $400 a month in Nicaragua, which is, so presumably, given both your name and what you're writing, we're just going to go out on a limb and say you speak English fluently. If you speak English fluently, you can probably earn without any problem $700 in Nicaragua, which is incredibly good for Nicaragua. But you can almost guaranteed earn at least $700 working remotely somewhere else. The difference is, if you work remotely, you're tax-free. If you work locally, you pay taxes. So you'd have to earn at least something like $800 locally to compete with a $700 remote job. And that $700 remote job does the same for you as the $800 local one, but it does worlds more for Nicaragua. Because in the $800 position, one, you're taking that job out of some other Nicaraguan's hands, right? There's another Nicaraguan waiting in line for that job. Maybe they'll only earn $7.99 because they didn't quite get as close to the job as you, but they'll basically earn the same amount. But that money is within the system. It's just going around the economy. So the value to that is in the movement. But when you bring in a job from external, the money is flowing in from the outside, and the 700 that you're putting into the economy is not 700 swirling around. It's 700 being added. The pie is getting bigger. Then a larger amount swirls around in the future. So you not only take care of yourself and don't provide a negative impact, but you're continuously bringing in 700 every month, actually grows that cycle and could on its own result in one or more additional jobs being created within the economy, because you're actually growing the economy in a very tangible way. So it's not just that to you can make it a break even. It's that the overall package of taking that remote job is a massive windfall for the country, and for you a break even. But the chances that you would only make 700 remotely when you could make 800 locally is extremely unlikely if each job is full-time. Assuming full-time in the U.S., do the math, whatever minimum wage is, right? $7 and full-time is $168 per month. That's over $1,000 a month. So if you're doing minimum wage in the U.S. or minimum wage in Canada or minimum wage in most of Europe and working even a minimally full-time 168 hours a month, you're double the top end of the Nicaraguan market that you could qualify for if you were allowed to work, which you're not, and never going to be able to, and at something like 6 to 8 times minimum wage. So why would you ever want to not get paid to do more work, right? That's the argument under the hood. I'm a Drunk Guy says, Billy, find a company that doesn't care where you work from and come back to the U.S., work 2 jobs with minimal spending, rent, mortgage, and then take a long break in Nicaragua. Definitely the better thing is work remote all the time, because then you get that tax incentive. If it's the U.S. that you're dealing with, it's just such a big difference. Elizabeth says, in other words, Nicaragua is down with COBOL, but Fortran gets completely lost in translation. I don't know what that means. No one in Nicaragua has ever heard of COBOL or used it, nor does anyone use Fortran. I was joking about COBOL just recently. I used to teach Fortran, but neither one of them would ever be used here, ever. Everything here is very modern, so everything we see here is, Go and Rust, and but it's all software engineering stuff, right? It's not the goofy stuff. VKR says hi. RM says you should invest in the S&P. You should invest in the S&P. That's a great way to go. Only problem is if he needs an income, he probably doesn't have the money to invest in the S&P. The two are kind of mutually exclusive to some degree, which makes it rough. If you have enough money or can work and invest beforehand, that is a good way to go, right? A good solid S&P investment is enough to live on indefinitely. You would need about $120,000 to $140,000 in an S&P, like an Admiralty account in Vanguard, as an example. That would be, in theory, sufficient to create not just enough to live on, maybe a little bit more, like 150, 160, should be enough to not just live off of it, but it's also enough to show to the government to qualify for residency, which you don't need. You don't necessarily need residency, but it is really nice to have that option. If you don't qualify for residency, then you're more likely to be asked for it. The more that you easily qualify for it, the less that they care if you're here. That's not an official take, but that's the obvious logical situation. If you're a billionaire and you're here just spending money willy-nilly and doing all kinds of crazy things, they're going to leave you alone because they don't want to rock the boat, because it's easy for Migracion or some other department to look at you and go, they're spending money here. They are not a dependent of the state. And that's their biggest concern, right, is that you become a dependent of the state. And so that's not necessarily the government looking the other way in your case. It is that you're making enough of an impact that they are aware that you're not an economic risk. The fear is the people who are riding very close to the rails, and what the things that they're most fearful of are people coming to Nicaragua and needing a job, and trying to get one, because some places will hire, especially expats, will often hire other expats, thinking that they're getting away with something or getting some advantage or something. Because they find hiring locals difficult, confusing, or they don't want to. They want people to speak English, whatever. And so that's something, of course, if they can track it down, you'll be deported. Those people will be fined heavily, and they'll deal with it that way. But they don't want to have to do that. That uses resources. They don't want an unhappy situation where people are doing illegal things and getting in trouble for it. What they want is for you to actually be financially beneficial to the country, help grow the country, be a positive impact, and everyone's on the same page, working towards the same goal. That's where they're trying to get you to. And so if you are very financially close to the line, then it's harder for them to look into that and feel confident that they've done their due diligence and made sure that you're able to survive on what you are bringing in, and are able to sustain that long term. And of course, one of the risks is that you start off okay, but maybe your investments go down, maybe you overspend and you overdraw out of those investments. Any number of potential things could happen, and then they have to keep an eye on that. And that takes resources to keep an eye on it, and they don't have a lot of resources to be doing that. If they did, they could hire more people, right? And then they wouldn't have that problem. So it's one of the things. Billy says, I don't qualify for online jobs. How is that possible? What keeps you from qualifying for online jobs? And so if you can't work in your home country, how could Nicaragua possibly employ you? Beverly says, Scott, do you maintain a U.S. driver's license? I do. I won't forever, but they're so easy to get. So mine's Texas, so it's good for 10 years. So You have to do certain things to qualify for one here. I do. I could get one here. I will get one here. But I don't need one here. And I have a US one for so long that it just. None Business says, my college taught COBOL and Fortran, but it was North Carolina, so it was a lot of textiles and rail still using it then. We did. I have never seen a program still teaching COBOL in my time, but Fortran was heavily used. And all of my early university stuff was on Fortran, which is weird because I had been programming professionally 5 years before I went to university. I started at 13, and we were past COBOL when I started in the 80s, but by the mid 90s, I was already up to, 5 years in the industry, and they went back to Fortran, and they weren't. So it was 94, right? We were teaching Fortran 77, which was 20 years, not quite, but really old even at the time, and like the whole like approach to it was so noticeably ancient by the time we were doing it. It was such a goofy thing, and there was some value, and my classes weren't bad, but it was just not not great. Okay, just looking at some tickets. Billy says, I worked manual jobs. So, I mean, I totally get it, right? You haven't done things that would be online in the past. But, so if you were to work a manual job here, you would only be able to earn, you'll never be allowed to do the job. But if they were to allow you, if someone was to sponsor you and they pulled a bunch of strings, you could make $200 a month, $220, doing manual work here. That is the pay scale, right? So think about $220 a month. There must be a better way to make money than working 6 days. That's 6 days a week for $220, and you have to pay taxes out of that. Very few taxes, but figure $10, right? So you earn $220, you pay 10, you get $210. $210 a month as an expat, and all the overhead of being an expat, like it would never make sense. If you can speak English, there are online jobs that you can do, or consider retooling for an online job. And online jobs means anything, right? Everyone has this like picture of what an online job is, but there's nearly every job, obviously not manual labor, can be done online. It just means not traveling to an office, right? Which can be an awful lot of things. And I've talked to a lot of people who do like really manual jobs, right? I've talked to people who do masseuses. I've talked to plumbers. I've talked to HVAC guys, and they all have online options that earn more money than working manually here and tax-free. So a lot of it comes down to being creative. But step back into high school, right? And think about going through the ASVABs and the different testing for what your aptitudes are. And you know, it's an open job market. There's a massive world of jobs out there. And it's not just the jobs that people will hire you for. It's also the jobs you can create, right? I don't work for someone. I work for myself. I have for 27 years, right? It's a thing I did a long time ago. But just like if you're back home in your home country, U.S. assumption, you have to figure out what you want to do, what you can do, and the way of going about doing it, and put all that together, and then whatever restrictions you have. If you live in Missouri, well, you can only do the jobs that are available in Missouri. In this case, you can only do the jobs that are available online, but that is a massive world of potential jobs. Be creative, look around, see what jobs there are, see what jobs you can create, see what jobs are theoretical options, and then figure out from there what makes sense for you. I'm drunk. I'll be back in December to start my residency process. Had to get an FBI background and have it apostilled. You don't have to do FBI. You can do all that right here. It only takes, you just stop by at the main complejo in Managua and do your paperwork right there. There's no need for FBI or returning for that. I mean, you've got it, so you're all good. But for anyone, you don't need that for residency. You can do it all here. Giants Management. Hey, Scott, how was your trip? You went somewhere recently, did you not? I did. Where did I go? I was in the U.S. Pretty recently, not like the last few days. I was there like a month or two ago. I was there in June going into July. I was there for my father's birthday. It was good. Got to see my dad for his birthday. Got to hang out in New York, basically where I grew up. Then went to Texas and got to see the family there. Then the family from Texas came and visited us here a few weeks after that, and I got to go to Granada and Laguna de Apoyo. Maybe that's the trip you're thinking of, because that was more recent. It wasn't very far, so I kind of don't think of it as a trip. But I did travel around Nicaragua and have a good time with the family. My sister-in-law and my niece were here. My niece, who starred in the Take Flight with Scott video series, which is another channel. She was here, and I don't know how much they loved it. This is not their vibe, but it was their... my niece is very much like, she likes to stay home. She likes Texas and Texas things. But I think my sister-in-law really liked it, and she has plans to come back immediately, and has places she's like, she didn't get to see Ometepe, and she wants to see that. She didn't get to see San Juan del Sur. She wants to see that. So good stuff. I'm a drunk guy. Total time 4 weeks, 2 for physical copy to arrive, 2 for apostille. Total cost $50 plus postage. Some places charging over $300 to have them do it. That's crazy. Samantha's here. What about getting around potential remote country restrictions, specifically working in Nicaragua versus remote USA? I mean, it all comes down to the job. There's essentially nothing from the U.S. that legally bars you from working abroad. That is almost entirely fake unless you're a military contractor. Then it just comes down to jobs or corruption. And the biggest thing to get around those things is create your own company, and then have people hire your company and make the discussions of where your employees are off limits, which is a common thing, right? That's absolutely standard. Look, we're a company. We do the job you want us to do. You don't get to ask about our employees. They're not your business. They're not your concern. Does our company do what you want at a price that's good? End of story. Employees can do the same thing. You can set those ground rules, but you don't get enforceable contracts as an employee. There just aren't the consumer protections in the United States that you need to be able to do that easily. And there's a lot of tricks that can play, like trying to, you got to come to a meeting at the office. Haha, you got to be here tomorrow. You can't do that with a third-party contractor. They sue you for breach of contract and bad faith and stuff like that. So there's a lot of protections, right? The United States protects businesses, does not protect employees. So make yourself a business. Suddenly you have tons of protections and tons of obfuscation. Now, I'm very obviously public that I live and work out of Nicaragua, so no one hiring me or my company thinks that I'm in the U.S., but if I wanted to do so and don't mention myself by name, I easily could. So I don't do it for that reason, but many people do, and it's very effective. Sean Martin, I'm going to do my first border run. Can you explain the evidence needed to show Costa Rica I can return to Nicaragua? I only plan to cross the border and return. It's officially supposed to be a ticket. I have crossed the border on foot. I don't remember what I did. But I feel like because I was walking through, they just let me. But don't quote me, and I'm sorry it's been so long since I had to do that. I never do turnarounds. I have not had to do... I've only ever once done a border run in all the years that I lived here, because they're actually so rare that you need to do them for average people. Some people need to do them every 90 days. I totally understand. I'm not saying that's not true. I'm just saying that the average person, and I'm maybe slightly less than average, don't laugh, we were here for years and never needed to do it once, because things like, well, we just felt like taking a vacation, or we needed to go see the family for Christmas, or I had a business thing, would automatically give me a reset, and so I didn't have to do a border run. So only once have I done the hairpin through Costa Rica, and I don't think I needed anything. But if you do need to do it, the easiest thing to do is use something like Nika Expresso. You can work out where the bus takes you over and just take another bus back, and then you have a ticket. You can also buy an onward plane ticket. You can get a future bus ticket. There's a lot of things that can work. They really just want to know that you're able to leave. And quite often when you're like, I'm just doing this, like I'm walking, right? I don't have a vehicle. I'm leaving immediately. I don't know what they make you do, but you can, if nothing else, you can buy a bus ticket there on the spot. Um, Uranil says hello. Eliza Bot says hi, friend. Uranil says, seems like I've come in on remote work talk, looking for remote work as we speak. Awesome. I'm a drunk guy says, well, heck, lol. Had to come back anyway, but good to know it can be done there. Yeah, it's so the check here in country is with Interpol, and they share a complejo with the main police department in Managua at Plaza del Sol, or across the street from a Plaza del Sol. So it's really easy to deal with for the most part. You just go and park and say, I'm going to Interpol, and you just go into the police complejo and say, I need to go to Interpol, and they let you go one at a time or two at a time. Over there, and then you just go over, and they do want you to speak Spanish. They get very pissy at Interpol if you don't, but you don't need much. It's very straightforward. You just give them some paperwork, pay like $20, and then they give you a date to come back, or they call you when it's done or whatever, and you're done. And the nice thing is you don't have to apostille. It's done in country. It's, you have it in hand immediately, so you just get it from them. And then what we normally do is you get that from Interpol, and then you go get your health check, because that normally takes like 72 hours kind of thing. It's real fast. So that's the thing you normally hold for last. You just get your Interpol, because that's the hard to schedule one. Have everything else ready. Get your health check from your local hospital, and then whoop, file. And once you file, everything's locked in. Yes, Tony says take individual U.S. dollars for fees, and be aware when you're leaving Costa Rica, there is a tax for having done the hairpin. There's a machine in there that you can pay, and as far as I know, that's the cheapest. That takes credit cards. But a lot of people will try to charge you before you do that, so you can accidentally end up spending money and being like, oops, I spent a bunch of money that I didn't need to. Oh, that sucks. I could have done that for, $10 or something. And they'll charge you $20 if you're not careful. So just watch for that. But yeah, there's like it looks like an ATM machine, basically. You go in and it's like a tax payment machine. And then it gives you, I think, like a QR code or something that you just show to them. It's been a while since I had to do it. I'm really not in Costa Rica that often. And when I am, it's almost always for outbound flights. So everything's super easy. Like, why are you coming to Costa Rica? Because I'm heading to the airport to fly out. All good. Then I fly in. Why are you in Costa Rica? Because I landed and I'm on my way to Nicaragua. Here's my stuff. Okay, no problem. And because we carry residency, right, we've got the paperwork. It's like, we're heading here. It's like, oh yeah, you're just using our airport. Have a good time. And Costa Rica likes it because we're paying their airport taxes, and we're buying food in country, and probably spending a night in a hotel, and rarely in the tourist zone. So it helps spread out the expats, and we're not like expat-y expats. So we're exactly who they want for a little bit of time. Like, it works out really well for everybody. So everyone's happy in those circumstances. We got 19 people on. Not too bad. Now no one's talking. They also won't break a 20 or 50. I just had to donate the extra. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. They're under no obligation to do so. That's the most important part. Nowadays, quite often when you're crossing the border, they will take credit cards. That's new. That was maybe 2 years ago. I came in and I'm like, I'm sorry, I forget what it was. I think I had Nicaraguan cash, but I didn't have U.S. cash. That's what they want at the border, because that's how they get U.S. cash into the country. And so they were looking for U.S. I'm like, I'm sorry, I've only got, Cordoba. What do you want me to do? And they're like, we take credit card. And I'm like, wait, what? I have no idea. So I just paid with credit card. It was super easy. By the way, while people are on, just a reminder, give a thumbs up on the show. It helps tell YouTube that it needs to get out there and promote this episode to people while we're live. Really does help, so if you want to do that, that'd be great. This is my Pepsi with all my caffeine. I'm trying to keep myself functional as we get through the night. This is going to be a long one, I'm hoping. It's been a while since we did a truly long episode. It would be nice to... I don't even know what the record is. It'd be interesting to see. We've done some that are pretty crazy. So I don't know if we'll break any records tonight, but it'd be nice to get back up into big numbers. It's always... I think it's more fun when we really go for a long time because everybody gets really... We get some people who are like in for the long haul. They're here all night. And then other people come and go. You just get a completely different vibe as the night goes on. Oh, and very exciting. My number one most popular episode, which I'm sure all of you know, is the Hinotega that I did with Camille back in, I want to say 2023, early 2023. We went up to Hinotega, and everybody loved that episode mostly because Camille was on it. It had nothing to do with me. But it was a really good episode to do. We both really enjoyed it. We talked about it. Nicaragua's put that episode on television before, which was really cool. And anyway, and this is a tiny number, but we just passed 30,000 views on that finally, which is a big number for a show like this, which is crazy because my Facebook videos for Nicaragua, we just did a video this week. It crossed 120,000 views. So whatever. Nullcast007. That's my dog moving the camera, by the way. Nullcast007 says, "Hey Scott, the U.S. debt hit the $40 trillion mark today. How will that impact the global economy in the future? How can that be solved? And for how long can it be sustained?" Thanks. So honestly, so the U.S. is skyrocketing in debt because it probably wants to head for a default. But, big debt is not the problem that it seems like because there's a couple factors there. And it's really easy to get panicky about it because we normally get it out of context. And so just as a general rule about the world, if there's something that everyone's panicking about, there's a really good chance you don't need to be. And if there's a thing that seems wrong and people aren't talking about, that's probably where you've got a problem. Because the government wants you to panic about silly things. They want you to panic about things where they can eventually sit you down and say, look, here's how it actually works. And you go, oh, and then you forget that a whole bunch of bad things have been happening that you weren't sure about and everyone just kind of didn't mention. So debt is an interesting one. So first of all, the majority of debt, so a funny thing, Americans have a tendency to think that bonds are like the best thing, which is not true. They're a terrible return, and they actually lose you money as the person who holds a bond. The majority of U.S. debt is in the form of bonds. So the thing that most Americans think is great, but is actually bad, is the thing that is just the other face of the debt. But so the great thing there is that bonds are voluntary, right? So let's say that you and I, so Noel, I'll assume you're American, that you care about the U.S. debt, and I'm an American because I am. And so for us, how does the U.S. debt affect us? Well, positively. Why is that? Because the government has issued bonds in our name to other Americans and foreigners that give such a poor return that we make money by issuing them. So we want to issue as much as possible. 40 trillion, 100 trillion, a quadrillion. Perfect. Because we can earn money above 7% and we only pay out about 6%. That's not a windfall, but that means a 3% actual profit. Okay, Eliza, we'll get to that, definitely. But definitely give me more of an example of exactly what you're looking to answer, but definitely I can answer that. But so for Noel, so we have a 3% profit above everything, right? After inflation, after market evaluation, everything. You're actually profiting 3% by lending out the money. And so this is an example of really low cost debt is amazing, right? If you could borrow reliably at those kinds of numbers and put that money into an investment account, you would do so all day, every day, forever. And the more you could borrow, the more you could earn. And so that's really good debt. That's good debt, right? The problem that we get as citizens is that normally we think of debt in terms of credit card debt, where there is no investment on the other side. We're simply buying things we don't need early, or sadly, maybe things we do need early, before we have the money for it. And then we pay something like an 18 to 22% penalty on top of that, which is an outrageous amount. And so that's basically always bad. But when the government takes out debt, it gets an extremely low rate on it, 6% or less. And so and then it doesn't just throw the money away. It's not buying, a new pair of shoes. It's not buying, a vacation. It's buying investments into the economy and growing how much money it has faster than it owes money on the debt. Plus, don't forget, some amount of bondholders will cash it in early and get nothing out of it. Some amount of bondholders will lose their bonds, lose them in fires, whatever, forget about them. So they don't even have to pay off all of that debt. It remains on the books because technically the bonds could be out there somewhere. But if no one can ever cash them in, they know that over time those bonds are just eventually going to go away. And they get to keep making money on that investment for all eternity. So there's some advantages that are off the books there too that we know exist, but you can't really put your finger on because it takes quite literally many hundreds of years to really have assurances that those bonds have been lost or whatever. So that's the main piece of the debt. It is basically huge amounts of Americans lending money to the government at ridiculously low interest rates that make no sense whatsoever. So anyone who isn't buying bonds is winning in that perspective. The people who are buying bonds are losing versus inflation and the market, and they're donating into the general pool, where those of us who don't do that are winning. So as Americans, we're winning by that debt. It's positive debt for us. And Dale says, okay, so the power was out over on Dale's side of town, 6.5 hours today. That's one of the longest power outages I've known of in the country in the last 11 years, and it was going on today. Oh, my little dog is dreaming. He's snuffling heavily over there. So then where does the rest of the debt go? Well, there's a lot of places, but some of the big holders of the debt is like China, England, Russia, Iran, right, whatever, Canada. And they hold massive amounts of our debt. Same thing, they're holding it at ridiculously low rates, and it's not really financially advantageous. Why would they do that? Well, the thing is that China may hold, let's say, $1 trillion of U.S. debt, but the U.S. likely holds $1 trillion of Chinese debt. We mutually hold debt to hold each other accountable that, well, if you're going to screw me over, I can screw you over, right? If you're not going to pay off your debt, I'm not going to pay off my debt. See how that works? Now we're all winning by paying it off. It's part of stabilizing the global economy and making countries less likely to go to war because they're more interconnected. So a lot of countries do that. Sometimes they do it for market stabilization reasons, but often they do it for military stabilization reasons. You're much less likely to randomly and haphazardly bomb a country that could call in your debts suddenly because you all lose. So it's kind of mutually assured poverty as opposed to the nuclear deterrent in theory of mutually assured destruction. And so that's often where it is, and that's often really good. Now, do we want to have unlimited spiraling debt? No, that's probably not where we want to be, and Nicaragua has specifically proven that it can do some amazing things by not having very much debt. Nicaragua famously has an incredibly low debt to GDP ratio with a intentionally deflated GDP to make it look much smaller than it actually is, as opposed to the U.S. with an inflated GDP making it look much larger than it actually is. Not that the U.S. is not actually a million times bigger than Nicaragua, it is, but not by the orders of magnitude it appears to be. And so the U.S. debt is actually worse than it seems, and Nicaragua's debt is even more trivial than it seems. And Nicaragua has unbelievable stores of foreign currency, giving it the ability to stabilize its economy economically by actually pouring money onto or off of the market, because they have the power to do that, to keep their own currency stable, which is generally true until just recently. We actually had, just in the last few weeks, the U.S. dollar has gotten so weak that Nicaragua had no really good option but to let the Cordoba strengthen against the dollar because Nicaragua has the ability to make the quarter boat weaker if it needs to, but to make it stronger if it needs to, but it can't make it weak enough fast enough to maintain parity with the U.S. dollar. So they gave up and they're like, we just got more buying power. Sorry, so it happens sometime. All right. So Eliza asks, please discuss maintaining a website while visiting there. So I'll need more information as to what exactly you're looking to answer, but maintaining a website is done completely online, and visiting Nicaragua would not impact anything at all. You would do everything exactly the same as before. Oh my gosh, his tail is going crazy. He's having such a good dream. Aww, he's so happy in his sleep. What a cute dog. He's my little Boston Terrier over there. Wish I had a video of this. This is hilarious. Yeah, see if I can get it. Now he's snuffling. Okay, that was very funny. Being abroad really doesn't affect websites. Oh, we got a little bit of a delay there on the channel. Everybody good? Everything still working? The heck? And so if you're maintaining a website, literally nothing changes. So that's the great thing about the modern world, really. I want to say about Nicaragua, but I don't know any place in the world where that would impact you, that you would need to do something about website maintenance. So a lot of you guys know that our sponsor is hostadillo.com. So of course, if you're looking for a company to actually help with website hosting, we have an actual business class sponsor, unlike most channels that are sponsored by consumer hobbyist channels like GoDaddy and stuff like that. This is actually a business service, so a little bit more expensive, but actually fast websites that make sense. Let me tell you, having taken sites off of GoDaddy, and people are like, oh, they're such a big company, and then you move them to commercial hosting, and they're like, oh, it's so much different. Yep, there's a reason why businesses don't do that. All right. But what else, Eliza, about the website stuff are you interested in? I'm not really sure how to answer that, other than there's absolutely no effect by being here. How do you maintain it when you're not here? Start with that, and then we can figure out what to replicate or what not to replicate. All right, you guys have gotten quiet again. And remember to give a thumbs up while you're all sitting around idle and not chatting. Drunk guy. Yeah, I found no restrictions to any sites while there. Oh, no. The U.S. does, like, some racist places will intentionally restrict all kinds of things randomly, but has nothing to do with being in Nicaragua. There's no restrictions here. And there's no U.S. restrictions, but some states don't want people from outside the U.S. Using their state websites. Some businesses just don't want any customers that aren't American for whatever reason. I could actually access more sites than I could in Indiana. Well, Indiana, yeah. If you're going to compare it to the third world. It's amazing that Indiana even has internet yet. We've only had 8 thumbs up so far, so would appreciate if you guys took a moment and hit that. Oh, are you awake now? Did you have a nice dream? He looks very happy. Nobody new has signed up for Nicaragua yet. Just a reminder, that great thing to sign up for. Love to see you guys posting pictures on there. Free, just a fun thing. It's like Instagram, but without the algorithm. Just people to follow from the community. And somewhere we've got like a list of people that we have put up, so you can find people pretty easily. Or you can just follow my followers and go down the list because they automatically follow me, so it kind of creates a library. It's not that big of a site, but it's very cool. Great, that issue is solved, which means staying longer is possible. Oh, yeah. I mean, people run companies from here all the time, right? This is the ultimate place to run a business from because tax advantages, total freedom, no limitations on anything. There you go. Oh, you're leaving too? My doggies are leaving. Oh, I've only got my blue healers here. My baby, she's sleeping. You're a good girl. Yeah, you're the baby. Wow, we've got an employee and friend that is completely missing. We now have people out looking for him. Been missing for the entire day, and even the family can't find him. So people are panicking, as you would. I got a few things. Lenise says, what is vet care like for your pets? What about cost of care? So, like everything, cost is outrageously cheap. Vet care is difficult here, right? You can get really good vets and really bad vets. I've got a couple of vets that are very good. We've had some animals pass, unfortunately, due to accidents from vet clinics. So, you got to be really careful, but we use VetSir primarily in Sutiava. Absolutely fantastic. Cesar and his team have been so awesome with our animals. So, find the right place and then stick with them. But we get 24/7. People will come. We're always having vets come here to do things. We have 15 cats and 3 dogs. So, Samantha says, "What's going on with the water in Sutiava?" I have no idea because we're not affected by it. I'm in Sutiava, but we're on a well, so we never have anything. But I have heard. Oh wait. Oh, she said, I was recently told there is no water in the neighborhood during the day due to construction. That's probably not true. Normally there's no water during the day due to pressure issues due to irrigation. The construction is to fix that problem, but maybe it's off due to construction. It's hard to say. My dad says, hey, I went to college in Indiana, and that's where I learned Fortran. I'm a Drunk Guy says, I have tons of pictures I have to upload to Nicagram from late last year and this year. I have a Rottweiler and found the vet cost is inexpensive compared to the U.S. Yeah, for sure. I paid less than 1 hour of veterinary care in the U.S. to have my cat spend a week at the vet being cared for 24/7 when she was nearly killed by a different vet. So it says, we have a well, but it cuts out 3 homes sharing it. The water goes back on at night. I don't know in Sutiava because I've never had to deal with the water in Sutiava. Every jurisdiction is different for water. In Leon, I know often in the afternoon it would be shut off because they have to do irrigation. in the afternoon. They try to do it when people aren't home, and it comes like it's a cycle, right? Same as in Italy. Italy, when I lived in Italy, we had to, every day in the middle of the afternoon they shut off the water in the cities. It's very common in old towns all over the world. There just isn't new piping everywhere to handle the pressure needed to keep it up when different things are going on. So they shuffle it through neighborhoods to make sure they have enough pressure to get up the hills or whatever. So that kind of stuff goes on here. However, if you have a well that's cutting out because of home sharing it, that's some other problem. That means you don't have a proper tower or tank or pressure tank or pump or something like that. Or you're overdrawing the well. We don't share our well, but we're really close to other houses. So, Nicagram link. So the cool thing about Nicagram, locally we've got 160 people. That's not nothing. But it's only 160 people sharing photos locally, but it connects to the same server in Costa Rica, to the same one in Spain, to the same one in the US, the same one in Brazil, the same one in Germany, and so forth. And so you can find people from those servers as well, like pixelfed.social or masto.top. I'm looking at some of the ones. And sport.social, tech.lgbt. And you can share photos back and forth with the people on there too. You're not limited to just the ones on Nicagram. It's the entire Fediverse. And so that makes it really interesting. But our own little community that you can search for or whatever here is 160 and slowly growing all the time, so it's pretty cool. Tim in Nicaragua, some wells and city water are dependent on rain because things have been very dry. Some communities and wells are running low. Yeah, not surprising. Here we've been lucky. Like, we've never run low, or never run so low that we have to worry about it. And we've got things that run all the time. We got piping outside that leaks and stuff. What do you think about travel YouTubers like Adventure, Elliot, and Sabbatical? Unfortunately, I've not seen those. Dudes feel too much like plants to talk badly about countries the West don't want us to travel to and expatriate to. Dudes feel too much like plants to... Now it took me a second to understand that sentence. It feels like they're plants that the West is sending to talk badly about different countries. Yeah, I skip a lot of that stuff. It's a really simple financial calculation for a place like the U.S., and I'm not saying the U.S. does it, right? Just use the U.S. as a financial example. The U.S. has insanely deep pockets, and creating YouTube content is incredibly cheap. And so you can imagine if, take someone who's just likes making YouTube videos like me and likes to travel like me and say, and then just find someone who's not very scrupulous, which doesn't take very much, and saying, hey, you know what? We'll pay you whatever, $40,000 a year, and we'll pay for your expenses. And we're going to tell you which places to go, and all you have to do is make them look bad. We can give you, in some cases they'll train you, in some cases they'll just be like, yeah, say nasty things, whatever. And to get $40K a year and to get to travel for free, there's very few people that wouldn't jump at that and be willing to completely sell their soul to say anything to get that. And they'll justify it by saying, well, people know it's a fictitious show, right? Like, House Hunters International is also fake. Like, no one gets angry at them. People understand it's entertainment and television, even though they don't. People just aren't that smart. But it's easy to justify to yourself. And to a government like the U.S., paying, let's say, $40,000, but then it's $50,000 after expenses. $50,000 is not even a line item. They buy toilets for $50,000. So if they're willing to pay $50,000 for a toilet, which is about $50,000 over what a toilet costs, then throwing that money at a continuous real benefit, because it doesn't just hurt the country that they send them to. Those people are more likely to drive traffic to the United States or to Costa Rica or some partner of the United States, where the U.S. is going to make money from that happening easily, as much or more than they're spending, right? And so it's really, 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 really easy to spend almost nothing when you're a giant economy and get returns. And even if the return isn't obvious, or even that's not enough to cover it, it's still such a tiny cost that, well, whatever, right? It's worth experimenting with. And so it is the expectation. Common sense says big economies must be doing this all the time because it is so easy to have such a big effect. Tim says many YouTubers are negative in nature. They get more views that way. I personally don't care to watch them. That is also very true. There's just YouTube incentivizes, not YouTube intentionally, the YouTube algorithm of encouraging people to get traffic incentivize nasty negative behavior in a lot of cases, which I agree with Tim that, well, I don't want to watch that stuff. I want to watch happy stuff. And I have travel YouTubers that I really like to watch. Kara and Nate I liked for their early years because they were super positive. It got a little bit over the top because every single location Kara would be like, this is the best blah 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 I've ever seen, and we would joke about how everything was the best she ever saw, and it was so disingenuous, but she was trying to be positive all the time, and it came through that they were just generally happy. Then they made all kinds of money, it became a big thing, and then they became very not people you wanted to watch, but that took a lot of time and money. Carl Watson from London does such happy travel videos, or I can't think of her name. There's a lot that I used to watch, and very positive, and they would travel places and show the excitement of life, and that, why watch negative stuff? I don't know. And even House Hunters, right? It's almost always positive. That stuff makes you feel good, even if it's fake, right? I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm just saying that it's not real houses or real prices that they're showing. And that's okay, because it's real places at least, even if they're not really for sale or whatever. Hey, House Hunters International helped get me to Nicaragua, so I cannot complain about them ever, because how cool is it that, that was 20 years ago, but that was part of our, like, oh, this might be a place that we want to live. I didn't know what it was like there. I didn't know what it looked like. I didn't know what options were there, and we would not have... Oh my gosh, I can hear my dog being completely ridiculous out there. He attacked someone. That's why he needs to get to his training. There's a lot of yelling out there, but I think they're just calling the dog. I don't know what's going on. The dog has this reaction to people coming or going from the house. Same people that have been in the house all day, but if you step out into the garage, he loses his mind and attacks you as you come or go. We no idea why. Wow, we got a good number of people on. We're getting a steady increase as we do the show. We started so early that we're doing the show during a time period where there really aren't very many people who can be on. They're still at work and stuff. So as we head towards the getting off work time of day, our numbers are coming up quite a bit as the East Coast starts to go home and stuff. Kirk Kaz is the worst. That is true. He's the worst that I've seen for sure. Clearly South African guy getting paid to make fake stuff. And I can't believe how many people are like, have you watched his stuff? Like, are you... What? Why would I watch that? You know, it's like... Have you watched Hitler's speeches? No, I don't watch Hitler's speeches. Why would you expect me to watch Hitler's speeches? That's weird. I'm a drunk guy. I only watch a couple of YouTubers regarding Nicaragua, Scott, and the coffee guy. Okay, guys, his name's Elton. Everyone calls him the coffee guy. There's also a black gentleman I watch who lives in Managua. I don't know his first name. I've never met him. Most of the rest of us have met each other, and I need to track him down. If anyone talks to him, let him know that sometime when I'm in Managua, I'd like to meet up. Kirk Kaz tried to create some damage, and oddly enough, he posted videos in Nicaragua months after he left to get more views. Yeah, I saw that. Like, people started sharing stuff recently. His stuff's so fake that I find it hard to believe anyone legitimately watches it and is like, oh. But wouldn't it be like Elton the coffee guy? I'm sure he's like, yeah, I'm Elton the coffee guy. Elton is awesome. We love him. Elton is awesome. He's been down here, and I just saw he was just moving again. I feel like they got here after us, and we went through in our first few years of being here full time. We kept moving because it was like, oh, you know what we need to do, and then we would go move, and then we'd be like, yeah, that wasn't the thing we should do. We should do this other thing. Yeah. And it took us a while to kind of stabilize. I feel like they're going through the same thing that we did. It's easy to get excited. Let's go live in the jungle by the coffee plantation. Yeah, that'll be great. And then you're like, oh my gosh, we're in the wilderness. This does not work. We have children. We have dogs. We want to go to restaurants. So yeah, I don't know where they're going to end up eventually. But are they still in Akatal? I mean, I know that's where they're like from, but I feel like they've been looking at even leaving there. I'm a little bit behind. Oh, still getting more people. That's what I like to see. Organic growth throughout the show. Give a thumbs up, please. And we'll go check Nicagram to see if anyone has... No one has signed up. Oh, yes. Yes, they have. Thanks, Eliza. There you go. Eliza is on. How about Gordon Kamash? Have you met him? No, I don't know Gordon Kamash. 44 says, still waiting for more content from Jack Pittman, but he had enough of the crap to want to even create more honest content on the country, and I don't blame him for not producing more content here. I feel like he did something recently, but yeah, it sucks that he doesn't make more because he made good stuff. He was the biggest YouTuber here before I got here for quite some time. Oh, I watched some taxi drivers and moto drivers that do video vlogs just to see places I've never been. One of them passed by your house. You could... pass by your house. You could say I'm famous. That's pretty cool. Beverly says, last week I couldn't get into Nicagram and tried again, and I'm still stuck waiting for the email. Yeah, Beverly, I mentioned that earlier. Because of the platform, it doesn't give me any way to release your email. If you go in, see if there's some way to have it sent again or something. Because on my end, there's nothing. There's no tools for it. I can see that you're stuck. I can look at your thing. There you are. I mentioned you earlier, Dr. Bev. Your request number 96. You said, sounds like a fun site. I've got everything. I can click into your account. There it is. I'm looking at it. I see your email. More than 6 days ago, right? Because it was a week ago. Email verified. No. Why does it need to be verified? We turned that off. It's a bug in the platform. And so earlier, so Beverly, you weren't here when earlier I was saying that Nicagram is built on PixelFed, and PixelFed in general is really good, but this experience, along with the outage we had recently, and then now this, It feels like the Pixel Fed team is not. Uh, no, Eliza, you should already be in. I'm pretty sure you're past that. Yes, I show you as in. Um, there's so little support and so little development, and there's so many bugs, and they consider Pixel Fed to be beta, and it's been in beta for years, and it's like maybe replacing it is the thing to do, and just build our own because this is so much work and problems that we should not be dealing with. That if we built our own platform and ran into something like this, we would just fix it. It wouldn't be an ongoing issue. But ooh, I do have an idea. Maybe I can get into maybe I can get into the database and do it that way. I don't know. Like I got to do something dramatic. But there's just three of you that are stuck. Everyone else, before and since, it was just some problem. Email got stuck, and it just freaked out. So we turned off the email requirement, but it won't turn it off for you for some reason, which is dumb. No worries, I'll poke around and see what I can do. Yeah, if you can figure something out, let me know, but otherwise I got to come up with a strategy. Let's see. A positive vibe said something, but it disappeared. Doing a little bit of work in the background, trying to stay productive. Doing a long show does mean that I need to be on doing things, but it seems to work out. How would you deal with the anxiety surrounding being almost 30 days over your visa stay and doing a border run over to Costa Rica? I mean, 30 days isn't that bad. Don't let that happen, right? I want to be clear. The real problems with that are not now. It's in the future when you are going for residency. If that ever happens, these black marks will come up. So the actual thing at the border is not a big deal. The thing is you want to get to the border quickly before you get caught. You don't want to be caught in country being overstayed, right? Because you're an illegal expat. Same as anyone in the U.S. who doesn't have papers, right? You're not, you have no permission to be in country. You don't want to be caught. But if you get to the border, people do this all the time. It's just a fee and no big deal. But obviously, the sooner you do it, the less of a big deal it is. So you want to keep it as minor as you can. And so just get to the border, pay it, and get back in, and don't let it happen again. We pretty much all have one black mark when we end up going for residency, because you do border runs long enough, and it's gonna happen. So ours, I think we overstayed like 45 days. We didn't even think of it. We had been here for a really long time. We weren't used to doing border runs because, I said this earlier, we're so often going in and out of the country that it just didn't occur to us that we needed to do it. And suddenly, when it did occur to us, we were quite a bit over. And it was just like, oh no. And so we made some calls, and we're like, what can we do? And they're like, just go to the border and pay it. And we did. We may have actually paid it locally. We may have stopped in and been like, oh, I gotta pay. And they're like, don't let that happen again. But normally, if you do go over, you will need a border run, or you need to go to Managua. So generally, you give up your local extensions and stuff if you've gone over. So that's one of the penalties. So just get to the border and pay it and get it all refreshed as quickly as possible, and you should be all good. I'm sorry, may I sign up for the group for Nicaragua also, please? I didn't mean to delete. I just woke up. Which group? The Nicagram? Go for it. We can let you right in. Actually, if you guys want to sign up for that, I'm going to get another Pepsi to make sure I am wide awake. Got to remember what it is I'm doing. I've gone over around 4 times, but never this long. I mean, the length is not too big of a deal. The number of times you go over, it does start to add up. I mean, I was told, definitely avoid it if at all possible. All right, hold on. I'm gonna check on the soup situation. There's got to be a way to resize that better. Anyway, I'm going to be right back. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's better. I will be back in just a few minutes. Going to go look for some more caffeine. Keep talking amongst yourselves. Remember to do a thumbs up. Join Nicagram. We'll be right back. All right, I'm already back. Bum ba dum bum. Hello. Billy says, I still don't understand how someone can become a permanent resident. Okay, so, well, most people don't become permanent residents, right? Most people go with temporary or don't bother. Oh, Tony says, I like the AI hold screens better. Um, uh, 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 oh, cool. Okay. So you don't generally go for permanent. That's not something most people do. They normally go for temporary, but I guess if you do it long enough, it turns into permanent. So I know people who have it and it says permanent. So there is, for most people, it's retirement. There's rentista and there is pensionado. Pensionado is for people on things like Social Security from the U.S. or most of Europe's retirement plans are pensions. Now, most Americans don't get pensions. And Social Security isn't technically a pension, but it acts like a pension. So they just look the other way. The idea is, it's like ducks, right? If it looks like a pension, acts like a pension, whatever, it's a pension. The other style is rentista, which rentista is a rarely used English term that is mirrored in Spanish for investor. Sounds like rent. It's because investors in housing collect rent, so the word actually comes from the other way around. But rentista is an investment, a foreign investment, meaning you're pulling money from investments. Not that you're an investor. That's an investment visa. That's completely different. And basically, if you're living here, only if you're living here as a tourist, you move here as a tourist, and then if you want to have residency, if that's something that matters to you, and for some people it's very important, and for many people it does not matter at all. And for an awful lot of people, it's a break even, right? I could be a resident. I could not be a resident. Right? There's a lot of people in that category. And then, essentially, other than a little bit of paperwork, right? Like I'm a drunk guy said, right? You got to get your police report, which you can just get here from Interpol. You got to get your medical records from the hospital. They just make sure you're not about to keel over. And then you just show your foreign income that is not a salary. That's it. You're all set. That's basically it. You just then apply, right? All right. A positive vibe. You are approved. You're already in Nicagram. Bump, bump, I assume that's you that just did it. And... So getting residency is very easy. We're the easiest, right? Of all the places that most people look at, we're right up there as the simplest, lowest overhead to get in, but it just doesn't matter for a lot of people because our official residency or our automatic residency, the tourist, the border run system is so good that many people just don't bother with residency because why? What do you want it for? So and that's an important question. And there's, I don't mean it to sound like what's wrong with you? Why would you want residency? Absolutely not. I have residency, right? But why do you want it, right? It's an important thing to answer for yourself because most people that I ask about residency, they cannot describe why they want it. And that should tell them that they don't want it, right? They can't figure out what benefit it provides. Anything that they mention ends up being that doesn't come from residency, right? Oh, and so that's a reason not to get it, right? Well, it's because it's required. No, it's not. Oh, well, because it gives you this thing. No, it doesn't. Oh, well, it solves this problem. No, it doesn't. Oh, well, but if I don't do it, I have to do this. No, you don't. Oh, and that ends up being what the conversation typically is like. So most people end up going, well, I don't know why I want residency. I just want it. That's the very definition of not something you should have, right? It should never be an emotional thing. It should be this is a logical thing that works for me, that meets my goals. once these are big life decisions that affect who you are as a person. You don't want them to be driven by a lack of rationale. 404 says, this is from left field, but what Linux distro would you recommend for a distro hopper? Tried Endeavor, over to OpenSUSE Tumbleweed, now into Fedora, but it's Red Hat. Anything I'm missing? I come from a very old Linux background. I started on Caldera 3.1 in 97, and I was a Unix user going way back before that. And I was using many Unix-like systems going back into the mid-'80s. So I've always been on, Bash and, back when it was just Shell and that world. And so I've been on Linux itself, coming from a primarily Sun background, SunOS, for outrageously long time. And I was the one that introduced Caldera and SUSE to IBM in 2000. So I was a distro hopper for a really long time, and it's super interesting. It's a lot of fun. After a while, what I discovered was that it keeps your desktop fresh, but it doesn't really provide you with real benefits. And as someone who has to think of it in terms of a company, we just moved to Fedora. And the reason, Fedora for the desktop, when we're on servers, we've now moved to Debian. And the reason for Fedora on the desktop, the reason for Ubuntu on the desktop, we were Fedora for a really long time, and Fedora is a really good choice. But Ubuntu is just the best known, the most support. The desktop is beautiful. The update schedule is very straightforward. It doesn't have the weird IBM ecosystem going on, which is okay but weird. Overall, Ubuntu is outrageously polished, and everything works with it. And it just makes life easy. And when you want your desktop to stop being high friction, distro hoppers tend to like high friction. Well, I want to play with it. I want it to be interesting. I want it to be fresh. I love that stuff. I used to work with ReactOS, BIOS, you name it, all kinds of bizarre operating systems. I've run FreeBSD, NetBSD, OpenBSD, DragonflyBSD. I had a Mac when they first went to PowerPC because I needed to have a PowerPC architecture, and I needed to have Mac with Unix on day one because I'd never had a Mac before that except for like 1984. But it was Unix, so I had to be there, right? All over it. Different architecture, all over it. I've had PA RISC desktops at home of my own. I've had so many Solaris Spark desktops at home of my own. I used Spark desktops for the company for years. I have ARM machines of every type, of every generation, going back. Like, nobody does desktop distros like me. Go look up BIOS if you're ever wondering just how fringe we get. But when it comes to an actual practical decision for day-to-day, I now use Ubuntu. I still love all those other distros. I wish I had a million computers sitting around where I could just pop different ones up and play with them, because I love the look, the feel, the little tweaks they do differently. All of it is wonderful, and I think it's great. But at the end of the day, I need my main machines to be fast, efficient, easy to understand, and something that I can simply convey to everyone else on my team and throw people into and get support for, and know that all the packages just work. Wild. What? Okay, weird. Oh, sorry. My wife posted something apparently on TikTok, and an actress that she really liked her comment, and so she's very excited.
Oh, what just happened? Oh, that was fast. All right, getting back to you guys. I got distracted. 404 says, GNOME is unbearable. I'm 100% KDE no matter the distro. Oh, in that case, just use a KDE native distro, I guess. There is Kubuntu. Like, they have a native KDE one. My head of engineering uses KDE. I was a big KDE guy back in the days, but I actually find GNOME to be lighter and faster and nicer now. I'm a drunk guy says, my lawyer recommended I start a small business instead of showing my employer info. Yes, you mean start a small business in your home country. So instead of saying I'm a remote worker, you say this is my company, and then you don't get to ask where the employees are. I did mention that earlier. Maybe you weren't around. That is what you do because it works really, really well. Positive. I did. I'm a drunk guy. He said, like, selling toner. Lol. John says, don't know what Scott thinks, but I like Mint and MX Linux. I've not used MX. Mint was great. I really like the Cinnamon desktop, but honestly, I wanted to get away from... eventually, I got tired of the Windows-isms. I find Cinnamon is really nice when you're hopping back and forth with Windows. I never have to touch Windows anymore. I can go 6 months without seeing Windows, which is wild, but I like it. So... Before said one says, bro, you should check out Matagalpa. To whom are you speaking? To me, the guy who promotes Matagalpa all the time and used to have an office there? 404 says, I'll try Kubuntu then. Fedora, I don't love so far. I really like Fedora, but Ubuntu has been better. Beverly says, used my Gmail for Nicagram and awaited review. So if you get in to do something with the university account, just delete. Okay, let me take a look. Well, now Nicagram's being super slow. All right, cool. There you are. And approved. Bev, you are in. Billy says, it sounds like I can't get any of those. Well, okay, so Billy, don't worry about what you can get. The question is, what do you need? What are you looking for? Why do you want residency? That's not normal. Thinking you want residency, totally normal. But actually wanting residency, not normal, right? There's just, what is it going to do for you that you need? And it can be something, right? It's not impossible for it to make sense. It's just unlikely, right? Yeah, Matagalpa is awesome. It's my favorite city, but my wife likes to live by the ocean, so that's why we're in Leon. But we used to have an office for years and years on the northeast side of town. And oh, there goes the dog again. Somebody's here. He's just barking at everybody. I can't believe it's only 4 o'clock. Ubuntu Studio. I've never played with Ubuntu Studio. I always just assemble things myself. But it's a neat package. I don't know if it's got anything like super awesome different than just throwing the packages together yourself. Hey, we're up to 30 people at 4 o'clock. So we're rocking at this point. That's awesome. Don't blame her. San Juan del Sur is amazing too. No, we hate it down there. That's actually... Like, I know people love it. I'm not saying it's bad for everyone. For us, no interest whatsoever. That is no place is less likely to get us than there. That's the place I went with my business partner to show him after we had been looking at Potion Meal. And he was there for less than 3 hours, and he's like, I'm giving up my hotel room here. I've already paid for it. He hated San Juan del Sur so much, he wasn't willing to spend the night after having paid for the hotel room, and made our driver take us to a different city to get out of there. Is a permanent resident not more protected from being removed? Absolutely not. Total myth. That's exactly right. Everything around residency is a myth. Everything. So first of all, being removed is not a fear whatsoever. None. Anybody who's telling you that, instantly shut them off. Never speak to them because they're lying to you. Right? Now, if they're just like talking in general, have you thought about residency? Might this? Yeah, if they're just giving you ideas, that's fine. But if someone's trying to tell you that there's a risk you're trying to mitigate, no, they're making stuff up in order to make you panic. You have no fear of that whatsoever. The only thing that is protected in any country is citizenship, and even that is not guaranteed, as the U.S. has proven. And I'm not saying it should be guaranteed or not. I'm not getting into that discussion. But when it comes to your legal protections, residency nowhere in the world means anything, right? It does give you some in the moment rights or privileges or whatever, and that may make sense for you, but it never guarantees the slightest thing. And the reason for that is that it can always be revoked. It is always momentary. There's no such thing as truly permanent. Right, just like in the U.S., a green card can evaporate at any moment. The term permanent simply means you're in a different category. Resident itself is a non-standard category. Now, a given country could have no right or no way or no protections for tourists and have lots of protections for residents. That's an individual country's thing. But here you have unlimited protection for everyone. So there's no benefit to having a different form of unlimited protection. We're all equal. And of course, if you needed residency in the future, just get it then, right? What if something changed and you need a resident? Well, just become a resident, right? So it's kind of like university, right? Don't university students have an advantage over those that didn't go to university? Actually, no. Studies show, at least in the United States, that is the opposite. Skipping university gives you advantages. Okay, but what about the situations where we know it's advantageous? You decide you want to be a teacher, you decide you want to be a doctor. Clearly, you're going to benefit from having a degree. You are correct, you would. If in the future you change your life direction and decide to become a teacher, get a degree in the future when it applies to you. Don't get it early when it doesn't apply to you, and you'll have the biggest advantage. It's easier to get that degree, it's less impactful to you, and you're taking less risk with it. At no point are you actually at a disadvantage from that. It feels that way because people try to sell you on it, but reality is that works out better. Same thing here. If you, for some reason, need residency in the future, just go get it. If you can't get it in the future, then the residency wouldn't have protected you because they will just revoke it. Now, here you have to be a tourist in order to become a resident, right? Some places like Mexico, people are like, oh, I want to have residency and just have it at the ready. Well, guess what? If there's ever an issue, while we don't know 100%, we know 99.99% that a person who has that residency and never used it, they're just going to cancel it, right? That's why they do it. They make money for something they never need to honor. They can just eliminate those at a whim. And because you never lived in the country, it's hard to argue that something was taken away. Oh, but I was a resident. You weren't actually a resident. You had a piece of paperwork that said you were a resident, right? So those people actually, of all people, are expected to be the top on the chopping block. Who's Mexico actually going to kick out? People who have paperwork residency but never lived there, or people who've lived there but don't have paperwork residency? They're almost guaranteed that the people who live there are going to be the ones who get preferential treatment. The best thing you can do, get to Nicaragua as early as you can. The longer you're here, that will give you some amount of protection, not residency paperwork. I can say firsthand experience as someone here over 5 years and have even been married to a Nicaraguan. Still, the residency didn't make sense to me as a remote worker from Canada. Yep. Yeah, the only reason it made sense to me is because I'm an investor and they gave me the top level permanent residency, which is really, really good. It gives me, I do have the right to work here, which I would never do, but I do have the right. My kids have the right to school here. They can force themselves into high school. They can force themselves into the university system. They can't be turned away. Those are nice things. I'm on a path to something, right? And there's a bunch of paperwork that I don't have to do that others do. That's all fantastic. And it was all, none of it was because we planned on it. It ended up being something that we were able to get, and so it made sense for us based on our activities. Now, as people who wanted to be here permanently, it made a lot of sense. So ended up being the right thing for us. I just interrupted my daughter playing video games. Windows Studio feels like good old Windows XP. Am I thinking of something different? I've not looked at Studio in a really long time. I thought Studio used the standard GNOME desktop. It just had a lot of things packaged with it. Doesn't really say. They don't tell you. 404 says, I've been treated extremely well by any official through Migracion here. No matter if I've overstayed, etc., it's been remarkably polite and hospitable. Based 1 says, there are other cool parts by the ocean that are chill. I actually meant Guasacate Beach in San Martin. So you actually meant or went? Guasacate Beach in San Martin. So I don't know that one. Investor visa, definitely the way to go. The only problem with the investor visa, it's the nicest visa, obviously, but it's a lot of money and a lot of work, and most people think of it as just putting in the money, but most businesses lose all that money, so it ends up being a lot of losses for most people. Not everyone, but almost everyone, and that's rough, right? Having a huge monetary loss. It's not like the visa gets you anything special. I wouldn't generally recommend it. If you're already doing the investor thing, then definitely getting the visa with it probably makes sense. But if you're thinking you want to do investment for the residency, I can't imagine that makes sense. But it's nice having it, right? Now that we have it, we appreciate it. We are the only type of residency that doesn't have to renew every year, which, not the end of the world, not a huge deal, but it's also really annoying. All right, getting messaged. Oh, agent filter list is. Okay. Hold on, just need to keep some work going in the background for people. Oh, I did that. Okay, cool. Okay. Sorry, just getting a little bit of work done in the background while we're here. Any insight? This is from Marco Rivas. Any insight on where the Costanera Road is going to go through in Leon? No, we've really seen nothing. There's very few options, though. So the only thing that makes any sense at all, first of all, I don't think any of it makes sense. But coming through behind the estuary, if you look, there's a reservation. It's got to come west of that, but you want to be as close to the beach as possible. So it's just, I mean, there's only like one spot that it could possibly go, but it's not coming from anywhere or going anywhere. So that's the problem. Like, it's slightly interesting, but the entire zone feels useless. I can't figure out who would use it. So, yeah. I'm a drunk guy. I like traveling to Costanera and stopping at all the beaches. There's a ton on the way to San Juan del Sur from Huehuete. Took the niece and nephews to beaches they've never been. That's cool. There's a ton on the way to... Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course, once you're going all along there. John says, Scott, John Masters here, old guy, 75, wants to overthrow Nika government. Just kidding. Okay. Marco says, I've heard great things about it, no doubt. So the thing is that in Rivas, it makes sense, because or kind of makes sense. You have tons of disconnected beaches that are all really close to each other, and hopping from one to one is something you can do physically, but you couldn't because there was no road in the past. So if you look down, so I did this basically in 2021. I started from the south and tried to go from beach to beach all the way up while doing beach research. And what we found is going from beach to beach was nearly impossible the whole way. It was so much work, and the roads were terrible, and it was just all because it's wilderness down there, right? There's no population. It's only expats, and so it's just weird things. But once you get to the north, I've been on the Costanera, and there's 0 cars, and it goes nowhere. There's not a single thing. The roads that already exist in the north already connect the beaches as best they can. We don't have any need for an additional road that's farther inland to semi-connect the beaches. We can't figure out what the goals are. Because, like Ponaloya and Las Pinitas, we connect directly to each other on the same road. The Costanera will be 4 times as far away. Same thing with Boquita and Caceres, which I recently did. Yes, they're connected by the Costanera, but the Costanera is 400% the distance of the existing road. Why would you do that? It's a beautiful highway, but there's not a single car on it and not a single thing along the way. But if you go along the existing road, it's a fraction of the time, a fraction of the gas, a fraction of the effort, and there's hotels and restaurants and things to see along the way, and you can see the ocean, as opposed to the inland Costanera that just is another highway that goes nowhere, right? And so it's like, what is the goal up here? And that we haven't figured out, because we already have the highway along the southern Leon region. We already have the highway at the Managua region. We have the highway at the Carazo region. And in between, we got areas that there's nowhere you can put a road. How do you keep away obvious trolls like the guy above me? I feel like this is why there are not too many influencers here. It's probably for the best, but these people are unbearable. I don't think we're being trolled now. But in general, the actual trolls, a lot of it is, and I learned this a number of years ago, and a lot of you guys know Jen Eric, who does, I can never remember the name of his show, because Generic Expats is a show for forever, does South American travel and is often on the live stream here. He and I talk about it a lot, and he obviously gets lots of trolls. And one of the things is, because this is not a public forum, right? I mean, it's in public, but it's not actually a public forum. One of the things is you have to kind of be like, you know what? I don't have to feel bad about getting rid of actual trolls, because they're not welcome here. You just make a policy that's like, no trolling, and if someone trolls, you're just like, oh, you violated the policy. And YouTube actually gives you tools that make people... one, you can just report. So if someone's like really bad, not just like poking the bear, but actually really bad, you can just report them. And YouTube takes it really seriously. But especially from established channels that have good track records. But you can also, you can ban people, but you can also silence people. And that's the really powerful thing, is that you can be like, this person will think they're posting, but they don't show up to anybody, not to me, but to nobody. And so if it's like there's bots that we see all the time. Like if I was to post something about Bitcoin, I would instantly have exact bots, and it's an exact pattern every time. What's up?
Are you recording?
Yeah, I'm live.
Oh,
I told you I was on my live stream.
okay. I have cake.
Oh, cool. Thank you. What? Oh. A piece of cake has shown up for me, so I don't know what kind of cake this is. We're going to find out. Not great cake, that's the answer. Larry says, I can jump on my quad now and split the cake with you. Oh, you can have it, Larry. It's not my kind of cake. It's got... So the thing is that the topping, I'm going to say, is like a cinnamon or like a cinnamon swirl sort of thing. I like cinnamon. But the cake itself is like super dry. And there's like some flavors that they use here in Nicaragua. Nicaraguan cakes just don't do it for me. Nicaraguans love them. It's what they like. They're used to them. Like, it's all great. Like, I have no problem that that's the cake they make. It's just, I'm not a cake guy to start with, so it's no big deal that I don't like Nicaraguan cakes in general. But if you're like, oh, let's get some cake in Nicaragua, I'm pretty often like, yeah, I'll just not. Marco says, that makes sense. I guess the value would essentially be for the port up north to align into Managua and San Juan. That is not at all true. So first of all, the port can't use, because it doesn't go anywhere near Managua. This is why. So I've done a lot of talks on this. The road goes nowhere useful. Okay, it does not. So first of all, the port at Corinto will never go to San Juan. San Juan has no economy at all. That is a tiny fishing village all the way across the country. And it has its own port. If they wanted to ship something to San Juan, it would just put in at San Juan. Anything going anywhere in the country goes through Managua, just because it's the big logistics center in the middle. Technically, you could drop stuff off in Leon. We're a big enough city, so if you're coming out of Corinto, you goes to Chinandega to Leon to Managua. You could unload things in one of those cities. We are along the path. We're big enough, right? 300,000, 180,000, and then 2 million in the zone. But everything's going to go through Managua. The road already goes directly from Corinto to Managua. There's zero benefit to the Costanera to getting to any population center in the country. Not a single one. It doesn't make Chinandega closer. It doesn't make Leon closer. It doesn't make San Juan del Sur closer. It makes nothing closer. And there's no way around it. So that's where it all falls apart. There's this thought that it's purely a tourist road, and as far as we can tell, it's purely a tourist road for tourists who pretty much aren't here. Like, people hear about it and get excited, and then they're like, oh, we got to do this. And then they get here and they drive it, and they don't realize they could have gone faster all along to most of the places. Now, down in Rivas, like was explained, those beaches, if you want to beach hop down there, it makes sense. And I think it's great down in Rivas. But up here, I've literally never had one explanation of a single possible trip that would benefit from it of any sort. No one's ever even proposed something. Because we already have roads that go to the places we can. Like, we're where the population is. So it's weird. Yeah. Ubuntu Studios can be configured to look like Windows XP. Oh, well, yeah, so can regular Ubuntu.
Don't let him out.
Okay, is Jonathan here? Marco says that makes sense. I guess the value, yep. I feel like minimalism in a bistro and getting the cutting edge updates is fun. Oh, he means distro, not bistro. I do like minimalism in a bistro where it's like good soup and sandwiches and they don't go overboard. Cutting edge updates is fun. If you want something similar to something else, you can feel free to tweak it yourself. Yes, that's. I like. Larry says Nicaraguan cake is made with oil. High quality cake is made with butter. Oh, is that what it is? That would explain it. Same thing with the ice cream here. It's made with vegetable oil instead of all dairy. Obviously, there's some dairy, but I actually sometimes really like the oil based ice cream, and a lot of people here prefer it because it's what they're used to. But if you're new here, it's generally a surprise. Like the flavor profile is like, what is going on? 404 says East Coast Italian rum cakes, 100% yes. Nicaraguan birthday cakes, 100% no, never. I'm with you. They're terrible. I don't like the icing. I don't like the cake. I don't like any of it. Based one. Minimalism in the bistro. I'm listening for a car to pull up. I am going to briefly step away to get some information. As opportunity allows. I'm not sure what's going on. All right, cool. All right, guys, I'm going to step away for just a few minutes here. Definitely ask questions, talk amongst yourselves, keep people from leaving. We got 31 on right now. We're going to be coming back for sure. We're going to be going for a long time, but we got a little bit of stuff going on here. I just need to go see what's up. All right, we're coming back here. Try to get the audio back, and we're going to take the boom. There we are. The person I needed to talk to was not the one that's here, so I'll be disappearing again in the future. I have family over there, and I want to be more connected. Oh, love that you're over there. This is such a cool channel. I have family over there. I want to be more connected. Oh, that's awesome. Well, thank you. Where is your family? Where are they located? Matagalpa, I'm going to guess. Which is my favorite city. I really like Matagalpa. I wish I could live up there. Marco says, what do you think is a thriving industry in Nicaragua? I've seen your video on starting a business in Nicaragua, but I was curious to get your thoughts on what seems to do well, if any. So, I mean, things do well, right? But they're very hard for expats to be involved in, which is always the case, right? That's universal. So things that tend to do well, so there's general rules, right? Everything that is going to do really well is normally going to work heavily with exports and work heavily with labor arbitrage. Those are the two things that really underpin whatever does well, right? And a lot of different things could do well. So that means factories tend to do well. If you have a place to ship to, that means that call centers do well. That means anything that you can bring the skills into Nicaragua for other places, that's where you get your big benefits. If you're trying to make money off of the Nicaraguan economy, that's where you're going to suffer because the economy is very small. People are out of work. Salaries are low. Yes, it's getting way better really fast, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a small number. So if you have access to another market, which most expats do, you have the golden lottery ticket, or that's not what it's called, the golden ticket, right? You're getting to go to see Willy Wonka's horror show. It's because so if you're like me, I'm from the United States, right? So I have access to customers in the United States. I have access to knowledge in the United States. I have access to tech in the United States. But because I live in Nicaragua, I have access to labor in Nicaragua. I have access to the market knowledge in Nicaragua. I have access to lower cost of living and such in Nicaragua. And you put those things together, you can have benefits. If you try to do one or the other, you typically don't. I mean, at best, you're just average. But if you're an expat in Nicaragua, or anywhere, if you're an expat, you're at a massive disadvantage and you're in the market that you're in because the locals know more than you about everything and generally have more connection to resources than you for everything. They know, I got a cousin who will work for me. I got a bank where I know somebody, I can get a loan. I know how to get my car fixed faster. It doesn't matter. Every little thing is easier. So you're at a huge disadvantage, even if the money's the same. So you really want to find a thing where you stand out as having something unique. And in some cases, that unique thing could be your knowledge. Well, I know how to do this thing and no one else does anywhere in the world, so I'm just going to do it wherever I am. You can do okay with that. It may not be advantageous to do so in Nicaragua, but that's where your piece is going to come from. But if you're really just looking at business in general here, you really got to look at how am I taking advantage of what Nicaragua's good at while avoiding what it's bad at, which is the one it's bad at paying you. So you don't want it to pay you. Then what do I have elsewhere that's good at and bad at? Well, it's good at paying you in the US or good at paying you in Canada, good at paying you in Germany. And then you want to do the work here. And that's where, okay. Yeah, everything's fine. He's a barky dog. That's where that stuff all makes sense. So we don't see individual industries that we think are thriving that much. There's a little bit, right? Beer and rum thrive here. Sugarcane production thrives here. Shrimping thrives here. But those are all things with heavy export. I'm about to have to leave here in a second. I hear that's why the dog's barking. I believe last week I heard T-Mobile is a recommended cell service. That is correct. Definitely T-Mobile. I'm looking for it. Works and best possible price for unlimited, please. I'm not sure what plans are best because I'm on a business plan. Matagalpa, but they have real estate in different cities. Okay, cool. We're going to get to everyone else's questions in just a little bit. I got to step away. Sorry, guys. It was a false alarm the first time. I will be back shortly. Sorry. I am back. Just some quick info I needed. We're all good. Is it difficult to buy clothes? I heard last week they hold onto their clothes and take care of them. Is that the reason? That is not the reason. It's because they're poor and clothes cost money. That's really all there is. People love clothes shopping. There's clothes shops everywhere. You can easily go. Now, if you're my size, it's more difficult to go shopping. You can't even buy shoes in my size in the country. I'm just much bigger than Nicaraguans get. So for me, it's a bit of a challenge, but for normal people, it's very easy. You can go clothes shopping anywhere. You can go to the mall, and you've got stores like you're used to. They tend to be more European than North American, but you can go in normal clothing stores. We've got Payless shoes, right? You've got brands you're used to are easily available. Not in the same quantities as in the U.S., obviously, but you will not be challenged by that. Plus, everywhere in town, if you enjoy shopping, which not a lot of men do, but for the women, I know there's all these little boutiques everywhere, way more than there are in the U.S. And so that little like hopping from shop to shop and looking at what different places have thing, if you like shopping, like you actually enjoy the act of shopping, then I think it actually works out really well because there's like all these little places to go explore, which I've had to go along with. I've filmed some, and it's kind of interesting, like all these little boutiques with all these quirky little options. So, labor arbitrage indeed. Positive Vibe is back. Hello, everyone. 404 says, better to have your financials and predicted monthly income settled and firm before you come. Definitely. It's possible to move without that, but it's quite a hustle. Yep. Better to have money first, then go to Nicaragua. Tobacco is getting bigger. It is, but it's always been big here. Tobacco, chocolate, coffee, they're all big here, but they're mostly controlled by large corporations. So there isn't a lot of like opportunity to get into it in the way that there is with a lot of other things. If you had, one of our community members was talking about coming down, opening a factory. Right, and if you can but factories suffer from the struggle of getting the components that they need. Well, what are you going to manufacture? Where are you going to get the raw materials? We don't have a lot of supply of raw materials. But now that we have such good connections with China, where it's getting easier to get things. But, if you're going to do plastic manufacturing, well, you could probably do it cheaper in China, right? Nothing will ever make up for the cost of shipping the plastic here or shipping the parts on or whatever. So you really need to come up with something that makes sense to manufacture here, which can be the challenge. A lot of clothing is made here. If you go to Walmart in the U.S., a lot of the clothes are made down here. So that's a big market that's always doing well. So yeah. All right. Just running through all my messages and stuff. Making sure I'm on top of things. Looks like we're good. Oh, and let me check Nicagram, make sure no one new has tried to sign up. Nope, no one new has. So we just about have everyone. We have 2 people who've not managed to get in yet who are still stuck. So looking forward to seeing you guys' new photos showing up in there. As a photographer. Oh, my wife said this cake, she ate the good part of the cake and she just left me the bad parts. I'm like, oh, that explains this. I might have another bite or two because I'm a little bit hungry. My dinner should be ready any minute, but there's like a lot of dry cake and almost no icing. And the spoon cuts your lip. Nope, it's disgusting. There's no part of that I want to eat. InDigital says, FYI, your ads are all for AI. Honestly, when I'm watching YouTube, every ad I see is for AI. It's like the only thing with ads anymore. Eliza says, will my love life crash without Spanish in Nicaragua? No. No, you'll be fine. Give me a second, I'm going to drink my soda. Without a doubt, especially personal relationships, more than anything, benefit from speaking the language because you can carry on conversations. I mean, that goes without saying, right? Unless you don't speak Spanish, then it literally goes without saying. However, so one, this is a very going out country. People love to be out. I don't mean going out with you. I mean, they just go out, right? So people are out all the time. And two, loud music is the thing they do, or karaoke, which is basically the same thing. Sometimes dancing, but that's with loud music too. So whether it's live loud music, karaoke loud music, dancing loud music, one way or another, there's going to be loud music. That's going to be what you do. So when you're doing that, you actually don't have much conversation, right? When I go out, so I speak Spanish. When I go out to any of these places, conversation ends, right? Some Nicaraguans are really good at it, screaming Spanish at the table. But you know what? Half the time we're texting each other anyway. So I'm not saying that there aren't situations where you go talk to people. Of course, you could be in a cafe, you could be in a museum, you could be walking around the square and you meet somebody and it's quiet and you could have a conversation. So that's plausible. But in a lot of cases, especially if you're intentionally looking to meet someone, you're going to be going out to bars, clubs, something like that at night because it's what people do. It's not like, say, North America, where those places are kind of fringe or occasional or feel like a major effort. Here, they're just every day, every evening life. It's what you do. So it's very, it feels very different. And so here in Leon, just as an example, let's say tomorrow night, you're in the mood to maybe meet someone. You're not like necessarily going to meet someone, but you'd like to be in a position where you could meet someone. Hey, no problem, right? So what's a good plan? Start by going out to dinner. Go to a nice restaurant where there's a bit of traffic going on. Go out at like 6 and have dinner. That's not very likely to be a place that you'll meet someone, but maybe. Then, after dinner, move over to Via Via. Way more lively, way more likely to meet someone. Live music guaranteed on a Friday night. Couple of expats almost certainly going to be there. I'm not saying this is your only choice. I'm just giving you Leon as an example. It's going to be some expats, so you got some people to say hi to, maybe someone to sit with, maybe Janet's there, so you can go hang out with Janet, and there's some chance of being introduced to someone. You could end up with 200 to 600 people in Via Via on a Friday night. So you're there from maybe 8 till midnight. You got 4 hours and hundreds of people. Almost all are not expats, right? Maybe 2 or 3 tables of expats, but a sea of Nicaraguans, a few backpackers passing through, and a few of the expats that are there. Especially as a foreigner, you have the simple advantage of Nicaraguans don't necessarily expect you to speak Spanish, so they're prepared. Anyone who's going to talk to you will be like, you don't speak Spanish. Okay, what do you speak? And figure it out from there. You have the whole exotic thing. Oh, you're from somewhere else. We don't get a lot of that, so that's interesting. That actually makes your love life easier, right? Because you're different in any way. And then it really just comes down to being personable and it's really easy to hand out your number. Completely acceptable to hand out your number, right? In the US, if you were at a bar and you just saw someone who wanted to give them your number, it would be like, I mean, you can. It's not offensive, but it's not necessarily welcome. People may not appreciate it. And here, you can totally hand out your number anytime. You can walk up and be like, hey, it's loud. I can't hear you. Would you like to go out sometime? Show them a WhatsApp QR code, scan it. Is that going to work 100% of the time? Of course not. But are people going to be like, oh, no, I can't believe, or I have friends who want to meet someone, and so they'll have a Nicaraguan friend who speaks English, and they'll be like, hey, can you give me that person's number? I'm like, oh, yeah, sure. And it's Nicaraguans go out so much more that I think in the U.S. when you talk about like, oh, if I'm going to get someone's number, it's like this big heavyweight thing. It's almost like a commitment to something. But in Nicaragua, it's like, well, I go out every night. I need someone to go out with. So, sure, we could go out, coming up sometime. And there's so much more opportunity for those things. So, it's a completely different game going on. Getting someone's number, contacting them, doing all of that is just so trivial that you don't have to feel like it's a big thing to do it. And so I really don't think that obviously you want to learn Spanish. It will help. But it's so incredibly social here that I think it really throws off Europeans and North Americans as to what to expect. We're just so reserved, and not just, like emotionally or whatever. The whole like, well, what are you doing tonight? Well, maybe I'll order a pizza and stay in. Nicaraguans just don't do that, right? Like, what? What are you talking about? No, we're going to go out and get a pizza. We're going to go someplace and do something. What do you mean stay home, right? Playing video games, watching TV, these are not activities. These are activities you do in the few minutes before you go out for the evening, perhaps. But when I used to go to Managua and hang out, it would be, I would get out of work, hop the bus, head out to Managua, because it only took about an hour and a half on the bus, maybe a little bit more. I would get to Ciudad Sandino, hop off, walk into the barrio, and then I would have friends, and we would just sit out on the sidewalk having beers. We would just, and the neighbors would stroll by, so sometimes you meet people, not like you're getting someone's number, but you're interfacing with people. You're being social. You're being seen. You're doing stuff. Just sitting out on the sidewalk having a beer or two, and then at some point people are like, oh, I'm getting munchy. You guys feel like going to get food? Yeah, let's go. And then you like pick a restaurant, and then you figure out how to get there, and then you go and you hang out at a restaurant, and it's a little bit less social with other people, but your group's hanging out. And then, all right, what are we doing? Are we going clubbing? Yeah, let's go. And then late dinner, have a few drinks. Everything's with a few drinks, and then heading out to a dance club, and really. And I've been to a lot of dance clubs in the U.S. My best friend, Rachel, big dancer, loved going out to the clubs in Dallas. We would go out all the time. And, dancing with people was like a thing. Like, oh, you dance with someone? Wow. It would not happen most of the time. But here, dancing with someone is just assumed. Right? You're on a dance floor, people will dance with you. It could be transient, they just come by, then they go. Sometimes they dance with you all night. Sometimes you exchange numbers. But the idea that someone's going to dance with you, completely normal and constant. I was out at the beach the other night, and I was just sitting, I was on my phone. This is at a party. But I was sitting on my phone and just had a drink, and like I was way off to the side, and these girls just came up and were like, are we going to dance? And they didn't grab me, but they basically came and grabbed me and just like, and like three girls came and were like, oh, and dance with me. That would never happen in the U.S., right? People just rarely walk up and casually dance. But here it's completely like, oh, there's a person not dancing, let's go get him and dance. It's almost like a really non-timid middle school dance that just constantly happens. InDigital says, translation software has come incredible. Use it. Ask for help with your Spanish. Definitely use that, but for a lot of stuff, you don't even need that. Like, there's so little opportunity to talk in many cases that works pretty well in that way. Remember to give a thumbs up on the show. And we got over 30 people in here for a long time. This is doing really well. We're coming up on 3 hours of having been on the live stream. It's only 5 o'clock. We normally typically wouldn't have even started yet. And we've got 210 views, all kinds of activity, and this is great. Let's see. All right. I'm going to go see if I can get a bowl of soup. I will be right back. Sorry to keep leaving you guys, but it actually works out kind of well. You guys get like lulls in the chat, so it gives you a chance to catch up. Please do so. We're at 29 people. Get some people to stay, get some questions, get some conversation going. I'm going to ditch this cake somewhere and go find soup. I'll be fast. I am here and I have soup. Oh, and no one left. And my dad says, I really appreciated the lesson on the bond market. And the national debt. Gonna break away now. Have a good night. Night, Dad. Love you. By the way, I don't know if you guys can see it. This is my favorite soup. It is like a coconut, I don't know. It's coconut and paprika and pasta and garbanzo beans. It's delicious. Do you use cleaning and cooking services at your residence, even lawn services? Any pointers? So I have a full-time, so I'm ridiculous. I have 24/7 security, so I have people outside nonstop because we want to have people that take our packages, open the gates, deal with everything. We don't have to deal with all that stuff. I have 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, housekeeping. So I have someone who cooks everything. So this is my personal chef made this. She just left and cleans the house. So every day that gets done except for on Sundays. I have a lawn service that does the gardens and all of that. That's like 4 people because it's a huge thing. And then I have a full-time handyman for repairs. I think, and then a full-time driver. So I have a large staff for all the stuff that we do. So yes. Does anyone have something they'd like to share they wish, as a newbie, they wish they'd known sooner and be helpful? I mean, for me as a newbie, the thing was, do not buy anything. Stop buying things. Rent. Get to know things for a long time. Ask for help meeting others. Find communities. Be open to ask people about their country and their families. Get invited to events. Be careful about intimate situations. Also, can I get decent walking and dance shoes down there? Not pay less. My feet are important to me. No, if you want like fancy orthopedics, you'll order them from the U.S., but you'll just order them from Amazon or whatever. You just have to know your sizes. That's the biggest thing is you can't walk into a shop and get sized very easily because everyone has different sizes, like their sizes vary. Sorry to be eating soup on the show, but it's so good. Individual says, be careful. There's tourist predators like everywhere. Positive says, where do I find communities and which ones? Looking for intelligent people whom to bring each other up. I mean, everywhere. Thank you, Digital. I'm very aware of my surroundings and self. I have to be. John says, get your shoes from the U.S., especially if your feet are big like mine. Big shoe sizes just aren't available. Same, I wear a 14. Even custom made, they can't do. Everybody says, oh, just get them custom made. I did. I went all over. The shoemakers themselves said that the what's it called, the last that is required, the actual form for the shoes of my size is not available in the country, so no one will be able to make it because that doesn't exist. You can make up to a 13, but not a 14. And a 13, we tried, and my foot doesn't fit in it. Like, it sounds like, I can't shit it. No. Crushes my foot. Just bit my lip. Yep. But I can go on Amazon. I know my shoe sizes with... am I bleeding? With the shoe makers that I use, I can just order them, have my shoes sent right down. Amazon and mail delivery are not available in many places in Nicaragua. Their address system is whack. That should not be the case. Where are you unable to get Amazon? I can get it anywhere in the country, anytime. I think. But I've never heard of someone who had any problem. was just going to ask that. Thank you. So where are you having problems getting delivery? And how? How is Cargo Trans struggling to find you? You can't get regular letters from your family overseas. Oh, no. Well, you never do that. You do that in no country ever, right? I've lived in Spain. You can't do that. That's a given, right? You do not send letters. But if you're getting a package from Amazon, no problem. You go right to your door. And if you put the letters in the package, which is what we do, it goes right to your door. You never use the mail system, right? That's why you use the delivery. Everything works, but you have to know how to do it. You never use a mail service in another country. You never use mail service between countries. That's a worldwide thing. There's a couple countries like the US and UK where you can ship mail between them. But worldwide, you do not have mail delivery places. It's because even the change between them. Like US going to Bolivia, Bolivia never receives the package, right? It disappears on the US side. But if you're doing the Nicaragua way to get your letters, no one has a problem. And delivery companies may cut you off? What? You're running into some very unique problems here. I mean, there's only one delivery company. Cargo Trans delivers everywhere in the country. It's the only real system. And they're not perfect, but they do go everywhere and really fast. I've been waiting over a month to have this soup, so sorry that I'm eating on the show. When is the peak low season to fly to Nicaragua? I'm not actually sure. I feel like we're coming up on it, like towards the end of the year, or maybe like around May. Wesley says, I have sent 3 different birthday cards to women I know in Managua, and they were all delivered through the regular mail service, USPS. I would definitely normally avoid that. It can work. Not a recommended process. Yeah, Pinolero works, Nicabox, Envios Fast Tracks, who I use, Optima. There's so many. And it doesn't just come to your door. It's cheaper than getting it in the U.S. And if you need even cheaper, you can send things on the chicken buses, but it's a pain. There are not workarounds. So, yes, the mail service is a workaround. Everything's a workaround except for using the freight forwarders. That is the mail system in Nicaragua. If you try to work around it, you will perceive problems. But if you use the Nika system, you will have it super reliable, right? That is the one system that's supposed to work because it is who handles the import for you because it's international. So it's just living internationally, things you have to know. Whether I'm in Bolivia or Argentina, Spain, it doesn't matter. It's always the same. But that's a great thing. Super reliable, super cheap, one system, very straightforward. Most people don't even know that a postal service exists here, but it's like in the U.S., right? Like it doesn't really exist anymore. 3 years in a row, some years ago, I sent a letter to a woman in Costa Rica. I guess I meant there's no postal system. Correct, but the U.S. doesn't have a working postal system either, right? I've had so many letters not delivered over the years in the U.S. It's just, there was a time when I was little when the U.S. had a working postal system, but postal systems are a legacy. Worldwide, that's a 40-year ago thing, and I mean 40 plus. The U.S. and the U.K. were among the last because they were dedicated to postal services. Most countries never saw that as a thing. But a postal service has no business with international anything. It can work, but you're 100% just taking your chances. The assumption as an expat is that anything you send by post to another country will not make it. Maybe it's not guaranteed not to make it, but you have to assume. There's nothing to suggest it'll make it. In country, Nicaraguans do not use the postal service. That is not a thing. Nicaraguans ship to each other with cargo trans if they want it to go door to door, and they ship by the buses if they want to do something super cheap and cumbersome, and people travel to the buses. But that's how Nicaraguans move things around the country. If you're bringing in something from another country, you need a way to get it in. The postal system, you're relying on a handoff that happens in international territory, so there's zero assumption that anything will make it. USPS, they demarcate at the edge of the United States. Nicaragua's postal service demarcates at the edge of Nicaragua. In between, your stuff disappears. No one's at fault. Ha. Right? People steal it. No one's at fault. There's zero accountability, zero assumption of delivery, and zero traceability. If you want to move something into a foreign country, if you're in a foreign country, you want to move something in from a foreign country, you use what's called a freight forwarder. And the reason is because it is the only time that you have a company inside the country that you're in that is on the hook for actually getting it to you and has accountability outside for the transfer between the countries. They're actually getting handed it from someone saying, I've received it, right? So like Amazon, in my case, NVO's Fast Track, Amazon hands it to them. They get a signature, right? There's a point of handover, and Amazon says, we gave it to them, here's their signature, and they go, we got it, here's the tracking from Amazon, and then they're on the hook for it. They bring it to Nicaragua, they deal with Nicaraguan customs, and then they deal with getting it to me, or I pick it up like it's my option. But they will send it to my door anywhere in the country. I've never heard of a place that doesn't get cargo trans delivery, because cargo trans is the delivery mechanism of Nicaragua, the same way that UPS and FedEx are the delivery mechanisms of the United States, now that USPS has collapsed. So, because USPS will not go lots of places, won't go a lot of days, and is not reliable, and will not trace it. They'll just throw it away and be like, what? Right? And so that is, no matter where you are in the world, that is the reliable process when you're bringing something in, because you have to do that import. Sometimes companies can do it for you, but like if you use FedEx or UPS, you use a foreign company to bring into Nicaragua, you turn into the importer at the end of the day. Same thing with USPS. You might get lucky with letters, but the person who's receiving the letter could get in trouble for that. They could be being charged. They might have some cost. They may have some tasks they have to do. I know a lot of people, it's $50 if a letter comes into the country for you. So if you're sending letters by USPS, you may risk the person who's receiving it having to pay a lot of money to receive it. Whereas if you do stuff through the what we call proper channels, you don't have those risks. It's not just there's like, oh, you might lose things or this isn't how people do it. It is highly advised that you don't use those processes because they are not official, they are not protected, and they're not really safe. And FedEx and UPS routinely, I mean, I lost my shit with one of our business partners who kept trying to get my address and was going to ship me things on DHL. I said repeatedly, this is an aggressive scammer. They will threaten us and blackmail us in the country. Do not send it. Oh, no, they say it's going to be fine. Do not send it. I was screaming at him. I'm like, you are never allowed. We will fire you as a client if you do this. Like, this is an unacceptable thing. This is a breach of ethics to ship direct to us here. I've had employees who were tricked by U.S. companies that went around. They knew they weren't allowed to ask for their addresses, but they went to them personally. Like, oh, can I get your address? I'm going to ship you something. Ship them things, and and they claimed we're going to pay everything. So the employee's like, okay, cool. And then, this is for like work equipment. And then when the stuff actually arrived, of course, UPS or FedEx extorted them and demanded hundreds of dollars and threatened to go to the government and turn them in for trying to smuggle if they didn't pay them off. And so you never get into those situations. USPS, UPS, FedEx, if you're coming from the US, for protection against whoever's on the Nicaraguan side, never touch them. Missed your comments on the bond market and national debt. Can you give us a very brief recap, 1 to 2 sentences? Curious now. No, I was just saying that. So the majority of the national debt is carried by the bond market, which is the thing that people tend to overlook. People think bonds are good, debt is bad, but they forget that they're literally the same thing, just 2 different aspects of the exact same thing. The reason that, so as an American, a regular American who doesn't have bonds anymore likes that debt and bond market is that it's essentially a tax on the people who buy bonds and makes money for the Americans who don't buy bonds. But it's 100% voluntary. No one's forced to buy bonds. So it's kind of like the lottery. Like the lottery in New York, where I'm from, pays for education. It's a tax on people who are addicted to gambling. That's fine. 100% voluntary. They can stop if they want. They enjoy it, and they know their money goes to something positive, education. So everyone wins. That's kind of the gist. I've been to the post office in Leon. I will post a couple of pictures on Nicagram. They actually have some letter trays from USPS. I retired from the post office. The post office used to be super cool. Its time has come and gone, right? Like that's the thing. When I was a kid, I was a stamp collector. It was super interesting. But now it's, we've had to open up. When I lived in Texas, we had to open up FBI cases because constantly it takes forever. Things come like just normal letters. When my dad would send me stuff, it would take like 3 weeks to go from New York to Texas, and you're like, 3 weeks for a first class letter? This is insane. And only like 1 out of 3 would even arrive, and this went on for years. It was terrible. And so that was we just couldn't use it living in the U.S. And that was 15 years ago, 20 years ago. Oh my gosh, is that right? Yeah. Between 15 and 20 years ago, it was unusable at that point, and then past that point, the only thing that they did in the U.S. was deliver trash. Right, literally, we were not voluntarily participating in mail delivery. Everything that came in the mail was trash. Like literally, they would just leave piles of trash on our yard, and we'd be like, "Wait, how do you stop this?" Like, you can't. It's a private company that bought the right to deliver trash to your door. It's super weird. But it's interesting that there's I've never seen the post office. Janet has talked about it. She's been there. But that's cool. Coastal Girl says, hello there. Elizabeth, do I really have to bother with the 7-day pre-arrival form? I don't even think that's a real thing. No, you certainly don't. Wesley says, that's not true. Letters go through all the time. I send my bills through the Postal Service. They always make it. I just retired 2 years ago. I worked there 18 years. What you're saying is wrong. I can tell you, our delivery was so bad that it was not even an attempt. Like, they have agreements with all the different countries for sending things through the Postal Service. Having lived all over the world, those agreements are not honored. 100% not honored. They can say anything they want. They're definitely lying. Maybe it goes through sometimes. I have a 100% loss shipment record with USPS abroad. Janet says, hey, Scott, what's the best way to send papers to the U.S. Embassy in Costa Rica? Regional Security Unit is there. I can't believe they would make you send it there and not just drop it off in Managua at the embassy and have them do it through their inter-embassy mail, but I don't know. Base 1 says, freight forwarder is the way. Positive Vibe, what do you recommend going out to protect from pickpockets or protection? Dress code, what about cheap jewelry or a ring with gold? Will I be a target, hire bodyguard? I mean, never wear jewelry anywhere ever is my general rule. Like, I don't know why it exists. I think jewelry is crazy. Like, I understand 1,000 years ago or 500 years ago, whatever, jewelry was used by women as a way to carry wealth when they weren't allowed to have bank accounts and investments and stuff, which actually until pretty recently was a thing. And in Europe, like sometimes existed into like World War II. And in cases like World War II, women would use jewelry to like be able to pay a bribe and be smuggled over a border or something. Like, that stuff makes sense. I understand that stuff. But outside of that, using jewelry ever, I think is just a horrendous idea. Like, I have a wedding ring. Like, that's different. But outside of, like, a wedding ring, I think I mean, if you want to wear, like, costume jewelry that's not worth really anything, sure. Like, if it looks nice, great. But if the goal is to have something expensive on you, I can't think of any situation in life where you'd ever want that to happen. Wearing money is conceptually a horrible idea. It will always put you at risk no matter what. Even if the risk is just accidentally losing it, right? Certainly in a country that is super poor, wearing money is even less advised than if you're in Manhattan going to an expensive club, but which is more dangerous. Certainly the Manhattan expensive club, but still bad ideas. Dress code. Mostly going out in Nicaragua, you can wear whatever you want. For men, they understand that expats are going to wear shorts. We get hot, but it's normal for Nicaraguans, even going out dancing. You're normally in jeans or some kind of dress pants. Not dress pants, but pants. For women, generally you can wear anything, right, from jeans and a t-shirt to mini dresses and mini skirts. Like, this is a very liberal country, beyond your wildest dreams, so you can pretty much wear anything. I was out at the bar the other night, and some girl felt she was too conservatively dressed. She just took off her clothes and just danced in her underwear. A ring with gold should be fine, because people do have, everyone's got a wedding ring, so no one's looking at that. Also, it's hard to get a wedding ring off, right? It's not like dangles that could just be grabbed, or a necklace that could be ripped off. So that kind of stuff's fine. But dress codes for women are really flexible. You will be comfortable being super conservative, right? Oh, I just feel like wearing jeans. I don't want anyone to look. Or really, really dressed to the nines in heels and stuff. A lot of people don't wear heels because sidewalks are very uneven, even in good areas. You often have very uneven ground. Hold on, I gotta let a dog in. So for personal safety reasons, they're less popular. We always joke in Nicaragua that our number one perpetrator of violent crime is the sidewalk itself. That's what's going to get you in so many cases. Ooh, how many dogs are hitting things? Hi. You're going to twist an ankle. You're going to fall. That's a lot of stuff. But yeah, you're really flexible. Wesley says, that's not true. You can track packages if you use express mail or registered mail all the way to the point of delivery. I have tried that, and they just don't do it. You pay for it, but they don't provide it. Trust me, I've tried it. I know they tell you that you can do that, but it's not real. At least not reliable. If they want to make the package disappear, they do. And you could ask, we got other viewers who have shipped things to other countries, and they just go, nope, we have no tracking. Right? You paid for tracking, and a $1,000 object is now gone. And we got nothing. No handoff, no nothing. Purely just threw it away. Or we know they stole it, but they will tell you anything you want to hear, but it's not actually provided when the rubber hits the road. I don't believe you about you having letters not delivered all the time. That is absolutely not true. It 100% is. Like, that's my problem, is that the USPS lied about everything. They lie about tracking, they lie about the cost, they lie about the delivery, and at the end of the day, we just didn't get stuff all the time. And when we did get it, super late. But we've got packages with no tracking going to Bolivia that they still claim are in process. It's been 5 years, right? Bolivia says it's never been received. US says we don't track packages. That's their answer, right? And so you can say they track them, but they say they don't, even though you paid for tracking. Has Nicaragua relaxed importing drones? No, there's no drones, period. Wesley says, this is absolutely not true, Scott. The Postal Service delivers 6 days a week. What? Not in Texas. Limited Saturday hours, vary by location. It's been a while. There was a time they were taking that away where we were living that we didn't get Saturday delivery. What's the safest way to kill a scorpion? Just step on it with shoes. And Digital says, sorry, that is absolutely not true in the U.S. It may get privatized. It's a critical service. Digital will replace most. It's not may get privatized. USPS was privatized some time ago. It was actually, so it's like Amtrak. So it's privatized in a really weird way that's like kind of private, but it's officially privatized some time ago. I remember it was a big deal because we're like, that's not really something you can privatize. But it's only like kind of privatized, right? As with any utility, like hospitals aren't truly private. Power isn't truly private. It's just kind of private. They just act like it's private. Yeah, USPS is still in a semi-officially government, but privatized as to like management or something. It's complicated. The Mexicans always sent packages through mail service, and they were always delivered. How do you know that? Like, is that what they tell you? Is that what the USPS told you? Like, why do you think that it's so reliable when Americans are so consistently not getting stuff? It's critical to the government. Is it? Wesley says billions of packages to go through the postal service from China. Okay. Based on, I work in finance with clients all over the world. What you're saying about the postal service is 100%. Which one of us is 100%? Digital says, and financial transactions. I was lined up all day sending international packages. I was a clerk for the USPS. What you're saying is pure BS. They lied to you. I can't tell you enough. You've been lied to. They tricked you. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, you may have processed them all day long, but people elsewhere were not tracking them and stealing them. Right? Maybe, like, I'm not saying that the jobs didn't exist. I'm not saying that there isn't a USPS. And nothing you're saying, like, how do you know that they're actually getting there? You say you sent them. You're stating things that don't make any sense with the context. I'm not saying that the central office didn't send it. I'm saying that the USPS on the edge didn't deliver it or track it. They stole it. I'm not saying it was you that stole it, but the USPS did steal it. And then... So unless you personally spoke to the people who are receiving it all the time, and unless you're personally doing the tracking, you can't make any of those statements based on your observation, right? Just because you're a clerk in the middle, well, of course that exists because it's too visible. It's when it gets to the edge, when you're doing the handoff between the U.S. and another country, there's no tracking at that point. They can simply say, well, we don't have any tracking, which is what they do. Literally is what we were told by the USPS. So you're calling the USPS a liar, right? So, okay, but you're defying the USPS itself, the official word, and saying that because you transferred it to a person, that they can't have stolen it or they must have tracked it. But that does not imply that at all. Nothing from your observation that you're giving would suggest those things are something you would have observation of. It doesn't make them true or not true. It just means that the position that you're mentioning wouldn't have the slightest insight unless you had some additional mechanism to track those things. And if they stop tracking them, how do you know they've stopped tracking? Right? That's the thing. When you're the recipient, you're watching that tracking going, where's this package? Where's this package? And then it vanishes. And then they say, we don't track it anymore when you question and try to get insurance. Hold on, someone's asking me a question. My chat's closed. Oh, everything just scrolled by. Hold on. Oh, nope. I went too far. Walmart earrings, not expensive jewelry. Oh, yeah, no, that stuff's fine. Marco says, being that you lived in many places, have you decided Nicaragua was your stopping point, and why? Oh, yeah, we decided this was our stopping point long ago. Sorry, got a couple people asking me questions for work. Let's make sure. Okay, just asked the questions I needed to ask, and we're back. Yeah, Nicaragua is where we decided to be. So for a lot of reasons, a lot of it's culture. It just felt like the right place. A big thing for us, because we lived in Europe for a long time, is that living in Europe, everything is so polished. Everything is so structured. Everything is it's just so much, right? Which is partially what makes Europe so cool. Beautiful architecture, perfectly maintained streets. Everybody is on the same program doing all this stuff. But it's also what makes it constrained, and it feels very fake. And it's more like being just a little bit, just a tiny bit, like being in Disney World. Everything is about following policy and being someone who doesn't like a whole bunch of every moment of my life being controlled. It just doesn't feel great. And there's no good way to put this, but a lot of people agree that when you come to Latin America, everything just feels more real. It's like you're actually part of the culture, whereas in Europe, it's like everyone's putting on a play of the culture. There's a ton of ruins and museums, but ultimately everything is a big company manufacturing everything. There's so much government control of everyday life, so much big business control of everyday life, so much big business control of the government. You can't just go around trying out new ideas, starting a little business. Everything requires deep pockets and connections and knowledge of very complex things. It's like, and I'm not saying this is bad, but they regulate the power plugs for personal devices. They regulate every single piece of life. And getting into most markets requires big companies, right? So it's and if you get into like Romania or whatever, a lot of that starts to diminish. But if you're in big parts of Europe, and I have friends who run businesses there, and they're, every little thing, it's like, oh, you could do this so much better. They're like, yeah, but the government doesn't allow us to make business decisions. Everything's ruled by policy, by someone who doesn't know anything about business and doesn't care about profits, because some company came along, paid them a bunch of money, and now you have to do this thing. So, I'm not saying that's what happened with power plugs, but you can imagine the USB consortium, this is certainly not what happened, came by and said, oh, we want everyone to pay us for USB. USB is actually free, so they're not doing that. But if they came along and said, we're just going to pay you to make all other plugs go away so we make money on every plug, that's the kind of thing that's going on everywhere. And I've talked to people in like Cameroon, which is still under some French law. And they said one of the things, they're not allowed to pay for advice. They have to buy physical products, and if advice comes with that purchase, then they're allowed to get it. But they can't pay for expertise. And so if the thing they need to know is how to do something without buying something, they have to know how to do it. They're not allowed to pay for knowledge, because being smart is actually codified as bad under the law that they derived from France. And they don't have freedom of speech in France, right? You can't speak out against really basic things. And so it's so constrained as a society, and that's not all bad. That gives them a lot of advantages. There's a lot of wonderful things in Europe. I loved living in Europe, right? I like it way better than the U.S. Greece, Spain, some of them are just absolutely fantastic. Even the places I liked least, I still liked an awful lot. But when you compare that to Latin America, it's like a breath of fresh air. It's like, oh my gosh, yes, the roads are crazy, and there's so much less control, and things are just wild and nuts, but you're so much more a part of everything. It's like you get to be a part of society. You get to watch a place actually have a culture rather than putting on a play about a culture. That's the biggest difference, right? In Nicaragua, when they talk about, the indigenous community, I live in that indigenous community, right? It's everywhere. And the names, the language, the culture, the food, it's all still going on. And it's not going on this is the weekend, so it's Indigenous Day on Sundays, and so we all eat. So no, it's part of every moment of every day. The culture's actually there. But if I went and did the same thing in Europe, it would be, we live this very generic life Monday through Saturday, and on Sundays we get dressed up and pretend we have some connection to a culture we don't remember. That's an extreme way of putting it, but that's the feeling difference. Is one, you live in a place that still has active culture, and in the other, the culture is long gone and they're going through the motions. And so Latin America is just so much better. We lived in Panama before here. Absolutely love Panama. Panama is fantastic. And being there was so nice, but it was a very small country, quite expensive, and had a little bit of that European feel. Partially because there's just so many foreigners who live there, and that's not bad. Someone needs to be. They're kind of the linchpin of Latin America, so they serve an important role, but it also gets watered down in a lot of ways. And so when we left Panama, we were like, okay, where should we go to next? Well, obviously not Costa Rica, right? That goes without saying. So both my wife and I are like, well, the next place like physically on the map is Nicaragua, and both of us had remembered, and this is ridiculous, but we both remembered having seen an episode of House Hunters International years before, like 10 years before, about Nicaragua, but I'm pretty sure it was San Juan del Sur, and both of us at the time had been just like, wow, it's so interesting. That was not at all what we were expecting of Nicaragua. Wow, and we discussed it. Not moving there, just discussed, wow, we were both just blown away by that was not what we were expecting Nicaragua to look like. We just didn't have a picture of it, right? Not that we had a different picture. We just had no picture of it, which is what most people have. Nothing, right? It's a void. And so when the opportunity came up, I was like, yeah, why not Nicaragua? We were just looking for the next place. And then my wife found this beautiful place, Casa de Arcos in Granada, and she showed me pictures, and I'm like, hell yeah, get that house. I was like, how much is that house? Yeah, it was cheaper than where we had been in Europe. Had a pool in the middle of the house, right in the tourist area of the city. We're like, we never do that. Let's do this. And so we moved to this beautiful house in Granada, and did not like Granada that much. Did not like being in the tourist zone. Did not like paying so much for a house once we figured out how much everything was. And after all of that, we were like, wow, this is the right country for us, but this is the wrong house in the wrong city in the wrong part of the city. And it took us a while. We went other places and still tried things out for a while, but I was back not too much later, and we had invested in the country at that point. We started we had an office here. And so we were always connected. From the time we first visited, it just became a place that we invested as a business. And then I was back not that much later with some friends, actually helping a friend who lives here now and might be on the show right now, move down. And my best friend came down with me, and she and I were just like, this is the place that we should be. Like, this is so fantastic. And she and I had been to Africa together. We lived in Spain together. And we lived in Texas together. And we were like, this is the right spot. And so I went back and talked to my wife, and I'm like, you know what? We've been back to Texas, and I'm like, we've been using Texas as a home base. We know we don't want to be here. This makes no sense. Nicaragua is cheap, safe. It's where we love. We know we like it. Why is that not our home base? It doesn't stop us from traveling. It lets us travel more if that's what we want to do. There's no negatives. There's just all positives, and compared to any other choice we had come up with. And so it took a few weeks, and for some reason it had never occurred to her that we could live on the ocean. And she's like, wait, we can live on the ocean? I'm like, what are you talking about? Of course we can live on the ocean. And so we moved down basically as fast as we could and made it permanent. So, was there a huge moment where it was like, this is the place we need to be? No, it kind of happened over time. There was a lot of combinations, but we had always felt this connection to Nicaragua somehow. And when I came back with my bestie, she and I connected so much with the country, and we're just like, oh, this is the right spot. Now she ended up having to move to Belgium for a bunch of stuff, but it really hit how much I was home when I came back, and it was like, no, I don't want to not be home anymore. That was kind of my moment. Janet says, well, since the government downsized the embassy, all the Central America has to deal with the FBU Foreign Benefits Unit in Costa Rica. I mean, I get that. I'm surprised that our locals don't send to it, though. Like, isn't that what they do? I have no idea how do you send to them otherwise. I mean, Wesley would say just use the post office. Maybe that works. At least Nicaragua and Costa Rica are on a shared agreement for so many things. Maybe that's one of them. But it doesn't feel like the right way. Like, is there going to be some official tracking? Is the U.S. going to recognize that? I don't feel like they would. Nor should they, right? They have their own mail service. I would think that you give it to our local embassy, they stamp it as received, and they have a package that I bet they drive between them. Well, they probably fly, but something like that. I don't know. Base One says, so I shouldn't wear my Rolex at the bar. I would not recommend it. I often don't wear anything. I don't normally wear much, but I take everything off except my wedding ring when I go to the bar. Why is it so hard to get passports renewed from Nicaragua in other countries? Do you mean Nicaraguan passports? Because they don't have embassies places. They don't have the resources for it. The U.S. is not unique, but it's relatively unique in that there are U.S. embassies nearly everywhere and with deep pockets. So their ability to make passports abroad is very, very good. Nicaragua is a tiny country with almost no embassies. So they just don't have mechanisms for that, right? There's not a spot to get it. Like, where would you physically get it? And how would they get it there and all kinds of stuff. Janet says, and they want proof of life papers delivered in the U.S. mail, won't accept FedEx in Washington. You can send another way to Costa Rica, not your local embassy, they tell us. Page 1, roads and sidewalks, 100%. Individual says, the man want to know your legal address here. Well, you have to have the legal address. That's not a problem. It's on everything. Janet says, you guys remember that in the U.S., different states function differently in many ways. Oregon seemed to have good postal service, and my daughter and son-in-law work at the airport post office incoming. Yeah, Texas was really bad. When I lived in New York, it worked, but in Texas, it did not. Wesley says, I was talking to thousands of people through my postal career. You're the only one that has talked like that. I've never met anyone who said they had good, reliable delivery. That's crazy. Well, I can tell you, Alan has been on here and has had problems with the mail service. Jan says, I totally believe Texas was cutting corners. My dad, actually, when he was in college, had the FBI raid his college because the local USPS delivery guy was stashing packages in a piano at his university. Why they didn't destroy them, I have no idea. And was stealing money out of them when they were, because people used to send cash and stuff. He got arrested. Like, they did stuff to protect the mail, but it was hundreds of people didn't get mail because that one guy was stealing it. Very isolated situation and long ago. Are dogs allowed in restaurants or bars and stores? In most cases, yes. Dogs are pretty much everywhere. Alan says USPS is garbage. Not sure how anyone doesn't understand that. I send priority 2 to 3 day mail, and it's lucky if it gets there in a 1 week. Wesley says that's absolutely not true. They were delivering 6 days a week because it's the law. Everything went flying. Alan says anything less than priority most likely won't arrive even in the U.S. Sometimes it arrives without even being scanned. I've had that happen, that you get it and it didn't go through the system. Tony says, no, I lived in Maryland, 5-day delivery, and I mailed a card 18 miles, took 2 months to get there. Yep. Alan says it's broken. None your business. I'm back out in the car. Alan says mail from U.S. to Nicaragua may arrive, but it's going to take a month or so. Wesley says, so explain to me why would have to repeat international customers sending packages internationally on a regular basis. Yeah, if you are lucky. I mean, some people it comes, some people it doesn't. We're not saying 100% don't make it through. And some people think that's what they're supposed to do. They don't know any better. Indigenous says, so someone from the U.S. can send me a computer and will go straight through to my address in, say, Matagalpa. If you ship correctly, absolutely, without the slightest problem. Is that even a question? Janet says, I also agree that when the item leaves the U.S. by mail, the tracking is lost. Wesley says, we have repeat customers that would come back weekly to send packages again. Yes, I can make those statements because I repeat. Yes, but Wesley, you said that no one's ever said this before, but every single American on this channel is saying the same thing. They're all saying we have that the tracking gets lost, the packages don't make it through, that things take a long time. All of them. How do you think that all Americans seem to have the same thing except for the people who worked at the USPS? Yes, you're going to have repeat customers. There may be a path that works. One repeat customer does not even indicate, right? What you're saying, though, is basically, so for USPS to be valuable, you need to lose less than 1%, right? It should be far less than 1%. If 1% are lost, it's 100% broken. Completely and utterly broken. Even if you're losing 1%, that means you're going to have customers who are getting it through and customers who are not. That you get repeat customers tells you only that it could work sometimes. You don't use that as an example unless you're missing that it only takes a handful of people not getting their packages for the system to be broken, and you cannot make the claim. So you're not giving examples that tell us that there's some working system. It sounds like exactly what we would expect, right? You're making us feel more like you know that things aren't going through, or you'd be not mentioning these things. You'd be mentioning how there's mechanisms to ensure tracking could never be lost, right? All these are the lengths they go through. Not somebody got lucky, so they kept doing it. Did they do it forever or just until they lost a package? Did you get informed every time someone didn't keep being a customer? Or do you only see the customers that you keep getting? When I worked on Wall Street, we had an HR department that would go and tell people that they didn't want to have work there, that it was a terrible work environment, or we weren't going to pay as much as they thought or whatever. And those people would never officially enter the system. So we were, as a company, literally turning down something like 50% of applicants. But we were turning them down before they actually applied. So our internal systems said 100% success through the system. Not really, but 100% were tracked, according to us. It was only when someone had a friend try to go through and they didn't end up in the system and the person from our department called them. It's like, why didn't you apply? He's like, I did. And they're like, you're not in the system. They're like, oh, well, HR told me all these things, so I didn't continue. And they're like, they said what? And that's when we found out that someone was running a scam. It was intentionally creating a system where certain people were never making it into the system, but the people on the inside had no way to know because they only saw the applicants that went through a certain level. And that's what you're saying to us here is you see people who are repeat customers. And we would expect that. So that tells us nothing, unless if you said, the only thing you could say is we never got repeat customers, and then we would go, wow, it's worse than we thought. Because we assumed you're getting repeat customers. We assume it's still going through at least 50% of the time, if not 80% of the time. And that would mean you would get repeat customers on a regular basis, but eventually they would drop off unless they had paths that just always worked, right? And unless you're saying it went to every country, we're not saying that every country doesn't work. I even said places like the UK and Canada, they work reliably, but places like Spain did not, even though Spain has internally a really big, powerful post office. But coming to Bolivia, 100% loss, right? Going to other places I've dealt with, we have 100% loss, right? And some places like Texas, we just had, 50%, it's 60% loss. And it got a little bit better after we opened FBI investigations into the USPS, but we had to do that, right? And it still was really bad and still took forever. So we shouldn't have to explain why you would have repeat customers. That's a given. Our question would be, why do you feel that in any way gives credence to the USPS working? It only gives credence to the fact that the USPS isn't just a shell with nothing whatsoever. Right, that's not what we're claiming. And like I said, 40 years ago when I was a kid, USPS worked. We used to ship internationally. Back then, things actually went. We used to send letters, to people in different states, and they would routinely get them in 48 hours. That all went away throughout my 20s and 30s, right? That world left. No, we're not saying it didn't exist. We're not saying that no piece of it still exists. So there's absolutely nobody doesn't think that there's going to be some people who are repeat customers. But that does nothing to say that the problems we're mentioning aren't still expected or likely, right? It just doesn't provide that. So the question is, why are you bringing it up? Tracking is lost. Repeat customers would come back. Blah blah blah. I can make those statements because no, you can't make those statements because that's not a logical progression. I will send you 3 different birthday card pictures that women sent to me after she received the birthday card. Okay, you found a path and maybe you know right people. That's great that something makes it through. That's more than we were expecting. Can you also get all of them to verify that they got it for free? That's also important. And Digital says, cool observation, I understand. Is it easy to order an electric bike, scooter, thanks in advance? You can pick them up at the stores. I don't know about ordering. But you can order them from the US and just have them delivered, of course. Because where else would you order them from? Oh, you could order them from China, of course. That Europe comment was awesome, Nika. No, you're welcome. I don't really care about mail. None of your business. Pool in the house like in Josie Mar. What pool did Josie Mar have? His current house doesn't have a pool. Oh, no. His was in the courtyard. Ours was actually in the living room. Alan says the Social Security Division in Costa Rica often visits the Nicaragua embassy. They visit, but do they accept mail that way? Larry says, are you having a contest tonight so I can win back the $200 it's costing to fix my truck tomorrow? Oh, that sucks. Janet says, I double-checked you could send FedEx to the U.S., but it costs a ton. Oh, yeah, you can do it. You can send it here, too, but then they extort you when it arrives. That's my fear with sending USPS is the $50 letter fee apply to packages arriving that way? And they don't charge it 100% of the time. So the question is it a risk? Because I know people who get letters through freight forwarders and don't get charged the $50 until they get caught, and then they do. And so that's my worry, is that if you're sending those letters, are the people receiving them getting hit with that $50 fee or worse? But I don't expect the worse. But is that something they have to buy? But there is no denying that Nicaragua will change, possibly extremely. Be aware it is impossible to predict, hopefully for the best. Wesley says, will you tell me why I would have to repeat international? I did say, and it shouldn't come up as a question because it should be so obvious that stating that doesn't tell us a single thing. Supposedly still at the Alan said, supposedly still at the post office, no customer ever requested it to be held. This is just 1 month ago. Hundreds, if not thousands, of repeat customers were happy with the Postal Service. That, again, tells us you are reinforcing what we're saying. Why would you say those things if you had faith that there was actually evidence that the system works reliably? You wouldn't point out that there's thousands. We would expect if the system worked reliably, there would be millions of repeat customers. They would all be repeat customers. We would be repeat customers. So you can say, why this? But I need you to explain to me, one, why would you make that claim that clearly doesn't support your theory? It doesn't disprove your theory, but it doesn't support it in the slightest. And why did our packages not arrive? You're denying, and this is the problem we have with the USPS. They just ignore you when there's a problem, right? Oh, well, we just don't track your package. That's what happens to lost packages. They just choose not to track those. And then they say, well, maybe we never got it. Oh, handy, isn't it? Now it's not in the system. So now the people who did get tracked and it goes through, it looks statistically good because they control the statistics and don't have to show the ones that didn't go out, right? I said that because you said, how would I know they got it delivered on the other end? I said, how would you know they got it delivered without being charged? Right? I understand they said they got it. But the fear is that they get charged for receiving it or could be charged for receiving it because we've always been told it's a $50 fee for receiving foreign correspondence. How can I send goods from Nicaragua to the U.S.? Well, like Janet said, FedEx maybe. I do not know of a process to send it. You can always work with an exporter. You can always hire a ship. You can always do that stuff. But just sending like a box of things, nobody seems to know. There's almost none of that going on, so it's a really rare thing. People don't normally want to do that. I mean, almost always someone wants to do a little bit sometime. But nearly everyone has someone who's flying up with luggage. And so there's almost always a workaround that's so easy that the actual number of people who don't have the workaround and actually really want to send something, it becomes a slip through the cracks kind of thing. So it's not something I've seen. People have solved it, obviously. And there are manufacturing companies that are doing that stuff. How do you send a letter back? I have never in my adult life wanted to send a letter. I don't know. I don't know why anyone would do that. I don't want to receive letters. I don't want to send letters. I want nothing to do with letters. How would you return a computer? You absolutely do not. Because you'd be importing to the U.S. Imagine the tariffs. Like, it would be insane. Like, you can't do that if you're doing with the U.S. If you're working with China, you could do that in theory, but the cost of shipping would be still pretty high. But to the U.S., it's unthinkable. For Thofnova. I'm not sure what that... Aloha. Well, welcome. Jan says, I want to find a cheaper way to send to Costa Rica. If I send a message to the Costa Rican unit, I bet they say no. Maybe I just ask the Nicaraguan embassy. I would ask the Nicaraguan embassy. It seems like the way to go. I get my retirement through OPM, which I'm sure is government agency, not private. That's probably true. I don't know them. OPM.gov. That's definitely government. Oh, Office of Personnel Management, of course. The Postal Service handles 289 million international packages per year. Does that include all the ones that are lost or not? Right? Like, you're throwing out things that don't tell us anything. But why do you throw them out? Because if you throw out something that doesn't give any evidence, it just makes it sound like you know there's a problem and are trying to avoid it. Right? And I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm saying throwing out non-evidence as if it's evidence is a behavior that reinforces to people that you don't believe in what you're saying. Like, what does handling 289 million international packages, according to them, mean? We already know they've lied to us. So are they lying about that number? Maybe. Does that number include the ones that they're not delivering? Maybe. Or do they simply not include those? How would they include them if they aren't tracking them? That's part of our complaint, is that they're lying about them existing after they've had them in the system. They remove them. So we would assume that that number would disappear from the system too. So the issue is, they say they're handling 289 million. First of all, that's just international. Like I said, if you're going to Canada or England, we expect that to make it through. How many of those are going to places that are difficult countries, right? Are not these tight partner countries? If you just lump it all together, I assume you're avoiding the issue. I assume it's admission that you know there's an issue. So come up with things. If you want to provide evidence, absolutely do so. But you're coming up with evidence against people who have proof that it's not true. So we know you're not able to come up with that evidence because it can't exist. We've all witnessed it. We all know people who witness it. It's the norm. It's the expected when you live in these countries that there's going to be these problems. Right? We talk about it all the time. No one's ever tried to claim that USPS worked in these countries before. Right? This is a shocking revelation that they've convinced someone that it actually works reliably. Like, wow, how did they get you to think that? Right? And why are these things in your mind arguing that it's reliable? The number of packages that they handle is a meaningless number. Meaningless. It's like someone recently kept trying to tell us that the parts per million were too high in water. And we said, the parts per million of what? Of air? Of dust? Of salt? They couldn't tell us. They knew a measurement, but they didn't know how to make it mean something. Maybe they meant some particular particulate that was dangerous. Then that would be bad, right? Potentially. What if it was arsenic? Well, the parts per million being so high would definitely be bad. But they couldn't tell us what the thing was or why it was bad. They just had the measurement. It's kind of like saying, but there's too many miles per hour. Too many miles per hour for what? Too many miles per hour walking or in a car or in a plane or a meteor going by are completely different scales. And we don't know what the problem is. It's just a unit of measurement. And that's the problem, is we're getting numbers and statements and return customers, but they don't have any context, nor can they, right? Because the number of customers that they get total, the number that go through, the number that are tracked, the number that are lost, if they're known by anybody, are only known by the USPS. And the one thing we've all said is part of the problem is that they lie to us. We've all been lied to. Oh, we don't track that. We track only when it already arrives. So there's no trust. The USPS has burned its integrity. So any number you get from them is not something you can repeat with integrity. That's part of the problem. So we have to have external measurements that say this many things goes in, this many things is coming out. And how do you measure that? That's very difficult. There's no agency that does that. And that is part of the point, that nobody can claim to know. What we know for fact is that all of us have had problems receiving packages. That's our fact. We also know that the USPS can't know what's been received. They can't. They don't have tracking on it. I don't mean just internally. When they hand it off to someone, they don't have that tracking mechanism to the endpoint. So it's being handed off at a demarcation that's not being tracked. So we know for a fact the USPS cannot say how reliable the overall system is. So if there's a claim that it's reliable, we know that that must be a lie. Not that the answer is false, but that no one knows it's true. It's similar to the problem we have with real estate in Nicaragua. People say, well, someone must know, because they're convinced that they must, what the value of property is. But the government itself doesn't know. There's no entity that does. We can do a lot to approximate, we can do a lot to guess, we can do a lot to hypothesize, and we can get, we believe, pretty accurate over time with a lot of work. But what we know for fact is that the actual sale prices of properties in Nicaragua is not known to any entity in Nicaragua and to no entity worldwide with any volume. And so the Nicaraguan government is in the same boat. Do they have more information than us? Yes, they have more information than us. That is true. But do they have the kind of information we expect them to have because we're used to how the U.S. has information on some of this stuff? No. Now you can say, well, the U.S. doesn't have exact proof of every transaction ever either. That's true. But they have really high accuracy, really deep knowledge of nearly all transactions. And Nicaragua has only reasonable small-scale insight into extremely rare small-scale transactions. And the majority of transactions, they don't have even a ballpark. And sometimes they don't even know that the transactions happen. Right? The difference is one has this tiny margin of error, and the other is almost entirely the margin of error. Right? It's kind of like I saw a statement recently where in the global census, I think it's Finns from Finland, make up something like 0.85% of the global population, but all measurements within the global population are plus or minus 1%, which means that the entire population of Finland exists within the margin of error. And that's the kind of problem we have with real estate in Nicaragua, is that the government's measurements are all within its margin of error. Now, the USPS is probably not that dramatic, but even the USPS can't have the kind of information to know just how reliable it is. It depends on trusting reports from people on the outside that say we have not received things. But we also know that they take measurements, they take real effort to deny those claims when it happens. And so we expect that the USPS will simply say, no, you didn't give us that package, or there was some problem with the delivery, or whatever. And then we expect them to give false information. Well, whatever. So any claim coming from the USPS cannot be trusted, both because we know they do not have integrity and they are not they're not trustworthy, but also they don't necessarily have the insight. So it's just in that boat of, okay, if they did really good tracking, we would at least know when it was handed off somewhere. That it is not tracked to where it's handed off, that we have the problems inside the U.S., that our stuff routinely does not arrive or comes super late, gives us really high confidence that it is the USPS stealing the packages within the system and not their foreign partners. But we also assume foreign partners are doing it part of the time too. And of course, it doesn't do it 100% of the time, or they would not be able to even function and maintain the facade. But all these are the assumptions, right? And there's no evidence to the contrary, but all the evidence supports it. Right, Alan says, who cares how many they handle? Use DHK. How about packages from Europe, China, and Cuba? Of course, coming from China, you send direct. And no, you never send DHL. Ever, ever, ever. None of these. There is one process for shipping to Nicaragua. I cannot be more clear. You ship in with a freight forwarder, and shipping out, you got to figure out. I don't know. But shipping in, it's always freight forwarder. Does not matter who it is. DHL is who I threatened to fire a customer or a vendor over because they tried to send DHL, and we would not do business with anyone who would use it at this point. We had told them the dangers, and they were trying to use it anyway. Alan says, it's like going to a doctor who handles 1,000 patients per week. He kills 5% of them, but he handles a ton of patients. Exactly. DHL is pretty solid. Yes, if you're not in Nicaragua, but here you have to have a local importer. Do not use DHL. Beverly says, here's my U.S. problem that is repeated. I order something, it gets to 50 miles from my house, then reverses direction and ends up going to several places on the West Coast before it comes to the Midwest. This has happened more than once in the last 2 years. The Postal Service can't even open our community mailbox and get the letter into the correct box. Residents have to deliver the mail to each other, which is a federal crime, by the way, that they have to do that. That's a major issue, but the USPS will tell you that doesn't really happen and that you're lying. And everyone we know has that. Like my dad has the same thing in his place. Things don't work that way. None of your business. Like our CRM company says, we have repeat email issues. Yep. Wesley says, yes, and some countries charge a tax or tariff, whatever you call it, if you're sending something valuable, just like they charge you at the border, except if you do it the proper way in Nicaragua, there's no charge for that. It's if you send it improperly, then there is. You're right. Yes, there's tariffs and stuff coming into countries, but that's part of our point is that that's handled in the way that we design it to be. U.S. Postal Service, urgent action needed to fix unsustainable business model and improve service performance. March 17th, 2026, public release. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe a government announcement. Individual says, here's a workaround I have seen expats use. I live in San Juan del Sur. I have a P.O. box in Costa Rica, easy to drive anyway. But why bother when it'll come straight to you in San Juan del Sur, no problem, for super cheap? Like, I don't understand. Why have workarounds when there's nothing to work around? Who's having an issue? You've not given any evidence for what you're telling me either, other than it happened to us. So the difference is, nothing you're giving tells us that there won't be problems, not even suggest it. What we're telling you is that all of us have problems. You are relying on us being liars, and which we know we're not, which to us proves something. You can only be correct if we're lying, but nothing you're saying even disputes what we're saying. Do you see the difference? Because it should be really clear. Like, I shouldn't have to explain. You're calling us all liars. And then when you say why you feel that we're liars, you don't give something that in any way would give you that confidence. And it must be clear to you that nothing you're saying in any way supports your argument. It's not even related to it. You're saying something, where's your evidence just because you say it makes it true? Yes. What evidence can there be? I'm giving you firsthand evidence. So you're calling me a liar, right? That's what you're doing. I just want to be clear. This is you calling me a liar and calling Alan a liar and calling Beverly a liar and calling in, who else? It was several people. You're calling us all liars. Okay? Let's be black and white. You can't make that claim without doing that. Now, where's your evidence to that? And if you state the things you've said, I accept you're admitting that you're lying. Because if you give the kinds of things you're saying as if they're evidence, that to me is absolute admission that you don't believe that there's not these problems. And you don't believe that we're lying. You just are desperate to say this because I don't know why. I don't understand why you would defend the USPS. I don't know why any person would defend such an evil, corrupt entity. They are horrible, right? They do not try. They are not honest. They are bad. It's a job. We all work for shitty places. But we don't defend their immoral behavior, their thievery, their corruption, and get angry and accuse people of lying because they've been harmed by a business we worked for. Alan says, even USPS own audit reveals they don't meet standards. Exactly. Oh, the commission finds that the post office failed to meet the high quality service performance goal for 2025 with none of the targets for the 8 public performance indicators achieved. Well, he would say they're liars and you can't prove it. The government just made that up. Anyone claiming otherwise is delusional or lying, especially because we've all experienced it. But thanks, Alan, for looking that up. And what all this means, Alan, are telling me no corporation can improve on things. Okay. But we didn't all have problems. We're liars. But there's not room for, but there is room for improvement. How does that not obviously go together? It says that's why financial criminals can thrive there. The government can't monitor it. Well, that's true in certain areas in real estate, definitely, right? And like we had recently on the channel, someone actually threw a whole bunch of people. It was like yelling at me because he wanted to support Bitcoin and named names of people doing money laundering, like tons of them, big companies. He's like, these people are money laundering millions and millions of dollars. And we're like, oh, okay. Alan says, that makes 0 sense. Well, the brain surgeon kills 1 of every 10 patients, but everyone has room to improve. You don't even understand basic logic or reasoning. It's fine, don't use the postal service, but you don't quit making up. No, I will not lie to support the USPS, and you do not ask me to. I just want to be clear. I'm offended that you called me a liar, and I'm offended that you're defending an indefensible organization that is corrupt and evil. It's fine that you worked for them. That's not a problem. But your behavior with this, and no, you're not coming up with anything to defend them other than spouting random stuff and then getting angry that we were harmed by them. Right? So if that's the case, what says, you're not as government anymore, but I get my retirement through OPM. That also, no connection. I don't know what you're talking about. I get retirement through Social Security at some point, never worked for the government. I don't know what you're talking about. So again, I feel you have once again admitted that you don't have a foundation for the things you're saying. You are committed to defending it for some reason. Why? Ask yourself, what possible reason could you have for defending this in such a way and calling us liars when you have no evidence that we've lied, but we have very strong evidence that you are defending known liars? Happens repeatedly. Predictable is preventable. Oh no, in digital had problems. Jan says, go read about the post office structure. It's a hybrid government-private. Yep. Excuse me, could anyone tell me if the electric bike question was answered? I did. So you can buy them in country, but there aren't very many. And you can just order them from the US or China because we have direct shipping. So it's easy to order. You just can't order them from stores here because that's not really how things work generally. No one has like an electric bike store yet. Someone will at some point, and then you'll be able to do that, but I haven't seen one yet. Jose says, if they're trying to privatize it because of union wages, they want to turn the whole country into Walmart wages. They could just, the government could just lower the wages. Okay. Marco says, thanks for your time, Scott. I'm out. Indigenous says, me. Alan says he worked there, so he's defending it for emotion, not logic. USPS started working with UPS years ago. A lot of packages we do the last mile because it's cheaper for us to do it than it was for UPS to deliver it. I remember that, and that's when we stopped using UPS because things didn't arrive. Yeah, I worked there, and I know what's going on with it. Alan turned the 2008 fiasco. USPS was the only corporation that made money. What? Wait a minute. Now USPS is a private corporation? I thought you just said it was government. It can't be both, or it can, but that was the point, that it was partially privatized, which is what I said. Go back and play the video. They've been systematically trying to dismantle it, right? But wouldn't you expect if they're trying to do that it probably has lots of problems since long before they were trying to dismantle it? Keep poking. This is a calmish Scott right now. Just grab some popcorn. Alan says he's got to be a troll or bot, honestly. Move on, just ignore him. Please no more mail talk. Trolls be trolling. Popcorn. Get your local bar band to post their events. Oh, yes, please. Thank you, Scott. Indigenal says, I ruined this night with the mail thing. Dang, sorry. Yeah, we're all postal now. So the amazing thing, though, for Indigital is that the crazy mail addresses that we have here actually work. They get used all the time. I don't know how they work. Like, I cannot explain how they pull that off, but it really does work. And what's nuts... Oh, you would have been a great professor, I feel, for your kids. Like, the address we give to taxi drivers is different than the address we give to the to the government. But the government uses the one that postal delivery would use, or cargo trans. And but we never have mail delivery problems here. I have had cargo trans steal a package, right? So let's be honest. It's not 100% perfect. Cargo trans stole a package. We caught them immediately. They claimed we weren't home. I was sitting by the door the whole time. I know that I was home. I know that they didn't come. So we knew when they said that they were trying to steal the package. And I worked with the people who had sent it and a whole bunch of stuff. And we're pretty sure that they were not prepared for us to show up at the Cargo Trans offices like within an hour and be like, we want the truck to show up right now. You claimed that we were not home to deliver it, so we expect it to be on the truck right now. And they were like, oh, crap. And they couldn't produce the truck and they couldn't produce the package. And they know it was at someone's house. What is your deal, Scott? I haven't called anyone a liar. Oh, what? We said that there were problems with delivery. You said it didn't happen. That is what calling someone a liar is. You're the one who said it's a private company, not a government. You said it. I said it was partially. Janet said it was partially. And then you said it was the only corporation in 2008 that made money, which I don't even know what that means. But Alan says, OMG, Wes, move on, dude. Alan says, we need more events on Nicaragua in Leon. I know. And Digital says, I lived in a small communities. We just dropped things on Nika time. I liked it. I never said there was no problems with it. It just keeps on going on about it, Alan. No, Wesley, you did say. I said that there were problems with delivery, and you said that was not true. So it started with you flat out saying I lied, and that is what started this. It was, and if you're now lying about that, are there any regulations on building a home made out of clay or earth? No, there's really no regulations on anything. Nothing reasonable is regulated. Someone's going to come up with an example now, but it's just not. Regulations are like, can you wildly violate fire safety? No, that would create a problem. But if it's in any way reasonable or actually desirable, then it's fine, right? It just is. Can you have a big house? Yes. Can you have a tiny house? Yes. Can you have an underground house? Yes. Can you build a tree house? Yes, they're everywhere, right? Tree houses are famous here. How about this flying in September 8th for my big move to Leon? I will need some support to get me started with stuff. Flying in September 8th. Cool. That's soon. Here's a new subject. Is marijuana a total no-no? Legally, on the books, it's nothing like a no-no like in Texas. Like, obviously, the U.S. is terrifying. One gummy edible, one single gummy, 18 months in jail now in Texas. Totally legal last week. Now it's 18 months in jail. Like, it's nuts. Here, it is definitely illegal, as Alan was pointing out. It's not as stringent as the U.S. It's not terrifying, and it's not this town one thing, this town another thing like the U.S. You do not want to get caught with it for sure. If you have, like, a blunt on you, you're probably going to get in trouble, but it's not going to be the end of the world. If you have any amount of it on you, you could be pretty big. If you have enough that you could sell it, you're in really big trouble. And, I've known plenty of people who've, had I don't even know what measurements are reasonable. This is how little I know about drugs. But had enough that they were able to say in months or years in jail. very common. But of course, there are repeat offenders, right? Are you an expat? Are you really not selling? Is it just some you're using at home? You can get in trouble for sure. And you always fear that someone will turn you in, right? If you have it and you get into a dispute with a housekeeper or something, they can use that against you. So you really want to be careful because you're an expat, right? You're a foreigner doing something illegal, even if it's, if you live completely on your own, you never interact with anyone, and you smoke a little bit on the side, no cop is spending their time trying to track you down, right? The U.S. was like that in the 80s or something, but it's not like that. Is it smart? I wouldn't recommend it, but is it the end of the world? Not generally. Is it something you'd probably get out of? Yeah, probably. But it is illegal, and if you have any interactions with people, they know that a foreigner with drugs, it's a bad combination if someone is trying to blow the whistle. Because once you blow the whistle on someone, then it's like, why are these people in a position where someone's angry at them? And, well, clearly they were doing something illegal. Well, and they're just a guest here. Why would they do that if they're a guest here? They're not respecting our system. It can go badly, right? So not recommended. But do lots of expats do it? I would say most probably do. That's incredibly common. And basically, if you have Americans anywhere in the world, they're going to be doing that stuff, right? Americans and Canadians just smoke at an unbelievable rate. So most countries that want to have tourism from them will look the other way to some degree. But if you're going to do it, I recommend staying very much on the DL and never being in a position where someone knows you did it. Will you go to jail? Oh, no, you will go. That's Alan. You will. Not a good idea. ZZ said, I always wondered if subject was taboo. It is my medicine. The subject's not taboo, and no one really cares. And even the police, most of the time, aren't going to care. But you're always at risk, right? Which is also true in the U.S., but it's a less predictable risk, I guess, here. They don't grow it there, right? Oh, they do, yeah. Even Ometepe, I don't know if they grow it. Well, no, I do know that they grow it on Ometepe because that's where the research farms are. Treehouse in an earthquake zone. Not sure it's safe. I've never seen a tree come down from an earthquake. Elevator is out. Is that what you're saying, Tony? Bouncy house it is. Azizi says, I'm in Oregon. Texas is insane. I had to hide it for 50 years. It's no big deal hiding it, but I live in a legal state. Yeah, but the thing is about Texas is that it was legal just a couple weeks ago, and now it's not. Right? And it's not like a phased thing. Last week, they were pushing this stuff in huge quantities in the gas stations. It was in your face everywhere you went all the time. And now, even one gummy can be more than a year in jail. The amount that people would buy casually and didn't have to think about, and the stuff that you could have lying around your house, like, how are people supposed to destroy it? Well, I assume there's some process, right? But you're expecting people to have stockpiles of this stuff last week. You sold it in quantities only meant for stockpiling, and you did so casually, advertising it to children. And now, adults who bought it a week ago are on the hook for if even one gummy can be found somewhere. Not that they're searching your house. Like obviously there's some sanity somewhere within the system, but holy freaking crap, right? Imagine if we pushed cigarettes for 100 years and tomorrow said, okay, look, we understand that cigarettes have been the thing that we've pushed for the last long time. Okay, it hasn't been 100 years, it's been 5 years. But for the last 5 years, we got all of you addicted. We made it the thing. It was a huge deal. We made it that everybody, it wasn't like a specialty thing. Every gas station was pushing this on you. We basically made it a state-mandated drug marketing campaign, much like the DARE program in the 90s. I grew up with the government pushing drugs. The government taught us how to cook heroin at home. Let's be honest here, right? And then the very next day after you're addicted to cigarettes, which I realize is more addictive than gummies, and they're like, okay, even one cigarette, 2 years in jail. What the effing hell? This is insane, right? They need to phase that stuff out. ZZ says, so a couple of J's, no big deal. I'm everyone's grandpa. I haven't had trouble for years because I treat everyone with ultimate respect. Indiano says, I respect they do that. I love that they were so strict about guns, makes it safer. A lot of us are hoping that the marijuana stuff, like, I don't want to smoke marijuana. I don't want it around. I hate dispensaries. I hate everything to do with the culture. It drives me crazy. But I feel like it's one of those things that everybody should have the right to do. I think it's important to legalize it. It's just not for me. And, like, I don't like reggae music either, but I don't think it should be banned or anything. I just don't want to be the one listening to it. So those two things might be related. I don't know. So I hope that it gets legalized here. I think it would be good for everyone overall. And I think it would be especially good for the country. Regulate it, tax it, oversee it, make sure have it grown locally, produce it here, make money, right? Like, make money from the expats. Convince Nicaraguans not to do it. Make it an expat thing. Make it a mark of shame if you need to. Do whatever and make some revenue off of it and stop all the sneaking around and make the police focus on things that are more important. I usually stay away from Canadians. So bottom line is, if you're an asshole, you're going to get in trouble. That really is the takeaway, right? If you're being good, you're almost certainly going to be fine, right? Keep the quantities small. Don't do anything that puts a cop in a position where they have to do something, right? Don't walk down the street with it. Don't do it in a restaurant. Don't do it where a cop's going to see you. Keep it in the privacy of your home or something, and in small quantities that no one's going to grab it and be like, whoa, what the hell is this, right? And can we use Starlink in Nicaragua? So officially, according to Starlink, no, it is not allowed in Nicaragua. Officially, according to Nicaragua, no, it is not allowed in Nicaragua. People report that it works near the borders. I can't get anyone to report that it works away from the borders. It doesn't mean it doesn't. I can't get anyone to state that it does. Every person who promotes it either goes silent when you ask them if it works across the country or anything, or they only say that they've tested it at the border. We know it works at the border. It kind of has to, right? Or else it doesn't work in Honduras or in Costa Rica. I tried to buy one here years ago. Starlink sold me one. They never shipped it, but they charged us the $500. We were able to go after them and get the money back, but they ran scams here. Like, it's a fake service here. Some people do have it working, but again, all at borders or like on the water. So the real question is, why do you think you want it? And again, like residency, it doesn't mean you don't want it, but there's a real possibility you don't want it, right? Like, most people asking about it have actually no interest in it, and if you ask them to state why they want it, they'll actually explain why they don't and just not realize it. That's common. I'm not saying that you're doing something crazy. I'm saying that's the norm, right? People who haven't moved here yet imagine problems to solve or things that they need that often are not true, just like the residency. Don't I need residency to be safe? No, you certainly don't. Oh, it just seemed logical. Yeah, sounds logical. It just doesn't end up being the case. Indigenous says, the lushness of that country made it feel like the ultimate place to grow stuff. Certainly a lot of things grow really well here. Alan says, Starlink has publicly stated that they have a new policy and would disable use outside of approved areas. I don't think that's necessarily a new policy, but maybe they've officially announced it now. A Positive Vibe says, what are mattresses made out of if damp weather? We don't really have damp weather. How do you keep the mold out? We're not a super humid place. Same as anywhere. I find it's very much like the U.S. Midwest. Like, we're not dry like the desert, but we're not super humid. Locals told me it didn't grow good there. It doesn't grow everywhere, but we have enough different climates here. It certainly grows good in some of it. ZZ says, the deal is in Texas. It was THCA synthetic that was outlawed. There's this line between real Delta 9 and the Delta 8 stuff, which is really no good for you. In Oregon, every adult can have 8 ounces. Okay. Alan said, I don't know any of the stuff, so I'm kind of lost. Alan says, existing customers will transition to the new policy on August 17th. Oh, interesting. ZZ says, it grows great in Costa Rica. So that's good to know for all the people who've been reporting Starlink works. It may stop. Partially because they get in trouble with the government. It grows great in Costa Rica, and people grow indoors too. Yeah, I know that's done here. That is the expat motto. Don't be an asshole. Oh, yeah, for sure. Using Roam in unauthorized countries marked as coming soon or waitlist may result in immediate service restrictions. Ooh, they may actually cut your service elsewhere as well. Wow. They have a new policy. They are cracking down on it. It needs a hack, I know. It's very hard to hack Starlink because they know where you are no matter what you're doing. We're carrying signs now. Joey is here. Dang it, I'm late. Very late. We've been on for 4.5 hours. A Positive Vibe says, I'd rather not be around a bunch of weed smokers. I like they don't have it there. I quit. Oh, well, good. Yeah, I mean, I'm used to it. I'm around weed smokers all the time. So it's not a big deal. But I don't mind people smoking it. That doesn't bother me. It's the culture around it. Like people talking about it, getting obsessed about it, wearing clothes about it, having shops. It's really the dispensaries. I really hate dispensaries. There's a dispensary near where my dad lives. I mean, near, probably 5-8 miles away. And there's something about a dispensary that just feels so trashy. And I know this is a double standard. I feel like dispensaries are outrageously trashy, and I feel like places that sell bourbon are incredibly classy. That probably can't both be true, but I feel that way, okay? Alan says, Starlink would be so much more expensive and higher latency than my fiber here in Leon. Exactly. We have great fiber at low cost. What is Starlink servicing? CZ says, I'm really a nice person. Maybe I'll get to see you. That not everyone is just some spaced out stoner. I'd like to still have a meal with you. Don't hate on me. Alan says, it's a new policy, started August 17th. My bad, 100%. Lenny says, so I use Starlink for remote career. I stack cybersecurity contracts, need backup systems, thinking of moving to Esteli or Matagalpa. So Starlink doesn't make sense much in those cases because if you are working remote, you want fast, high-speed fiber. You don't want the extra latency or the reliability problems of Starlink or the speed issues, right? So if you need faster here, get fiber from Teco and Claro, and you got dual fiber from completely different carriers. That's going to cost you less than a single contract with Starlink. So that's exactly the use case, right? Like all those like both Alan and I run IT companies out of Nicaragua, right? We don't use Starlink, and it wouldn't be useful to us. I'm not saying I would if it was free and you gave me one and it worked that I wouldn't like it. Of course, yeah, hook me up. But would I pay for it? Absolutely not. Does it do anything? No, I don't know what purpose it would serve here. ZZ says, what's the alternative to Starlink if you're out on the fringe? So the real thing here for the most part is there isn't much fringe. There is a little, but it's extremely rare because like Romania, we're fiber across the country. Again, there are exceptions. At some point, you're too fringe and no one gets to be there, right? But you're also not going to have power or anything either. Pretty much if you're in a place that has civilization, you will have really good networking here with the exception of some enclaves. Enclaves sometimes famously, Pacifica cuts off internet and doesn't allow you to have good internet. And Salinas Grandes has a skewed connection to the real world, and everyone who's there wants to be basically hippies, and so they're cut off intentionally. And in both of those cases, it's purely the people who live there have decided that being online is against their wishes. That's fine, right? You want to start a commune where you don't have internet? Nothing wrong with that. But those are places where expats have made the decision to be off the grid, in this case, digitally. But if you're a Nicaraguan community, they're going to make sure you're online because that's how you get jobs, that's how you get education, that's how you deliver things. So they're really good about that. Again, there will be exceptions, but I've never seen one. Tim says there is a place called, he says Tienda, I'm guessing it's Tienda Oasis, probably a typo, that sells them and also a plan. I called them and it sounded very expensive. Some places in Nicaragua could use it because there is no access to internet. Those are the, where have you seen that? I mean, I get probably in the jungle, but that's, Tim, I don't know if you saw that those services are being cut off. Like Starlink claims that they're cutting off those services 3 days ago. ZZ says, you talked about renting unfurnished apartments in your last video. What about 2-bedroom houses? So actually 2-bedroom houses are the most common form of cheap apartment. Apartment, in my terminology personally, is just renting a place that isn't like an entire estate. they don't really make apartment buildings here. I'm not saying they don't. Like, obviously I know of some. But they're very rare. The standard replacement for what we think of as an apartment is a very small standalone house, and the standard for that is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. This is a nationwide standard. This is my guess, purely a guess. Someone might know, like Tim might know, but my guess is that the government at some point commissioned or purchased architectural drawings for maybe 6 to a dozen similar, small, very efficient, inexpensive to build houses styles. And then my guess is that they provide these for free, right? Because, I mean, imagine you're a government. You're like, you know what? We need houses that make sense for our country. We could hire the best architect in the world and have them design 6 houses for, let's say, $100,000, right? How long is that going to take? You can do it in a month, maybe in a week. And so they pay one time for these designs and own them. And then they can just give them out to anyone who wants to build a house. You want to build a house? Here's a sensible way to build a house. You want to know how much it can carry in roof weight? We have the calculations. You don't need to guess. Everything's known. Everybody gets the same information. Everybody knows how it works. Wow, that's really handy. So every construction company seems to build essentially identical houses in this variety, right? They're not all one thing. It's just there's this set of houses. And 2-bedroom, 1-bath is the standard. There's probably 6 standard designs of that throughout the country, and they almost always, there are some exceptions for expensive locations, but they're almost always between $15,900 on the low end. I've never seen below that. This is new with land. And then the highest I've seen is about $28,000. Above that exists, but it's like 3 bedrooms and other things. That's to purchase. So you can then rent those, obviously all over the place. People own them and rent them out, and that's what most people consider apartments, because there aren't apartment buildings. Oh, we just lost the camera. I'm off to change the battery. This will only take a second. I've got batteries ready. We've been going nearly 5 hours, so not bad for the unprepped battery that we start with. He's such a cute little puppy. Ugh. So that's really what you're likely to rent. Could you find an apartment? Yes, I had an actual apartment that felt like one of those houses. It was like copied from one of those houses, but it was actually an apartment here in Sutiava, in San Mateo. Oh my gosh, we have a lot of people on. Wow, sweet. Welcome, everybody. And please give a thumbs up to the show. I didn't realize everybody was on. I've been paying attention to the incredibly high chat rate instead of all of that. And sorry for the little no source detected, but we're back. So most of the time, so like I had a real apartment, but it felt like one of those houses. It might as well. It's just an attached house, really. But little detached houses, super, super common. Now, of course, city centers have one style of house, and then this is kind of the outer from the city center. If you're right downtown in Matagalpa, you're more likely to have real apartments. There are some buildings like that. It exists. And so forth. Hold on. Sorry, just answering people. So you'll have no problem finding those. No problem at all. The cheapest that I've seen, a freestanding house, I think is about 120. No, I lie. Visas de Mombotumbo near Managua advertises them for under $90 per month. Again, unfurnished, very basic, like we're talking entry-level houses here. Into slightly upgraded ones, more like 120, 130. Commonly, the one I had, we were paying $180. Mine was an apartment, but same thing. There's not going to be any difference in price. Mine was in a very desirable area. And paying into the 200s, completely reasonable. But that's kind of your range, right? Could go under 100, but come on. To lower hundreds to very low 200s, that will get you a reasonable 2-bedroom house that will feel like an apartment. And by feel like, I mean the 1-bedroom should be large enough that you're comfortable. The second one will probably feel small, perfect for an office or a kid or storage or a pet. Single bath, so it's not meant for a lot of people. It's not really meant for entertaining. You know how apartments are. Kitchen will be small. It's not meant for a house with entertaining. It's meant for cooking for yourself, in a small place. Living room, yep, you can put in a TV or you can make it an office. You can get a couch in, but you're not going to get a lot of furniture in there. And then a little space in the back, probably to do your laundry. Normally, Nicaraguans put their laundry outside. They don't want that inside the house most of the time, even with my place, right, at 5,000 square feet or whatever. Our laundry is 3 buildings away, which is still pretty close, but it's way out there. And you do it facing away from the backyard, and then you hang things up because everybody hangs things up here. The air does a great job of drying because it's free. So that's very much the standard. So I think you'll find just if that's what you're looking for, you're just going to have so many options everywhere you go. It'll be perfect. That's the sweet spot. On another note, Baldur's Gate 3 just got a huge mod update to 5e. If you don't know about it, you might want to check it out since it seemed like you're in that, like you like that game. I do like that game. I have not seen the updates. I have a dead computer, so there's a bunch of stuff that I normally would play that I haven't been. Hoping to get a new computer for that this year. Hi, puppies. Hi. He wants my soup. He's being very sweet, though. You've been a really good dog today. Yes, you have. Oh, you're a good dog every day. What am I talking about? I love my puppy. This is my Boston Terrier down here. Sorry, he's not on camera, but he's halfway up to my lap, trying to see what's my food up here. I do like Baldur's Gate 3. I do own Baldur's Gate 3. So it updated to 5e. I think it was 5e. Could it be updated to 5.5e? That's the new rule set known as the 2024 set. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Baldur's Gate 3. Well, there's some mods for it. Patch notes. What do they say? Steam Deck update. That's where I should play it because I've got access to one. They don't list it in the patch notes. I think you're talking about it's a mod, but it does an update to 5.5. And so before we get stuck in the mud, and Alan's gonna be angry at me because he wants to play Dungeons and Dragons and we haven't gotten around to it. Sorry, Alan. Dungeons and Dragons 5.5 E just stands for edition. Is the 2024 update to the D&D 5 rules that came out in, I want to say, 2018. And that is what my kids and I play when we're playing D&D. So that's what I play when I'm playing tabletop pen and paper D&D. Baldur's Gate, I guess, was old enough that it was based on the 5 rules, which are very close. 5.5 is not far off of 5. And for a long time, they just called it 5 second edition or 5 2024. But recently, Wizards of the Coast officially renamed it 5.5 just to clear up any confusion. From the best I can tell, that is what would make sense, and seems to be that there is a major mod from Nexus Mods that is out that gives you that update. The most ambitious D&D 5.5 conversion yet. 16 classes, 106 subclasses, 80 plus feats, 90 plus new and revised spells, 40 backgrounds, 5 new races, and 8 core rule changes, a complete build. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Well, that's pretty cool. I'm interested. Alan says, you don't hack your location on Starlink. It's not like the satellite doesn't know exactly where you are down to several feet. It's really true. It looks at you, right? So there's it stares at you. ZZ says, humid in Costa Rica. A lot of Costa Rica is more humid than Nicaragua, partially because of the elevation and the amount of forest in the middle where people are. A Positive Vibe says, I was at a party with 30 people and not one moved when a house almost started on fire. I took care of it. Yes, zoned out stones. Oh. Nicaragua seems to be full of narcos policy, right? By narcos, what do you mean? Like There's really no narcos here. Are there narcs? Like people who arrest people for drugs? Yes. Are there narcos, like drug traffickers? No. Like maybe at the Costa Rican border, that's the big problem, is all the drugs coming in from Costa Rica. But as a country, the amount of drugs is really low. People that know will know. Positive vibe. I don't hate you, do you? I prefer not to hang out with stoners considering it's been an issue for me. Well, if you used to smoke and are trying not to, that's tough. I hate dispensaries too. Everyone I know grow for themselves. Yeah, that's cool. I run Teco Fiber, and if the neighborhood gardener cuts the fiber, I just share my Tigo cellular hotspot. Teco is super fast to repair, generally next day. Zizi says, yeah, I don't use alcohol. I quit 11 years ago. But if I really need to, Alan, but if I really need to have backup, Claro has cable internet here. They have fiber, I think, over here. I don't, maybe not over there. Oh, a positive says, I quit alcohol too, almost none, rare occasion. I really enjoy drinking, but I do it very little. I do maybe half my drinking on the show, which I'm not even doing. I'm just having Pepsi tonight, but I like bourbon. I like tequila. I like rum. I like drinks. I really like sangria and wine, but I don't leave the house that much, so it's a pain to get. So I almost never do. And my one thankful thing, because let me tell you, enjoying the taste of alcohol is a dangerous thing because it's so easy to really drink a lot. But being lazy about it is good, and I'm very thankful that I can go a month and never think about a drink, and then be like, oh, a drink sounds nice, and then I really enjoy it. And then I absolutely forget about it, which, thank goodness. Tigo is working on putting in fiber as well, part of Tigo Home, but it's not fully deployed yet. We'll see how that is. I've not had the best experiences with Tigo and their lines. Tim says, I'm 10 kilometers from town and almost something on the road going down. Do not have... And most people, I think is what he means, on the road going to town do not have internet. Do they not have internet as in they don't pay for it, or they don't have access to it? And the question is, if you call Teco, will they come and give you internet? Because where we are on my road, not this one, but I'm on a numbered highway, but down where my house is, where my land is, we talked to them and we're like, do they have fiber on this road? No. If we order it, will we get fiber on this road? Oh, absolutely. Right. It was no one on the road wanted internet, so they hadn't run the line. But if we want it, they'll, no questions asked and no charge. Completely free. They'll just run it to us going past all the houses. Anyone can get it who wants it. It's just no one has wanted it. So that's a tough one because you may have talked to them and they're all like, yeah, we can't get it. But the question is, have they talked to whom, right? Because are they talking to Tigo? Is there really no Wi-Fi available out there? Because we've been pretty remote, and you could always get that. Maybe those have gone away. That's viable. Can they really not get cable? Is that not an option out there? And Teco runs fiber wherever it's needed. So it's... do people end up getting roommates, and where do I find them? Pretty much, so family, yeah, like Nicaraguans living with family as roommates? Yes, all the time. Do expats get roommates? They could. Do I know of anyone who does? Off the top of my head, no. Why not? I honestly don't know. That seems like a really, like, obviously, I've got a wife and kids, and that would be weird. No, that's not true. I have a roommate. Okay, never mind. I'm the example. I have a roommate. Because Paul lives here. So that's an example. But we're definitely rare. And that's partially why we have a giant estate, right? So we've got lots of space. We have staff. Partially that's because it's me and my wife, my kids, and my roommate. We're splitting those costs, so none of it is that bad. None of it's that bad anyway, but could expats get roommates? Yeah, absolutely. Like you and ZZ could end up being roommates. ZZ's going to be like, stop, what are you talking about? But that would work. Finding a 2 or a 3 bedroom, probably a 3, right? That you could rent out for $280, and have plenty of space. Now I've got a buddy who rents a really nice, a quite reasonably nice 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and that makes it that's a game changer. Now he pays, I want to say, like $450 near Managua, but it's very clean, very new, great neighborhood, perfect location. All 3 bedrooms are good size. 2 of them have a bath that's like for the house, and then there's a master with its own bath, and then the kitchen is a little bit bigger, and the living room is quite decent. Like he's got couches and dining room table, and none of it's big. But having something like that and splitting between 2 people, you could have quite a bit of space and be very comfortable. Or if anyone knows where Dale lives here in Leon, his next door, I think they will let it go for $250. It's only a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, but it's basically 2 master suites, each with its own ensuite. Beautiful, modern, 2nd-story walk-up. Who has a 2nd-story not walk-up, right? Nice modern kitchen, decent living room, pretty small, but both bedrooms are really large with their own ensuite. That would be perfect for roommates, like absolutely. And so it's just a matter of finding someone. How do you find someone? Got me, but it could work really well. Are there yoga studios all over the place? Defense classes, there's a lot of karate, but I don't know about like defense classes. Crafts, yeah, there's some. Social places other than bars, certainly not a lot. Or do people just get together in yards and sing karaoke, nature walks? People tend not to do a lot of nature walks. Expat communities do a lot of their own things like crafts and stuff. Nicaraguans really, really go to the bars. It is so culturally what they do. Even if you try to do something else, everything turns into going to the bar at the end of the day. People get together in yards all the time. And why not? We have beautiful yards. It's easy to do that. So that tends to be a thing. Karaoke's big. Live music is big. Dancing is big. Oh, my dog's making sounds. I think you'll find a lot of those things are very limited. There's very small amounts. Of course they exist. It's a country, right? So there's going to be stuff. But the amount of stuff that's out there is very small. For a country that goes out as much as Nicaragua does, this is kind of the thing, is that the rate at which people go out is truly mind-boggling. And so you have this, like, there must be so many activities. And that's where it's really not true. It's, sure, there's nice restaurants that people go out to at night. There are alternative activities, but almost everyone is at one of just the core loud party activities. It's what people do. Or go to church, I suppose. Anyone have any info on rentals on the outskirts of Jinotega or Matagalpa? Or know of renters that will be moving out around June or July? Need a yard if possible. Not an area that I know too many people. Back to Baldur's Gate. It's the mods. That's it. Use expansion. It's out on PS5. 2 for the mods. Okay, that's cool. I did see it listed, actually. I should be able to get it on the Steam Deck. Has anyone purchased any solar for their homes yet, whether partial or off-grid? So Bill has, a number of people have, but not a ton. We would like to. We're getting closer and closer to doing it. Janet says, I have Claro and Tigo Fiber. And she's right in Leon. Zizi says, things that didn't happen for 500. House fire. Oh. Joey says, does Nicaragua distinguish a difference between CBD and THC? Sure. They're going to equally charge you for both, but they'll happily recognize that they're different things. Did not bring my salve on the trip there to not find out the hard way. Lifetime arthritic seems to be the only thing that helps. You'll probably be fine with it, but officially you're not. CZ says, I was 63 when I stopped. I wasn't really drinking that much anyway. A positive says, yes, grass started on fire, went towards house. Oh. Tim says, no access to internet. You need an antenna with a dish, and only for businesses. Cable is hit or miss, depending on if you can see the towers on the mountain. We have Tigo and Claro, no Teco. Interesting. Wait, but the cable is hit or miss if you can see the towers on the mountain. But it's Wi-Fi that sees the towers. Cable doesn't care what you can see. You need an antenna with a dish, and only for businesses. I mean, that's even in the U.S. You just classify yourself as a business. But that's what we expect out there. You got to have a tower with a dish. That's no different than Starlink, right? You got to have a dish for that. It's not the best, right? But it provides coverage. You can actually do so that's Wi-Fi. Anything that has visibility, that's Wi-Fi. It's the only thing that works that way, other than cell phones, which obviously is different. You can do an incredibly good job with Wi-Fi, and I've run IT for Wi-Fi ISPs in the U.S. and Virginia, and Smith Mountain. You can do really high speed, really high reliability. No one ever does, but you absolutely can with like Ubiquiti gear. You can push, 10 gigabit speeds over that with unbelievable reliability. You can go quite literally 1,000 times the speed of Starlink if you want to. It's just people who are doing that generally don't want to. Positive, yeah, that sounds good. Share a house. Don Timoteo at the lakefront in Granada. My friend's kid rode up to me on his bike and gave me change he owed me. The next thing I know, there was a well-dressed kid asking me to sell him weed. Kid undercover. Zizi says, from what I can see, Nicaragua was looking into CBD, but not for visitors yet. Yeah, I have a 3-bedroom house and a big yard. I live by myself. I like it like that. I like it like that. Yeah, baby. Joey says, I did find a reasonably large lot on the outskirts of Matagalpa, but US $23,000 per manzana. Yeah, that's insane. That's probably double what you should be paying for beach properties at highly desirable spots. Maybe not quite double, but right up there. CC says, but maybe, who knows, man? I have that house in Oregon, not Nicaragua. Sign me up. All right, four-wheelers. So Larry rides a four-wheeler quite a bit. He would be the reference on that. He was out riding one today. They're around. They're on the beaches. You can ride in places, but not super popular. Dirt bikes. Not super popular, but they're around. There's dirt bike tracks. I've seen a couple different ones. There's one near Alan's house. Horseback riding. It is done. Again, not all over the place, but you see it. You probably can do it almost anywhere because there's horses everywhere. Goats to make milk and cheese. Yes, local goat cheese is a thing. Again, not in large quantities, but it doesn't need to be. There aren't that many people who want to do it. We're actually planning on getting goats really soon. ZZ says, I'd rent that 2-bedroom house up by myself. That sounds perfect. I'd live up on the 2nd floor. Oh, yeah, that one's really nice. I like it. We wanted to get it, but we had taken another place right when it came back on the market, and we're like, kayaking, snorkeling. So kayaking I've seen done. So keep in mind, we're on the ocean out here. We're on the Pacific. So you don't do that stuff casually on the roiling Pacific. We have some pretty rough waves and stuff. So kayaking, if you watch my episode from a year ago at Laguna de Apoyo with Ava and Marilyn, they went kayaking on Laguna de Apoyo. That's a popular place to do it. There's really isolated spots for kayaking. It's just not a broad thing. We don't have a lot of spots where you'd want to do that. Where it makes sense, yes, it exists. Snorkeling, yeah, but that's mostly a Caribbean thing. So Corn Islands, like out there, you'll see a little bit. Pacific, it's dark and dirty and dangerous. So you'd not really do that. I don't know what you'd do. Don says, yeah, kayaking on Ometepe, snorkeling on Corn Island. Yep, exactly. ZZ says, yeah, like I said before, I think I get less hassle because I'm an old guy. I'm 74 and I do look like everyone's grandpa. I'm just not some backpacker. That really does help for sure. Tim says, I just got a solar generator from the US and it works well. I'm using 3 panels out of 6 that I own. You only need to use half of what you have. A positive vibe. I'm younger. Thanks. Don't. ZZ says, if anyone's interested, I only have 3 videos on my channel. They're not edited or anything. 2 of them are pretty stupid, but one of me letting a little black bunny go that my cat caught. Tim says, Starlink would be great for me and a lot of my neighbors. I'm sure there are other areas, especially in the mountains, that are more remote. I wonder, Tim, if we couldn't put in... I mean, if Starlink would work, all you need is one tower nearby, and you can fix that problem. And Starlink is so expensive that you can pay for a tower off the cost of one Starlink, because it's double or triple the cost of the network here. Sorry, the dog wanted out. If there really are areas that don't have service, that's a business opportunity, right? Because it's so much easier than Starlink, especially as Starlink doesn't deliver and will cut people off. But Cece says, it was unhurt. My cat plays with them. Wow. And Digital says, Smith Mountain, Virginia, nearby. Yep, I used to run the ISP for Smith Mountain. A Positive Vibe said, leaving snow. Ogden is depressing enough without the sun. El Rajalacer, there is paddle in Managua if you like that. Paddle boats, I think. Positive says, thank you, Lasser. Zizi says, you could kayak from Lake Nicaragua. That's Ometepe. Your big open areas there. Don Timoteo, there is motocross track sort near the lake from Granada. There's also one in Apanas. There's one here in Leon. There's probably lots all over the place, just in kind of out of the way areas. Tim says kayaking would probably be nice around the estuary to the north of Las Pinitas. I don't know that it would. So I mean, it could be okay, but going in, so you get a lot of waves up there, and a lot of times you're just hitting the ground. Yeah, it could be cool. Yeah, maybe you're right. That could be neat. Rent a dirt bike. Not that I know of. Oh, south of Las Pinitas. No. That's the one I was picturing. Yeah, we were picturing the same one. That could be interesting, just in that little area. You wouldn't want to go up the estuary just because you do not want to be in a position where you're going to fall off with all the gators and the crabs everywhere. I'm not saying it's going to be life-threatening. I'm saying it's like not a spot you want to be. But if you're in the flat area where it dries up, that could be good. I'm almost done with my soup. There's more, though. I'm going to eat more later. That soup is one of my favorite meals here. So good. All right, for those wondering, we got 37 people currently on. We've had 381 total views of the channel. Our average view time is quite long. And we have now been on for 5 hours. It is only 7 o'clock. This is amazing. I do wonder, what is our longest ever show? Live show. Well, longest ever show. Anybody know? I should try doing a non-live show that goes for like 20 hours. That would be so ridiculous to upload, but it would be also very entertaining. Lives. Can I sort by length? I don't think so. No. So last week, every so often I do this. This is just filler. Last week we did 6.5 hours. We were doing really well. We were going to go late, but I had to run to the hospital last week. Not for me, but 2.5, almost 3, 2.5, 1.5, 4.25. That was a good one. 3:20 over 5. That was back in June. Short one, just an hour. Wait, was that the same day? No, that was the week before. Oh, that was really popular. 2 hours, 1 hour, hour and a quarter, almost 5. 8 hours, 20 minutes. May 7th, not that long ago. That one was really popular and over 1,000 views. That was way up there. Just before that, 5 hours. Oh, 8 hours 11 minutes in April. Three, 3.5, 2, 1. According to this, we've done 188 of the live shows. Now, some of those are not the normal weekly ones, so it's probably about 180. But think about that, 180 of these? Sometimes I feel like this is a new thing. We've been doing this for years. Like, that's crazy. Three. There was a time where I was doing a bunch of lives during the week, so some of those is that. Here's in March, we did a 6.5. 5 in February for my birthday. 4 earlier in the month. 4. It's another. We go for a while without a long one. 5 in January. 6 in January. Nearly 7 in. Okay, the first one of the year was nearly 7. Here's our record, I believe. Last Q&A of 2025, December 19th, 10 hours. I remember being like, we're going to make it. It went to 10 hours and 2 minutes. It was like, we're over 10 hours, we're done, people. 9 hours in December. So that was those I think are our longest. Almost 5 November. Over 6 November. Almost 7 October. Oh, 7.5 October. Last October, like September and October were really consistently long episodes. It's interesting going back and seeing all the thumbnails because my daughter makes all of these. Oh, 7 hours in June. It's like, oh yeah, she made that one, she made that one, she made that one. And how long ago these were. Like, oh, that's quite some time. 7.5 back in February 2025. Oh, well over 9 hours in January 2025. I probably have a system that keeps a list of this. You guys are probably all talking now, and I'm... It's like here. Wow, here's one that I see all the time. Like, it always pops up on my feed. And it's from February 22nd, 2024. That's a long time. They all feel so current. Okay, so the first one that wasn't a test, January 26, 2024. 3.25 hours. We have done it every week since essentially, and we did do a test on the 11th. So it was basically all of 2024, 2025, 2026. We are over 2.5 years of doing this nearly every week. That is just wild. Wild. Like, that's crazy. Oh, here we go. Rent a dirt bike, probably not. South. Thank you, ZZ and Tim. Sorry, I meant paddle like tennis, like a sport. There are some of that, mostly in Managua. Silver says, excellent, Scott. Positive says, oh, pickleball. There's a lot of that. Joey says, 8+ hours in my time here, longest live show. Has anyone been to Juan Venado Island? What am I saying? I have. I've done videos on it over the years. Because remember, my house, I can see it from my house, basically. I, for all intents and purposes, live on Juan Venado, and we were the ones who organized the estuary thing 5 years ago when the estuary had dried up and we were going to lose Juan Venado. So it's I do it a bit, and I just did it. I actually haven't edited the video yet, but when my sister-in-law and niece were here several weeks ago, they wanted to do Juan Venado for some reason, and so we went out there. And for those who don't know, Juan Venado is literally just John Deere. Yep, John Deere Island. Like it sounds. Um, but it's neat. You should do it. If you haven't done it, it's a good thing to do in Las Pinitas. Not expensive. It's a few hours. Good for getting footage. It's interesting. You've got the alligators and crabs and the mangroves and multiple types of jungle out there. And once in a while, you'll see like monkeys, all kinds of birds nesting, stuff like that. Thank you. Disc golf. Joey says, where are you looking to live in Nicaragua? I'm a couple hours away from you on the Oregon coast. Silver says, Scott, have you noticed an increased interest in people from the U.S. and Canada moving to Nicaragua recently? You know what? I feel like it's pretty steady. I don't think it's like a big spike recently or a big drop-off. It's very just a bit all the time, I think. Joey says, I'm looking in the Highlands. Don Timoteo says, yes, there's a disc golf course in Managua. Yeah, pickleball. There is like 4 new fields that opened not so long ago. There's one next door to us in Las Pinitas. We all hate it. I know where there's a big one in Las Colinas. Oh, and another one in Santo Domingo. Silver says, I'm in Corvallis, Oregon right now, moving to Nicaragua October 6th, settling in the Villa El Carmen area. Such a random area. So why Villa El Carmen? Positive Vibe says it's great, Lacer. Wesley, I'm going to ask you, it seems like quite a few expats would love a coffee shop like everyone is used to. So why is it that not a viable business for you? Is that for me? Why is it not a viable business for me, and where? Like in Leon? And by coffee shop, I assume you mean like a normal, like, not Starbucks, obviously, but, you know, like a coffee shop. So, first of all, there's very few expats. So any business that depends on expats is incredibly difficult. If you're in San Juan del Sur, obviously, you can do that. If you're in Granada, yes. Here in Leon, so first of all, I don't live in downtown Leon. I live in Sutiaba. Could I open a coffee shop downtown? Of course I could. Or, I mean, is it within physical distance to make sense? Yes, it does. But you really have to notice that the Nicaraguans broadly don't care much about coffee shops. They just don't. In Matagalpa, it's starting to happen because they're a coffee region. Down here in Leon, almost none. There are some coffee shops in the city, right? Dr. Coffee, by far the best one, right here in Sutiaba. They're fantastic. They do quite well, but mostly they're selling food, not coffee. Still a great place. I'm there all the time. We were there saying, they're like, you're our favorite customer. Oh my gosh, you're here all the time. And like when their dog gets loose, their dog comes running to us because she knows us. And we're doing an event there coming up in 10 days. So we'll be showing it more. We're helping with the 5K run that's being done in Sutiaba coming up. But so they stay busy. But they basically eliminate the entire Western Leon region of possibly having another coffee shop because they're busy and they're taking more business than there is coffee shop business because they're taking sandwich business. If you go downtown, there's 2 Pani y Vinos. No, that's a different restaurant. There's 2 Pani Pas that are coffee places. They stay pretty busy, but again, not because of their coffee, because of their sandwiches and desserts and breads. There is a couple of coffee shops around town. Really, none of them focus on being coffee shops because there's just not that much business. The one thing that's like purely a coffee shop is Casa del Cafe, which is basically Nicaragua's Starbucks. And it stays pretty busy, but they focus on being very small. And when you see new places open up, even ones that are quite good, like Sakura, which is right across from La Colonia, next to Janet's house, you go in there, it's always empty, right? Their coffee's good, their food is good, their service is good, the venue is nice, but they're empty. There just aren't enough people getting coffee to justify it. And so it's a very difficult market that what few we have, I would say Dr. Coffee does not struggle at all. They keep expanding. All the others seem to struggle. Maybe not Casa del Cafe. They all seem to struggle and they've been well established and around for a long time. So there's very, very few. I don't know how much. Well, okay, so this is worth noting. He mentioned there's no place to sit outside and have coffee. That is correct. There's no venues in Leon to sit outside. That's part of our issue with being in a colonial city. So Dr. Coffee, you can kind of be outside, but you're under a roof. But you have to go through a building and you're sitting in a courtyard in the back with a roof over you, which is important because it rains. Casa del Cafe is in a building, right? So you're like in a basement. Kind of. Sakura, you're kind of outside, but it's like in between buildings and you're always kind of... The style cafe where you sit outside has a couple problems. One, it's very warm. So most, even Nicaraguans, don't want to sit outside. And two, when you sit outside, you generally want to be able to watch something, right? So think about a Parisian cafe. It's fantastic. I love going to cafes in Paris, right? Partially because the coffee's great, but I like sitting outside and having things to look at. And there's big plazas and kids playing and all this stuff. Well, we really don't have spaces for that in Nicaragua, partially because of the heat and the climate. It just isn't a thing. So the number of places where you could have a cafe like that in Leon are very few and far between. The one spot that it would kind of work is on the main plaza, and I could see that making sense there, but there's already El Sesteo, and everyone serves coffee. And there's no coffee culture here. So anyone who wants to do that will sit outside at a bar and drink a beer. And those places own the rare spaces where it could make sense to sit outside are owned by bars already, and they make so much more money than the coffee shops because Nicaraguans just don't drink coffee during the day. And so you're right. Wesley is correct that there is a thing that I wish I could do. I wish I could sit outside and sip coffee in the way that I like to do in Italy and Spain and France and Greece, or even Romania. But those just really don't exist. Not just the actual coffee shops, but the spaces to put one. So the first challenge is not could I put one in Leon? It's could I find a place to put one in Leon that would service that need? And you could contrive some places like, well, maybe on the bypass, maybe somewhere near the new hospital. But you're getting into like, oh, these are weird areas. I don't know if I'd really want to do that. I don't know if that's where I'd want to sit. If El Sesteo wasn't there and I could have a coffee shop where El Sesteo is, yeah, that'd be great. But then I'd want to serve beer and make real money. But that's it really is a challenge. There's so few people who want to drink coffee that it's just there's no competition. I was going to ask you, it seems like quite a few expats... Oh, that was what I was literally answering. Joey says, thumbs up. Silver, go Beavs. Silver says, disc golf at Grand Pacifica on the golf course. Positive vibe. I'm surprised disc golf isn't more popular or free things to do. I'll have to find or keep myself busy. Disc golf on a golf course, I have a fear of flying small balls. My dad had disc golf on his farm. He actually built a golf course on the farm specifically for that. All those things are not very popular. Expats, of course, with lots of spare time, but there are very few expats. Like you just can't, you can't get past the fact that expats do not generate revenue here. So I think I'm a Drunk Guy is behind on listening to my list of how long some of the videos are. The record is just over 10 hours. So you're really dependent on pretty much any activity, on things that Nicaraguans will do. Nicaraguans don't play golf. They don't know golf. They don't have golf clubs. They don't have golf courses, so they don't think about putting in Frisbee. They don't play Frisbee. Like, it's just not a thing here. And if you think about it, you need big open spaces. Well, where are you going to do that? Managua, that's tough. Could be done, but it's tough. Someone's got to invest in a lot of land and put in a thing that no one has ever seen before. Do people want to go out and do things athletic outside during the day? Not really. And when they do, they want it to be baseball and soccer, maybe basketball. They're looking at things that are like really athletic, not just throwing a disc around. So they're like those things are very European, North American style outdoor activities, and just not things that I've seen in Latin America. And it's hard to imagine Latin American countries where people are going to be like, let's go play frisbee. Just doesn't seem to come up. I love frisbee. I think that'd be a lot of fun. But big outdoor spaces are tough to come by. Nice idea. We're carrying signs and silver. Don Timoteo, Casa del Cafe is pretty close to a U.S. coffee shop. It definitely is, yeah. Wesley Dunn, he had mentioned, yep, no place to sit outside. There are many roadside coffee shops if you look early in the morning, but the coffee is always weak. Yeah, he's not like coffee shops. They're like little stands that just give you a little cup of coffee. Like, definitely not coffee shop coffee. Does that make you mad drunk? Just being online for so long? Tim says, I can't find a frisbee in Nicaragua for my dog. I brought one from the U.S. I don't think I've ever seen one. Positive Vibe says, what do they do for fun other than drink in bars? They don't. That's part of the thing. That variety of activities that we do outside, like when we go out, they don't do. Again, I'm not saying that nobody does anything, but there's 2 bowling alleys in the country. There's and people go see sports from time to time. There's a trampoline park now in Managua. There is 1 or 2 laser tag places. Like, there's a handful. But people don't, there isn't this market of outdoor activities or leisure activities. It's the middle class here is so new that all of that stuff is just starting to appear. Just starting to appear. Now, to be fair, I lived in Europe, and none of that stuff was in any of the places I lived in Europe either. It's like here, right? People either went out to the tavern and got drunk, or they went to see music, or whatever. They didn't play miniature golf. They didn't have frisbee. They didn't have golf. They didn't have laser tag. They didn't have bowling. They didn't have any of those things. They just didn't. So those are very American activities. I don't know why. Like, and it's not a good or bad thing. It's just, I feel like Americans very much like these activities, and normally they have to pay for them, but like frisbee golf often is free. But excuse me, might need more caffeine. Yeah, that stuff you're just not going to find here. Finding any number of people who have time to go out and do that, very rare. People work 6 hour days. They work 6 days a week typically. There isn't a lot of spare money when people have free time. There's an expectation of putting in a massive amount of time in bars, and if you're not doing that, then you're probably staying home. But if you're going out, that's where you go almost always. And so, I could also recommend visiting Rubén Darío National Theater or Teatro Nacional Rubén Darío. Performances are varied and usually free. I've never seen a free one there. I was unaware of that. Even when I work there, I sometimes pay. But I do go there and do events and stuff. It is really cool. It's a nice theater. Janet says, I've just been listening in the kitchen, but one thing about Panipaz Catedral location is that they have been very busy with locals when I've been in there lately. Like local people working in shops come in for coffees to go. Well, that's nice to see. People in the restaurant part often different juice drinks they have. Don says more and more people jog, and there are some mountain bikers and road bikers. That's true. I see a lot of that, of both. Out here towards the beach, we see people riding bikes back and forth all the time, like not for work. And some coffee like I always get a chocolate frappe. A lot of people get cold coffee drinks here. That's true. Oh, we are at just about 5.5 hours at this point. That's what I meant, because you've had those expats that leave that complaint about that. You'll sit outside and watch people walk by and have coffee and talk, which is exactly what we would like. It's just, where would they do it? It's hard to picture where I would sit and be able to do that. I mean, I absolutely love that activity. That's my go-to, right? Send me to a country. I just want to sit. Now, I'll opt for wine over coffee most days. But when I was, living in Spain, we would go to Lanjarón, which is just one village over, and it was on the mountainside. We'd find a square, and we would just order glasses of wine. And we'd just sit there, and you watch the people walking back and forth in the town, the passeggiata, and you just get little bites of cheese or olives or some French fries or whatever, berenjena, and you're munching away and sipping on your wine. And it's absolutely beautiful, and it's so relaxing. And that could be coffee, of course. And people are coming by, and people are sitting out doing that. But in Nicaragua, one, it's much warmer at night. We don't cool down at night, so that loses some of that edge. And during the day, people typically want to get into air conditioning or whatever, so that loses some of that edge. But I think in so much of the country, it's really the colonial architecture does not allow for that in any way whatsoever. There's just nowhere to do that. When you're in Matagalpa, they still struggle, but their cafes have way more view than ours. Our streets are just really closed off because of the colonial architecture, and we don't have as many plazas out here. Matagalpa has more plazas, but Matagalpa also has like this really big culture outside of the city center. So they have all these like nice cafes along the road, like lots of them that are all different directions, and we just don't have that in Leon. Like we've got nowhere to put them. If you come to Leon and drive around it, I think really quickly you would go, oh yeah, I can't picture where I would do this. Like you could put one almost anywhere, but it wouldn't quite do what you're expecting. Maybe in Granada on the walking zone, maybe that could make sense. Maybe down somewhere on the waterfront, but at night you wouldn't want to. Like, I don't know. I just don't know where you get the people doing the activities that make it make sense for the other thing. Like, I don't know. I love the idea, but just can't figure out how to do it in a way that would actually work and be comfortable. And I've even thought about putting one at my house and trying to make that. But all the places that are currently functional, they don't have those places to sit. They've got the coffee, but not the people watching. I'm not trying to gain weight and sedentary. This was a conversation I needed. The biggest thing to do is go dancing. If you want to not be sedentary, dance, and that will definitely get you out and moving in a way that Frisbee would not. My housekeeper's eldest daughter, Lorraine, plays kickball. There's kickball leagues all over the place. That's become popular. I forget about that one. I've done it on the show before. I've been going by and seen a community kickball game. That stuff could be fun. People do go out dancing, like La Fabrica on tonight, right now, always during my live stream. It is salsa night. So that's a popular thing. You can take classes for dancing all over. Bachata is very popular. If you go out to, if you're in the my age and older set, believe it or not, I'm on the younger side for this. If you go to like Gecko's, which you could do right now, well, in a few hours, they'll have live cumbia, and then people are dancing there all the time, right, at night. And it's not teenagers, it's not 20-somethings, it's not 30-somethings, it's not 40-somethings. It's the 50-somethings and 60-somethings and sometimes 70-somethings are getting up at their tables. This is a restaurant, right? But they'll have a cumbia band playing. They'll get up and they'll just start dancing by the table, right? And everyone, like, it's all over the place. Like, you don't have to feel, like, can I do that? No, absolutely. Maybe don't dance on the table, but even that, not a big deal. And so you just get this dancing everywhere. For all different groups. And then like tomorrow night I'm going out dancing like reggaeton club dancing, which goes until 4 or 5 in the morning. We probably won't be out that long, but we'll see. That stuff will get you some exercise. I was out at the beach dancing on Tuesday. On Saturday there's beach dancing. Be a little bit wary of the beach dancing. That gets pretty dangerous. Gym culture is getting big recently too. I don't know how much recently. Gym culture is huge here. Almost everyone I know who is Nicaraguan spends 1 to 2 hours per day in the gym. All of them. It's where they meet people. It's a major hookup spot for those who are. Someone asked earlier about dating. I don't think they're still on, but that is a huge place for meeting people. Is at the gym. It's a huge activity. People just go and spend hours at the gym. doing things. So it's quite big. All right, I'm just gonna make sure I've got some. Oh, I don't like gyms. Yeah, that ruins it. Just checking on my work here. Don says, go to Bachata Dance Club and you will feel like you have been listening to the same song the whole night. True. I can hear the song in my head right now as you say it. Joey says, I'll be back. I'll rewind to hit the 4 hours I missed, and then this part. Best of luck. All back to work for me. Have a good night. Thanks for coming in. How's Marcella? She's doing well. She was in the. If you caught the show last week, she was. I had to cut it early to take her to the hospital. But mostly, as you guys know, she had cancer 2 years ago, and then spent a year and a quarter fighting that, and did really well. And she's now cancer free, but of course, she's very fearful of cancer. So when she gets sick, she sees everything as being cancer, right? She sees everything through that lens, as you would, and so she gets really panicky. And so we went and had her get a checkup here at Leon Hospital, which is the really nice one. And they're like, you're clear, everything's fine. You just have a stomach virus that's you've been sicker than average, and that's about it. But then she went to Militar in Managua, that's where her doctors are and her clinic is and everything, and talked to them. And they did a battery of tests and came back that she's completely clear, everything's fine. She really does just have this extreme stomach bug, and she's over it now, so she's doing quite well. So that was a little bit of a. We're always stuck dealing with the cancer stuff, but it is what it is. But she really is clear and doing well, and it's been very good overall. Joey says, will love to dance again, not really any in the retirement community where I live currently. Positive says, glad to hear she's feeling better. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, she's so much better, and we see her all the time. She was in Managua today. I think she's back now? Oh, no, I think she's back tomorrow. I'm not sure. Maybe she's back tonight. All right, let me just... caught up a little bit. I do have a lot of work to do, so I'm trying to Let me make sure that keeps moving. Where'd you go? All right. Storm's over. Oh, glad to hear she was. Storm's over. Got to find my dog. Have a good night. Eliza said, would you say the total monthly cost of living in Nicaragua ranges from $1,200 to $2,500? I mean, it really varies on what you want to do. We've got a lot of people from the show who are living closer to $800 per month. At $800 for a single person, that puts you into middle class in Nicaragua. Certainly, if you're in that range, you're on a tighter budget. But you can totally do it. I think $1,200 for a single person is very doable. $2,500 is very comfortable. Some people would certainly want more. Some people can make do with half that. Nicaraguans will often make do with a fifth of that. So that's a pretty safe range. That if you're in that range, you can certainly do it. $1,250 is the amount that the Nicaraguan government requires you to bring in on a rentista, less on a pensionado, because rentistas are a little bit more risky, I guess, flaky, less reliable. But that number on a rentista, they consider to be sufficient for them to feel safe that you're going to be able to take care of yourself. So I think that's a very safe number because they're very conservative about that. I'm going to step away real quickly. I'm just going to use the bathroom, maybe grab a drink, clean up my desk while we're doing the show. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Sorry I was gone for a bit. Oh, we still got lots of people on. Good, good, good. I figure everybody took a bathroom break. Relaxed a little bit. Hopefully you guys got everything up on your TVs and such. And what is my Duolingo saying? I thought I finished that for the day. What?
I'm your host, Oscar, and this is Oscar's Antique Roadshow.
What? This is new.
The value of your most treasured possessions. Before we begin, enrich your vocabulary with these.
I don't know what the heck that was. Hey, all right, here we are. Would you say the total? Oh yeah, we did that. Pepsi Power Break for Scott. I actually got Hawaiian Punch Mix. I've had a couple Pepsis already. Oh, Eliza. So then, for a single person, the average total cost of living in Nicaragua is roughly $600 to $1,500. That's doable for sure. It all depends on what kind of lifestyle you want, right? Like, it's easy to spend a lot, but it's easy to be cheap. It all depends on house and electric. I'm around $800, Tony says. Oh, that's perfect. $400 for rent, electric, cable, and water. So that's a great example. So he's at about $800, but $400 of it he can identify there. If you were to go for student housing, which obviously I'm not recommending, right? But if you were to go for student housing, like my roommate did for a while, he was paying like $75, and that included everything. He upgraded the internet, and then he added air conditioning. So he ended up paying more, but it was like $100, $150 tops for his housing when he was there. And so you could take two. So if you took that amount off, that would take Tony down to $550. Now, I'm not saying you want to do that, but if you needed to, you could. And even at the lifestyle that Tony's leading now, he could live for $550 just in a small space. Okay, it's not the same lifestyle, but you get the point. So very doable, very doable. And if people really need to cut corners, getting down to $450 to $500 can be done. Getting much below that, you start getting into the, like, you're not eating and stuff. You're really cutting corners. We're just about at 6 hours here, which is pretty awesome. Still got 29 people on at the moment, even after the break. 430 total views. This is quite good. Do we have anyone new on Nicagram? No one new has joined Nicagram. Let me just remind you guys. I like to push this while we're doing the show. If you sign up now, I can get you straight in. That is the photo sharing site for the community and for Nicaragua. Great way to just connect with people over photos. I'm a photographer, so I really enjoy that stuff. Getting some work done in the background. I was good. So what's everybody got plans for this evening? If no, not for this evening. We know what you're doing this evening. You're watching this awesome show. What are you doing for... I always forget to turn off the camera and not run down the battery when I leave for a little bit. I should really do that. For the weekend, what do you guys got going on for the weekend? We are celebrating my wife's birthday around here, so that's what I will be doing. sorry, that was probably loud. How much does Nicaragua dating cost? I mean, technically it's free, unless you're doing it wrong. Dating is very cheap here, I would say, overall. The idea of dating in the more traditional North American sense is relatively rare, right? And so what I mean is, so then my dad just said the temperature is going down to 55 tonight in Western New York. Wow, that would be nice here. We're probably going down to about 85. But it's nice out there if I walk outside. Janice says, I hope to have a bunch of students every day this weekend. Happy birthday to Dominica. So Nicaraguan dating. So let's start with what do we kind of assume dating is like? If you're in North America, a date might be like, hey, let's go play mini golf. This is more of a young person thing, but it could be for anybody. Let's go play mini golf. Let's go out for dinner. Maybe we'll go see a movie. It's been so long since I did any of this. Go to an opera. Go to like there's an event that you're going to go to, and there's going to be a dinner. And maybe you'll have drinks afterwards. This is a very casual date, right? This is a very give yourself some buffer so you can have something to watch kind of date. And you're typically going to spend a few $100s probably doing that, right? Food's going to be expensive. Transportation might be a factor. An event is going to cost some money. Very, very common, right? In Nicaragua, a date is much more likely to be either basically non-existent. Often dates are like what we think of as formal dates in North America are extremely rare here conceptually, but going out to dinner, right? A nice dinner here is $30, not $100 or $150. You might go to, El Sestao that I mentioned. That would be, I've seen a lot of couples out there on dates. Basilica or El Sopan, and El Vivero. And I could easily get out with two, like if I took my wife to El Vivero for two people, 30 we could do, 40 would be pretty easy. If we were there for a long evening and had several drinks, maybe we started getting dessert, $50. These are nice restaurants, right? These are definitely date restaurants. Now, if you're going to Managua, honestly, still, you could go to Pane y Vino. You could get out for $40 for two people at a really nice place, no problem. You would go to something really fancy. Of course, you could spend some more, but hitting $100 for a really fancy dinner, that would be tough. I recently was at Teatro Nacional Rubén Darío for a really big concert. I saw a lot of that's going to be an exaggeration. I saw multiple expats who were there on dates, older, but viewers of my show, who recognize me, and going to that show probably cost them, I'm going to say $8 each. So assuming they did dinner, went out, maybe spent $20 at the theater, the big night out might be $100. Going to an event like, or a place you would pay for like Salvador Allende, it's just a couple bucks to get in. It's generally a pretty cheap place. I take a lot of people out to Via Via on a regular basis, so I have like my entourage. So it's the same kind of price envelope as a date for like 4 or 5 people. And often we'll leave after a night out with food and drinks and everything. It's like $30-$35 for like 5 people. So you're only looking at $7-8 per person in many cases. And of course, if you get wild, you can spend more than that. And that's going out for live music, being out for several hours. If we go out to 23 afterwards, which is a common thing to do, as long as we're not making it rain to get the VIP and bottle service, which we often do, then we might go out dancing for another $10 to $15 for several hours, because just not that much to spend, right? You get a couple seltzers and you're just dancing with a seltzer. If we get a table and bottle service, it's going to be 1,500 cords, like $40 just for a private table in the VIP. That would be an extravagant thing to do. Not many people are doing that, but it's always full, so. No, I meant a cat. Hold on. Who am I missing? Is it New York Jim 810? Hi, everyone. I'm a first-timer here. Happy to be with y'all. Hey, New York Jim. Welcome to the live stream. It is quite the party. We've already been going, I was going to say, 6 hours, and just warming up around here. I'd say you can have a beautiful date for 1,000 to 2,000 Cordoba. So just for reference, 3,700 Cordoba would be $100. So that 2,000 Cordoba would be over 50, but not much. And obviously 1,000 would be in the high-ish 20s. But it depends on what you like doing. Eliza Butt, no, I meant a casual meal or coffee date runs $10 or $15, or a 3-course dinner for 2, restaurant maybe $30 to $45. Those are realistic numbers. A coffee date, probably closer to 10 than 15 in most cases. 3-course dinner for 2, definitely 30 to 45 for something fancy like that. If you're going to Pane Vino, which I really like, getting a salmon pasta for dinner is about $12. If you're getting an appetizer to split, figure that's going to take it up to, let's just say, 18 per. And then maybe you're going to get desserts. Yep, 45, even 50. But that's a very nice Italian restaurant. Good prices. But we're talking appetizer, full meal, desserts, and wine, right? And then $50 easily. Are there places where you could be cheaper? Absolutely. Right. You go into Don Ceviche? Yep. You could cut the cost and still be a really nice place. Good food, nice atmosphere, but it's going to be a lot louder, right? Pane Vino is going to be a nice, quiet Italian place. You could go similar prices to Pane Vino. You could be at Cajun, which to Americans doesn't sound very fancy, but to Nicaraguans, going to a Louisiana-themed place is seen as fancy. There are expensive steakhouses that are obviously going to drive the prices up quite a bit. Black Bison or Eskimo, Nativo, Señor Carne. They're out there, but there's not huge numbers. Even doing something a bit more interesting, going out to, you could even make. This would be extreme, but if you wanted to do something wild, you could grab a bus. Now, obviously, a lot of people on a date want to take a car or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, you could start in Leon in the morning, grab a bus, get all the way to Laguna de Apoyo, take a taxi, probably for an envelope of about $15. You could get 2 people all the way to Laguna de Apoyo. You could get overnight accommodations at the Paradiso. I'm just going to go look what that price is because I don't know. Oh. That's hilarious. I totally was like, oh, I just typed Paradiso. That's never going to give me the actual. Oh, no, it gave me the actual place. All right, so let's just say you're going to go in September. Well, that's a lot more than I was expecting. It's not outrageous, but more than I was expecting. Hold on. I think their prices have gone up a lot. Hard to say. But you could take a bus all the way out for like $15, get out to Laguna de Apoyo, Get an overnight for $80. Okay, that's a lot, but we're talking lakefront at a resort area, and dinner for two for $40. You're looking at about $160. You could do an overnight halfway across the country with transportation, with dinner, with drinks, with accommodations, everything, and be at a place that's on the water so that you have your own private beach and everything for less than just the meal in the U.S. Right? Like that's that's extreme. And for anyone who's wondering about the place, this is the particular place I was just pricing out. So who all do we have on? And a quick reminder, especially for the new people, if you give a thumbs up on the show, it does help promote it while we're doing the live stream. So feel free to give us that thumbs up and help get the word out a little bit. And of course, if you know someone who should be watching, let them know we're on. We've got a while to go yet. Let them know and get them on here. That would be fantastic to get even more people. We got a really good crowd tonight. A lot of stuff going on. It's been quite lively, and it's only 8 o'clock. It's still quite early. There's been times we've barely gotten the show started. We're already 6 hours in tonight. Over 6 hours in tonight. All right, now you guys are too quiet. A lot of Nicaraguans, of course, do things on tight budgets. They have to. And so it's really common to find people, doing dates and things, and maybe total budget of $10. And it's really common to be going Dutch here. Of course, if you're an expat and you're dating Nicaraguans, it's generally expected you're going to be paying for things. It's just realistic, right? Especially if you want to go to the kind of places that you want to go to. And so assume that that's probably going to be the case. But so often you've got Nicaraguans that are going out and doing activities that are really inexpensive. And it's not uncommon to meet Nicaraguans who, are dating and stuff. And they'll be like, oh, I've never tried sushi. I've never had, right? We talk about this kind of stuff, the number of things that people aren't exposed to. Well, quite often, if you're from North America or Europe or something like that, if it's not something that's part of your normal routine, pizza, burgers, quite often when you're trying something new, it's happening because you're on a date. That's really common. Not always, obviously. I used to have a group of guy friends that we would just all go out and go to different restaurants every night. That was our thing. We were all young and working professionals, so we were able to do that. We had no expenses, and that's what we would do. And none of us could cook, so it just worked out perfectly. But in general, a lot of people, that's where they get that exposure. And because dating is so cost prohibitive here in that way. You really find a massive amount of people who have not been to things, and so if you're thinking about dating in that way, the budgets that people are typically used to for dating are quite low, right? People are not going out and getting fancy cocktails or not going out and getting fancy wine. They're going out and getting a sangria or a beer or whatever, same things they would get if they were paying for it for themselves, and in some cases they are. The culture around it is very different. You can find decent women there. I mean, this is one of those tough questions. Like, there's nowhere that you can't find decent women. Like, that's really not a thing. I think the thing that people, how do you want to interpret that question? Are there a reasonable number of women in the country that are willing to date and go out socially? Yes, it's a very social country. You expect people to go out a lot. So meeting people that are open to going out, yes, very easy to do here. As opposed to a lot of North America or Europe, where a huge percentage of the population would have no interest in going out anytime, period. It's just not a thing that they do. And especially now, as my understanding, I've been out of the dating pool for decades, but in the U.S., it has become quite a mantra of all the problems around dating and the lack of interest therein, and just people are not comfortable doing it, or it's a hostile environment, or it's a expensive environment, or whatever. That is very different here. People do not see dating as a negative. They don't see people hoping to date as a aggressive thing or a negative thing, or that doesn't mean that every person's interested in every other person, of course, but the whole, the idea that dating is that wanting to date, that approaching someone, that meeting someone is a negative thing, is not a thing here in the way that it is at least perceived to be externally from the U.S. So I think in that way, I think that answers your question. Yes, meeting women here, or vice versa, meeting men here, very easy. Eliza Bob, what about a cell phone or activating a new prepaid SIM card in Nicaragua? So very easy, right? Standard is pretty much the same as you're going to find anywhere. Is obviously there are exceptions, but the most standard thing you would do in any country is you simply show up in the country, go to one of the stores, Claro and Tigo are the two available ones, and say you would like a new number. That's it. It's about $4. That gives you about 1 day of service. Then when you actually buy service, there's only one thing that makes sense. Now, if you're only here for 5 days, you buy 5 days of service, right? But if you're going to be here any length of time, the thing that makes sense, the only thing that makes sense, is the 15 days mega pack. It's like mega pack 4 and mega pack 220, depending on what they name them. But it's always the 15-day mega pack from Tigo or Claro. That is your best deal. If you get fewer days, you get screwed. If you buy more days, you get screwed. 15 is a sweet spot. It's the best deal. They trust, every Nicaraguan knows that that's the one that is the best. And anyone who can't buy 15 days at a time ends up paying a premium. And anyone who isn't paying attention pays a premium. So that's just the one to know. It's magic. And it's the same for both of them. Why? I don't know. And I don't know any other country that has that 15-day magic spot. Other countries, it's all buy the maximum, and that's your best deal. But here, buying the 30-day costs more than 215s. So just buy them 15 days at a time. It's prepay, right? That's you don't want to do postpay or postpago, as it is known. It's just there's no reason for it. It makes life complicated, and it doesn't benefit you in any way. So in normal situations, to continue on with Eliza's question, having if you have a normal modern phone like an iPhone or whatever, you have eSIM on there. So you can just go to Claro, get an eSIM, just add the number to your phone. If you have an old-fashioned physical SIM phone, you just get a second SIM. Hopefully you've got one that's international, can take two at once, and then you can just have both numbers. So I've got my phone has my Nicaragua and my US number on there at all times. I'm lucky, I have T-Mobile, so it works worldwide, but you get faster with local Claro. So when I'm going to be going out a bit, if I'm going to be hiking or doing some activities anywhere, I'll get Claro. And if I'm just going to be home working, I'm on the Wi-Fi. I don't care. I don't even pay for the Claro. I can go 3 weeks without any Claro service at all, and then I don't even pay anything. So it saves me even more money. But that's what I do. It's nice and easy. If I'm going to be heading up to Guatemala, Belize, whatever, Bolivia for the week, I'll just get a local number there and do the same thing. I can have as many numbers as I want on here at any given time and can just switch between them, whichever ones are activated or that I've paid for recently or whatever. So very simple, very, very straightforward, and cheap, cheap, cheap. Brent's here. Setting it up is simple. I'm sorry. Also, hola. How's it going, Brent? Are you still on Ometepe? Yes. Wow. Which destination is most recommended? Granada, Ometepe Island, San Juan del Sur, or Popoyo? Really depends what you like. Obviously, that's a tough one. I would say the majority of people will jump to San Juan del Sur because it's the big tourist destination. I'm going to say, personally, I would say Granada and Ometepe are the most important, and here's my logic. San Juan del Sur is a tourist beach. It's nice. It's pretty. It's a bay. If you're doing Nicaragua and need to add it on, it's fantastic. But on its own, it's not that much of anything. Granada is the main tourist destination for a good reason. It is a real city with a big colonial history. It has a beautiful, unique waterfront on Lago Nicaragua, on Cosi Bolsa. And it's a bunch of things you're not going to get anywhere else. It has the big restaurant scene. It has the hotels. It has the tourist infrastructure. It has the horse-drawn carriage rides, the Isla Granitas rides, the volcanoes to see. It's near to the capital, so you fly in and out easily. You don't waste a bunch of time on unnecessary logistics inside the country. It has plenty to do, the most expats, but it's still a real city, so you have lots of Nicaraguans. You're not losing Nicaraguan culture. You get to see a real colonial city. Yeah, it's mostly recreated because it was burned down by the U.S. in the 1800s, but it's where it was, and it's a authentic recreation. It's beautiful on its own. A lot of really good in Granada. It's also very simple to get to other things that are nearby. Very high on the list: Laguna de Apoyo, the Volcan Messiah. Getting to see Managua potentially. All of that is within 45 minutes of Granada. That's a big deal. If you want to go from Granada to Ometepe, that's not that far. Of course, it's not that far from San Juan del Sur either. It's kind of in the middle, but you have options from Granada. Ometepe is totally unique. Dual volcanic island in the middle of a giant freshwater lake in Central America. There's nothing like that anywhere in the world. You really don't want to miss it. But, well, that's where Brent has been for quite some time now. And it's very cool. So you definitely want to check it out. You definitely want to see what it's like if possible. If I had enough time, which is, let's say, a week or more, I would really focus on doing Granada and Ometepe. Those are the only two I'd be really dedicated to. And I realize that between the two, you're never hitting the ocean. If you've never seen the ocean, well, then adjust that plan for sure. Popoyo, very nice, but I would normally pick San Juan del Sur over it unless my goal is evaluating the country for a place to live, then I would stick with Popoyo. But San Juan del Sur has way more as a beach. It's a more iconic beach. It's a more dramatic beach. And people will ask you, oh, didn't you go to San Juan del Sur? They're not going to ask you, oh, did you go to Popoyo? If you're coming to surf, then obviously Popoyo is a surf beach, and San Juan del Sur does not have surf, so it's the anti-surf beach. So if I had loads of time, I would go lots of places, but not necessarily those. But if I was on a tight time constraint, Granada would be my first choice, and Ometepe would be my first expansion to that. And if you only do those two places, sure, you're missing out on a ton of the Nicaraguan experience. What can you do about it? You don't have enough time. But at least you'll get the iconic history and architecture and food and everything of Granada, and you'll get the absolutely cannot experience it anywhere else on Earth Ometepe. And those would be by far my most important. Brent says, just started week 3 of 4 of my Spanish program. I'm liking it. Awesome. It's good to hear. How is your Spanish coming? Have I ever gone fishing? I have not been fishing in a very long time, like decades and decades and decades. Not a big fan of fishing. I am a very big fan of eating fish. I try to support my local fishermen as best I can. But I don't enjoy fishing. I don't enjoy the idleness of it, and I don't enjoy dealing with fish. I don't like any part of it, except eating it. New York Jim, I am just starting my research. My wife and I are just starting our research on retiring to Nicaragua. Awesome, love to hear it. We are considering either Granada for our base camp for exploring. Would $24.50 US be enough? Well, for what length of time? How long are you planning on staying? Eliza says, why do you like it about your class? Oh, for a month. Okay. Yeah, $24.50 is enough for a month. You're going to be on a little bit of a tight budget there because you have to have a hotel during that time, right? So at $50 a night for a hotel, that's $1,500 if my math is correct, right? So you're looking at maybe you can get cheaper than that, right? If you're going to be staying in Granada, of course, the prices are higher. No, Eliza, you're talking about living, not about visiting. Those are not close prices. When you're living here, your monthly rent, so for example, I had a nice apartment here for $180 a month. A hotel, which you will need if you're only staying for 1 month, is going to run you well over $1,000, and there's no way around that, right? The two are very different things. Vacationing in a place, even if your goal is to look into it, and long-term living are extremely different price points. Also, when you're visiting, they're going to be, NY Jim and his wife are going to be eating at restaurants. They're not going to be cooking for themselves and so forth. So it just ends up being very different. Once they move, sure, then that's a ton of money. They're in great shape. But while hunting, it'll be quite different. For 2 people, it'll definitely be on the tight side. I would, if you can get it up a little bit, I think that would be good. But you can do it. You'll want to really work hard to see if you can get a hotel that'll get you to $30 to $40 per night. That's very tough to get below that because the cost of air conditioning can get above $30 per night. So you could be at a point where if you're not careful, the hotel you're staying in might not even make any money for you staying for an entire month. So you can only get so cheap as long as you have air conditioning, and presumably you'll have air conditioning. But check it out. You might be able to find some place that's affordable. Let me look really quick and just see what there's a place I like there. Obviously, there's lots of places I like in Granada. It's got lots of great stuff, but I'm going to try to find one that's affordable. Brent likes the people here and the nature of the island. Let's see. I just recently stayed at the Socialtel, or Socialtel, I don't know, in Granada, which used to be the Alhambra. And I was very happy with it. My kids are very happy with it. Now, we had a big room, so that doesn't give you a good comparison. All right, sleep. Rooms. Suite standard. Suite premium. All right, assuming you want a standard room with a private bathroom, I believe. Yep, looks that way. Oh, here we go. We're just gonna say September 22nd to the 24th, we're just trying to get a feel for. Hey, doggy. Hey, little dog. Okay, here we go. So the standard room, which is a queen bed with a private bathroom, this includes internet, and it looks like it includes breakfast. So this is important for you trying to stay for a month and keeping your price down. You'll want that breakfast meal Hold on, let me send a note to come deal with the dogs, because everyone forgets they have to deal with the dog. That'll be really important for keeping your costs down, right? Eat that breakfast in the hotel every day. Our standard breakfast here, rice and beans, the gallo pinto, eggs, cheese. That stuff's going to give you a lot of protein. It's going to give you a lot of filler. It's going to keep you on a healthy diet with enough calories to get you a good chunk through the day. You're not going to be stuck. Good. You're not going to be stuck starving by lunch, going out for big extra meals. It's going to take a big chunk of your calories off, and it's going to be delicious and healthy. So that's important for a lot of reasons. And they're listing at the Socio Hotel at $1,583 per night. Hey, yeah, okay. But this is the night by night cost. Let me just bring up a calculator and get that nightly price. 1,583. divided by 36.4, and that's going to cost you $43.50 per night. That's with no negotiation. That's going on the website and getting a queen room. Could you shave that cost? Yes, of course you could. So first of all, you're coming for a month. Talk to them and be like, I need a monthly rate. I need to get this down a lot. They're gonna shave a lot off of that for you, right? But you want to keep that breakfast. That is the standard queen room. What if you went to the compact room? It does not mention what the bed is, but it does sleep two. Right now, you're automatically cutting that a lot. You're down to $1,356 a night. For a month, you might want to suck it up. Personally, I would spend the money on the queen bed, but your mileage may vary. I like my space. And this is still private bathroom. If you get below this price, you're getting into shared bathroom. This does not show air conditioning, but I believe it has air conditioning. 1,356 divided by 36.4. You're at $37.25. So this alone, at its per night price, is going to be affordable for you. Under $1,200 for your accommodations. But you do that at a month rate, and I would not be surprised if you couldn't get down to $30 per night. Maybe 32. You're looking at $900 to $1,000 for your accommodations for the month with breakfast, right? Make sure you keep that breakfast. That one included it too. So suddenly you're affordable. And that's going to leave you, what was that budget you said? $2,450. So let's say you got it for $1,000. That leaves you $1,450 for food. That's going to be your primary thing, is going out to eat. Figure that you've only got so much per day, so you're going to have to be careful. And especially in Granada, it's easy to go to nice restaurants and spend a bunch of money fast. But you can do quite a bit. Eliza, do you mean the big dog you hear barking? Come here, baby. Baby, come here. They want to see you on the show. Come here. Come here. There we go. Here he is. So this dog is 9 months old. He's a huge monster, and he's nuts. He's kind of still a puppy. He's definitely still an idiot. But he's so big. And he was a tiny runt. He was this big when we got him. He was only a day or two away from death when we rescued him. And he was starving, and the other doggies wouldn't feed him. They wouldn't let him eat. He couldn't get anywhere. He was dehydrated. He was so little and so sick, and now he's huge. And a monster. And a monster. But you love us so much, don't you? You love us. Yes, you're a sweet boy. Crazy, but you're a sweet boy. Yeah. And that's staying at a really nice place, right? We're not really cutting corners here. I know it may sound like I'm like, okay, let's find this place. It's getting kind of cheap. This is on the main plaza. Not near, not kind of off a corner. This is literally one of the hotels that faces the cathedral on the main plaza. You've got internet, breakfast, and everything included. If you need to cut costs from this, it can be done. I don't think you want to. You could. I stay here sometimes, and I'm very happy with it. My kids are happy with it. My wife is happy with it. That is the Socio Hotel Granada, and I'm going to send link. I cannot send the full link. I'm just going to send you the... Can I get a link just to this? destinations. Oh, come on. They don't have many places. They got one place in Thailand, 2 in Guatemala, and 2 in Colombia, and then this 1 in Nicaragua. No, no, no. You have to stay here. You have to stay here. You silly little dog. And then I've never eaten in their restaurant there. I don't know how it is. It looked decent, but they don't show their menu, so I don't know. But definitely that's a place to check out. So obviously transportation and stuff will cost you a little bit, but very little. This will really let you explore Granada while you're there. You can walk around places. You can do different things. You'll be in pretty good shape. It looks like the video froze on. I'm gonna refresh. Hopefully, there's no problem here. Okay, please stop! Don't hitting the camera. Would you not hit the camera? Hi. Yes, I know. I know. Oh, not the keyboard. Oh, jeez. Yes, I know. You're such a crazy dog. You're such a crazy dog. Mwah. Hopefully, the live stream is still going. My browser has completely choked. And it cannot bring up the live stream at all. Nothing. There we go. Okay. It's up now. Wow. Yeah. So this dog is kind of still a puppy. And a wild one. He's nuts. But sweet. All right. Okay. All right. Don't make it. Hey. Hey. Beverly says, we are still here. Wesley says, did you watch that YouTube about the lady losing her purse? No, I'm not sure what video that is. Joey says, hey, if anyone is up for teaming up partially on a move down there, I'm trying to get down there by summer. Not sure all I'm bringing, but it's getting down there. Parting with memories is even harder than anticipated. That is the hard. Oh my gosh. I know, that's the killer stuff. It really is. Wesley says, I sent you the link in your email like you asked me to. Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm behind on getting to all that stuff. I am currently working. I know it's hard to tell because I'm doing a live stream for so much. I'm currently working like 20 hours a day, and every moment I'm not working is my wife pulling me away to go to some event almost every day this week, which has been killing me. So I am so far behind on catching up with anything. So I apologize. That is totally on me. I did get that. I just forgot what it was. Okay, perfect. Cool. Hey, little dog. You can just chill. Just relax. I feel like I've had so much to eat today. I had gallo pinto with 1 egg and some queso frito, and I had that bowl of soup. That's it. Entire day. Why do I feel so full? I don't know. My dog is making so much noise. He really wants to go out. There's someone out there visiting, and he wants to go bark at them. It is a problem. I gotta do some testing in the background while I'm waiting for you guys to write some stuff. Stop! Cannot wait for this dog to go to behavior training. You heard me. Yeah. You have to go to school. Yes, you do. Because you're badly behaved. You don't listen. It's true. You're not good like the other dogs. The dogs start fighting in here. It creates all kinds of problems. There we go. Eliza says, seems like lots of folks are interested. Neil Gibson, hello there, Scott. Just saying hi from Managua. Hey, Neil, how's it going? New York Jim says, I like my room also. So if I budget, I think, another 1,000, I should be fine. Thanks very much. Oh, yeah. If you double that number, like, you can get really nice spaces, right? It's easy to come up with. And especially if you're staying for a month, you can argue people down in price, and it all depends what you want. Yeah, no, you'll be in really good shape. I know you're restless. Come here. I know. Yeah. With the biggest, sharpest nails. Yes, you do. Yeah. I know you like to bite. I know. Yeah. That's my crazy dog. Bum 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 bum. You're biting me again. Why are you biting all the time? You're such a biter. You are. That is the sound of Doggy. He's just a little doggy dog. Bum 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 bum. Just a little doggy dog. Oh, you always trying to bite. Why you must bite? Bum bum ba dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Yeah. You are Doggy. Now he's being good. He's standing by me. Just relaxing. Yeah. I know there's so much going on in the house tonight. Makes you nervous. You should hang out with Liesel. She's playing video games. That's where Clive is. Aw, Mia's being so good. What was the weather like today in Leon and in other cities? Well, I don't know too much about other cities. Here it was pleasantly warm. I would say it was probably in the low 90s, 92-ish. Not warm enough to really notice. Definitely not cool enough to notice. Beverly says, good night all. Good show, Scott. Have a good night, Beverly. Neighbor. We'll be seeing you soon. I have one dog trying to sleep by the door and the other pacing around, driving her crazy. This has been a pretty good crowd tonight. Not as good as last week. Last week was really lively, but can't win it every week. All right, you guys have been pretty quiet. Could use some. Oh my gosh, that dog. Do they show older movies at the theaters down there? I have never seen older movies shown. It's always current runs. I've never seen anything else. New York Jim, good night, everyone. Thanks for the help. Absolutely. Have a good night, guys. Hopefully your trip to Granada goes well coming up soon-ish. I'm not sure how soon, but hopefully. That would be awesome. Can tourists rent cars there? Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much no one else does rent cars here. It's probably not true, but it's effectively true. Remember, everyone's a tourist here. Like, almost all of the expats are tourists, 85% of them. So if they couldn't rent, that would be devastating. How many solar panels does it take to run a window AC medium-sized? Well, that really depends on the solar panels, because solar panels come from this to who knows. There are air conditioning units that come with built-in solar, so one. Those are quite expensive, though. But those are nice. Like, you can just buy independent air conditioning units. You just install them. As long as they face the right way, they just cool with no cost, which is super cool. I've thought about buying just those because that's the only thing you really worry about with electricity is all the air conditioning. It's not quite true because we do have 2 fridges and a deep freeze. That uses a bit, plus the computers. But getting each of the air conditioners to be its own standalone solar-powered unit would be so cool. And then you get to run it for forever because it's got its own power. Like, there's never a reason to shut it off. Yes, I rented a Suzuki for 8 days 2 weeks ago. Stick shift. It's been a while. Full-size panels. I don't know. You have to be a permanent. That's a question. I'm trying to. You have to be a permanent resident to register a car. So that one comes up a lot, and the general consensus is yes. However, I was not a permanent resident. Well, so first of all, no, you do not need to be a permanent resident. The theory is that you need to be a resident to rent a car, not a permanent one. Hold on. I think I can let the dog out. Yeah, okay, hold on. I'm just letting the dog out so he's not crazy. Mia, you're going to leave me too? What is that about? Ugh. Stretching while I'm up. So the theory is that you need to be a resident in order to register a car. The theory as to why is because they need to be able to track you down and know where you are when you have a car. Is that true? Is that a real thing? Well, we know that we registered a car when we were tourists. So it is certainly not true all of the time. Is it true most of the time? I don't know. I actually don't know anyone who's really tried to register a car as a tourist and had it fail. Tons of people say they can't do it, and I'm inclined to believe them, but I've never actually witnessed it. So it's one of those things where everybody says this, but is it true? I don't know. It may be that everybody says it to the point where we just assume that it's true, but we don't actually know. So I don't know. What we do know is that sometimes you can register as a tourist. That much we know. 1% of the time, 99% of the time, no guess. Can you find ways to register a car so that you, as a tourist, can have a car? Absolutely. What are your reasonable choices? Your choices include, 1, just try to register it and see if that works. 2, get a lawyer. Have your lawyer register the car and put it in registered in their name, and then you have no problem because a lawyer is protected. That they can't like try to steal your car or anything. They're a lawyer, right? It's not like having a friend do it and then being like, oh, my friend said they do it, and then they claim the car was theirs. Yeah, no, don't do that. Lawyers can't do that, so it's a completely different thing. So. So that's an easy fix, right? Just pay a lawyer and you're done. Then there's the option to form a company and have the company own the car. You own the company. Very easy to do. Any tourist can form a company. You don't even have to be a tourist. Everyone on this show can form a company tonight if you can find the people fast enough, and you're good to go. That's all you need. And so. A lot of people opt to do that because they want to have a company for other reasons. You want to maybe start a little business, or you want to do some tax deferment, or you want to be able to invest, or long term you want to do something else, or you want to be able to do other things. You want to open bank accounts. Who knows? You want to function like you're a resident, but you don't want to be a resident. Options. You have lots of options. Opening a business is a common thing. for lots of reasons, this being one of them. And so that's that's kind of the answer. And then any resident, temporary, permanent, doesn't matter, can just go rent a car. Can just go register a car. Not a big deal. So it's an easy. It sounds like a big thing. You got to be a resident to do this. Oh, but it's not a thing you necessarily need to do. Even for the relatively rare case, less than 50% of the time that you need a car, there's easy ways to protect yourself. The thing that everyone says, oh, just have a friend put it in their name, that's the one dumb thing you should never do. No reason for that ever to come up. There's no complicated scenario to drive you to that. Oh. I have some honey roasted peanuts here. I've had very little food today. We are at the 7-hour mark. Are they local peanuts? No. These are great values. They're Walmart. Yeah, these are definitely American peanuts. We can get local peanuts in delicious flavors, but not in big containers like this. I wish they did. I'm trying to find options to get an air conditioning unit that is everything all inclusive. Information is always scarce. Here we go. Specifically says it comes with solar panels, then says does not include solar panels. Uh-huh. You guys are too quiet. Oh, we're up to 500 views, though. That's awesome. What's up?
Are you done?
No?
Oh.
Only 9 o'clock.
Oh, how long is your live stream?
Normally till midnight.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on now?
Not much. Pretty quiet.
Really?
We just topped 7 hours, though.
Oh my. Wow.
Yep.
Can you get away for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys. Think of questions and stuff. I'll be back in a few minutes. Where's my... There it is. I'll be... All right, we are back. We are back. Sorry for that. Had to go out and deal with some stuff. Should we have an all Spanish night and day to help each other with the local dialects? That's could be a thing. Quizás, 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 quizás. Bum 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 bum. The 3 places advertising solar panels that I saw drove past had none in view. Well, you don't buy them here anyway. That's not the kind of thing you would buy in country. You would definitely ship those in from China. Just you'd pay so much less. Like any electronics here, anything that's in country, they buy at normally a premium because they're not very good at getting them, and they bought them in the past when things are more expensive, and then by the time they're storing them and stuff, you end up spending way too much because they've marked them up and done. There's just all these things that make it's like double the cost. Maybe not quite that much, but because there's just so much ancillary cost to the whole thing. So that's not really practical to buy things like that in country under normal circumstances. But you can ship them in from China brand new and just wait a little bit and voila, right? So that's generally, and because it's become so easy to do, it makes the ones in country even less popular, which makes them even more expensive because they move so much less often. Lenny says, I am sure you have spoken about this, but I have missed the discussion. Will America do to Nicaragua what it did to Venezuela? If so, how will it affect Americans living in Nicaragua and investments? So obviously the U.S. getting involved anywhere and bringing in heavy corruption is a fear, especially in the Americas where they do it on a regular basis. And they're always going after places that are stable and have good business environments, because that's exactly what hurts the U.S. So they need that. So will they try to do? Well, they've said they're going to try to do here what they did in Venezuela. They've wanted to do that here for 47 years and so far have failed, and the capabilities of the United States continue to decline every day. So is it very likely for them to do that? I mean, they already had the president of Venezuela was in Nicaragua. They could have gotten everyone at once, and they didn't. They generally avoid Nicaragua. It's a relatively well-protected country with a lot of skill at creating a big problem for the United States. So it feels unlikely that we're really going to see that happen here as much as, does the U.S. want to do that? Yeah, absolutely. Is the U.S. capable of doing that? That's the real question. Right, and right now they have much bigger concerns like the USS Ford that cannot be resupplied in any way, and all of the bases that are supposed to support it are in smoking rubble. And if they so much as try to appear at the port or escape the port of Hormuz, they will show up on the radar and be lit up like the 4th of July as a target, because all they have to do is, damn it, hold on, the dog wants to leave. All they have to do is hit the flight deck and the whole thing is completely useless, and just a huge floating liability out there, which it already is, right? It's already proven to be pretty much useless, and everyone's living in abject fear, knowing that there are weapons in the region that can go right through an aircraft carrier. So the amount that the U.S. fleet is currently hiding in the Persian Gulf, desperate to figure out where it can find a port of call where it can offload its people and escape, really doesn't bode well for the U.S. getting engaged in another theater, and one that it has a very bad track record with. So we shall see, right? And what did they do in Venezuela, right? Not very effective, and causing a lot of problems for the U.S. They're failing in Cuba. They're doing a lot of harm, but ultimately failing. China is rapidly turning the power back on in Cuba as fast as they can. The more that the U.S. does in more places, the more thinly it gets stretched. And of course, the bigger fear to many Americans is and especially now that it is unhideable, if that's a good way to put it, Iran has whooped the U.S. to an extreme degree in the Gulf, leaving a situation where the reports that the U.S. is out of ammo, where they simply do not have the shield capabilities. They've proven throughout the region that the U.S. cannot shield its partners in the region, extending themselves to yet another country, a completely new theater, and an effective one, is going to start very quickly making Americans at home stop and think about how exposed the U.S. mainland is. And that's the biggest thing that Iran has been doing, is drawing the U.S. into being an overextended player who is more and more publicly in a position where, should there be an actual large-scale engagement, the U.S. is not prepared to handle that. Whether they're able to maintain what they're doing now or not is heavily up for debate, but the inability to resupply one aircraft carrier tells everyone an awful lot about the position that they're in. So, do I think it's likely that they're going to be... Do I think that the government in the U.S. is so incredibly dumb that they may attempt something like it? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Do I think that the U.S. military has the capability to pull it off? No, it's 47 years of not being able to do that. It seems unlikely, right? Now, they did occupy Nicaragua for 70 years before that, so there is some precedence for it paying off in the past, but Nicaragua has fortified itself culturally and militarily for a long time. And when people talk about, this is an interesting topic, that you talk about militaries in the region and things that they do. Nicaragua has a military for only two purposes, and those two purposes are really the same thing. One is to defend it against the narco states and the narco players to the south, which of course are the long arm of the United States, and to defend itself against the United States. That's all it exists for. It's purely for domestic protection. There is no foreign policy. There's no heading off to fight wars somewhere else. Nicaragua exists purely for its own sovereignty and defense, which means that there's an entire military whose sole job is trained specifically for engagement with the United States. Not something like the United States, not some player in the region, one very specific thing. Does that mean that they are ultimately prepared and able to handle anything the U.S. can throw at them? No, of course not. That's not at all what it means. But it does mean that the United States would be almost guaranteed a very intractable quagmire here in the region. And that's something that they have shown, it seems, a lot of fear of getting stuck in. So I think overall we're likely to be fine, but of course, when you're dealing with a rogue state that is in the state of collapse that the U.S. is, a lot of irrationality, a lot of panic sets in, and so sometimes you get people who are fearful, and they're like, oh, we're not gonna engage this. We're overextended, and we're not gonna overextend more, because they're using their fear for rationality. But then you also get then you also get this flailing panic effect, which can arrive with a lot of danger. So it's hard to say, but it's not something that people sit around and think about or worry about here, for it to be a... Sorry, I got distracted because people asking me questions. Aha. All right. Got a few more people on. How's everybody doing? Give us a thumbs up on the episode here. Let us know that you're around. Getting a little bit tired over here. We have been going for 7.5 hours. Not too bad. But it does get a little bit much. I wish it was easier to get up and move around while doing the live stream. That would be really nice. I get antsy, you know. It'd be nice to like lift a little bit, pace a little bit, go somewhere, do something different. Just sitting in the chair for long periods of time is a little bit much. Okay, you need a standing desk with a treadmill. I do need a standing desk with a treadmill. I'm not very good with a standing desk with a treadmill. I find the walking difficult, but if I have weights at least, but I still don't want to be in the chair. You know, I want to be up and walking around, but treadmill's a bit much. This makes my chair fall backwards. I have to put my feet up in the air. Oh, still looking for acreage near Hinotega. There's plenty of land to the west, but I saw nothing for sale. Beautiful countryside. Just approach people, make offers. Nothing else to be done. No one's going to advertise for sale, really. That helped a little bit. I did decide, while we were doing this video, for those who weren't following along before, replacing Pixel Fed just makes sense for Nicaragua. So I am working towards that now. I do a lot of kind of cool, interesting projects, so why not? But I would like a standing desk. We were planning on getting one, and then there was a bunch of, I don't know what happened. I mean, I have a desk over there where I can stand, but it's hard to switch between them. That's part of the problem. I need a producer in here, raise the camera, do all that. I mean, I could just do it myself. Like, yeah. I hate sitting all day, but there's only so many options. Here we go. I did meet a local guy way away from Hinotega that knew of land for sale between Matagalpa and Hinotega. Brent says, visited a guy's house under construction today down the road from where I am. A young guy from the States got an incredible price on a nice piece of land by plugging in with the locals over a period of a few years, building goodwill, etc. Super nice guy. That's the thing to do. That's how you get the prices. What is the time of the west coast of Nicaragua related to the U.S.? Eastern, Central, or Mountain Time? Thanks. So Nicaragua is all one time zone. We are Central America time, which lines up with U.S. Central Standard Time. But most of the year, the U.S. does not use its own time zones. It shifts by one. So most of the year, Nicaragua uses the same time as Denver, or Mountain Time, but it's Mountain Daylight Time. When you're on Standard Time in the U.S., Nicaragua is lined up with Dallas, or Central Standard, and when you're on Daylight, we line up with Mountain Daylight. But our time never changes. We're on rational First World Time. The U.S. is on non-developed world time, with floating times for places that don't have workers or factories or technology. Why the U.S. has chosen to go down a path of such caveman-type timekeeping, I have no idea. But it is among the most backwards things in the developed world, to the point where I don't think you can use daylight time and claim to be a developed country. I don't know how the two can coexist. It's almost like you would expect a place that can't keep time to not have good health care. Oh, wait. Yeah. He has friends in the States, collect lightly used clothing and shoes for kids, and then brings them here when he travels. So, of course, the people here really like him. Well, that's cool. Trying to keep my work going in the background. Yeah, supposedly changing time like that saves electricity, yet we know it doesn't. Because it doesn't cause. Like, that's just. Like, the degree to crazy that has to require, right? Like, farmers get up. Like, if that truly saved time, we would never have changed time in the first place. We would use lights when it makes sense. You use lights when it makes sense. You don't change time part of the year and only at the part of the year that doesn't matter. Like, none of that makes sense. It's specifically to cause problems. It also causes a higher death rate, right? Which is more expensive. A few lights are killing people. It causes unbelievable amounts of electricity cost for data centers, computers, financial problems, medical problems. It is a massive embarrassment to the countries that do it. It's something that they can't live down. They can't, downplay. It causes all kinds of miscommunications and missed things with countries around the world, that, especially the United States, that doesn't do its daylight savings time on the same time as the rest of the world. And even Americans don't know what it is because it changes. It's wild. But the amount of things that it causes to go wrong. So the things that make no sense is if you do work with international companies, you don't change your time. You just keep working. As an international company, we do everything on UTC specifically so that no one can ever use those excuses. Most countries don't use it, so people just don't show up, and they're like, well, it's at fault, blame the U.S. and charge the U.S. for not honoring standard time. The number of things it causes to go wrong, and the whole theory is that people do things at the wrong time. It just doesn't hold up. Why were we... And so many things the government controls. The government controls when we have school. The government controls when all the government buildings are open. The government controls banking hours. Well, why didn't it put them at the right time? Instead, it put it at the wrong time and then shifted time to make up for it sometimes. Like, it's insane. And then everything else would work around that, right? Oh, when does public transportation run? When factories run based on other things. They don't just make up their own time. Factories don't care, right? And how many things run 24 hours a day? Hotels are 24 hours a day. Factories are often 24 hours a day. People work from home 24 hours a day. People are at home. And one of the things was originally they thought people at home wouldn't use electricity and people at work would. Okay, but that's not the case anymore. If it ever was, like, it's there's so many ways to save electricity that we don't care about, and this, which actually I guarantee, no way does it not generate more electricity, just in all kinds of terrible places, not in lighting, right? I heard Mexico had to change their time because so many Americans were missing flights. Right. What's amazing is that the U.S. has some of the world's most complicated time, with so many time zones, which is unavoidable, and so many different daylight savings time things, and not honoring standard or predictable daylight savings time. It creates a situation where Americans are not truly clear on what time it is, right? And I've never met an American who can get their own time zone correct. Like, who knows the name of their time zone? Here, it's easy. We're on Central America time, also known as Managua time. It has lots of names. But Central America time is universal to all of Central America. It never changes. You never have to know anything. But Americans have to know, are they on standard time or are they on daylight time, right, at any given moment? And I don't know any American who does. None. If they are aware that there's two different time zones flipping back and forth, they don't know which one they're in. And it's most Americans, as far as I know, believe that daylight savings happens during the winter when you need to save daylight, but that's not when it happens. It's also in Europe they call it summertime. Daylight time is summertime, so they're doing the shift during the time when there's already so much sun, there's no sun to be saved. It doesn't make any sense. We're doing everything in daylight, except we've created a situation where we shift the time so much that we actually don't see the sun all the time. We actually have to use lights because of daylight saving time. It is crazy. And it also means that noon is not 12 most of the time in the United States. Genuinely curious, not just about DST, but in general, why do you seem to emphasize U.S. negatives, while with other countries you focus more on positives or give context to the negatives? Every country has both. I don't know how much that's true. I think a lot of the difference is in a lot of countries, I think they have a lot of negatives because of things. So a lot of them are external factors. Right. So in Nicaragua, for example, most of our negatives are caused by the U.S. Or, of course, there's negatives here, but try to name a negative that anyone worries about that isn't caused by the U.S. The U.S., on the other hand, is a giant, powerful economy that acts as a colonial superpower and destroys other countries. So it's not that I'm focusing on the negatives in the U.S. It's that the U.S. lacks the positives that don't have negative connotations to them. Well, but the U.S. is really rich only by stealing from others. Well, the U.S. has decent crime rates, right, by creating crime in other countries. The U.S. has a powerful military that it uses to commit crimes in other countries. The U.S. is outrageously corrupt and acts as, and is accepted worldwide as, one of the two most evil states in recent memory. Because it does this to other countries, it's very difficult, right on the verge of impossible. And I'd like some examples if someone has them, because it would be great. Like, I come from the U.S. There's great things, right? We have some beautiful landscapes. We make some of the world's best wine. We have an amazing culinary culture. Unfortunately, that culinary culture has been sold to big business. Even our food is so deeply rooted in the most heinous corruption that the world has seen in centuries. It's so bad. And it's used to harm so many people that I don't know how to find the silver lining given the weight we must carry as Americans, right? If you think about Jack Pittman, who does a show in Managua, or used to, he broke down in tears because of his guilt and the weight of that he carries because of the advantages he has from being an American and going around the world and witnessing the damage that the U.S. has done around the world, right? Every person you meet around the world, not universally, but really heavily, very large percentages, have these problems that they're trying to overcome, and almost always you can point to either the U.S. or its allies, colonial powers, damaging the world and going, where does the poverty come from? Does the world need to live in poverty? No, but someone is using military might to create that. Someone is using corruption and manipulation and overthrowing governments to do that, right? In all these other countries, good luck finding militaries that are interfering with other countries. Good luck finding manipulative politics that are trying to overthrow other governments, right? These are not things you generally encounter. And then in all the countries that we're speaking of, you end up with, but all of them live in abject fear of being slaughtered by the U.S. All of them live with the knowledge that they will very likely, almost guaranteed, within anyone's lifetime, have their government taken from them by the U.S. and overthrown. Because if they do good things, if good things happen to them, then the U.S. will come for them, right? And the only way they can keep the U.S. away is by failing. When you look at countries through that lens, and it's not the only lens to look at them through, but the context of why much of the world suffers is for one reason. And the reason that a few places seem good is because they're driven by media machines that promote them. And that's actually probably the bigger thing, is when you step back from that narrative. If you're talking to people in English, the chances are you've been given a narrative in English, as many people have. It's not targeted at you, but in English, it's so much more overwhelming. You end up with a narrative that paints all countries that are suffering as suffering because they're less. They're not as smart. They're not as driven. They're not as fortunate. They're not worshiping the right religion or whatever. There's always a blame, and the place that's producing the media, the place that's producing the propaganda, is being promoted as being this wonderland, whether directly or indirectly. And then when you get news, all of those places are being lied about in the negative. They're always being portrayed as all these bad things are happening. And then when you get there, you learn, in general, none of those bad things are happening. Or if they are, they're actually responses to negative things coming from somewhere else, right? The reason we need context is because in Nicaragua, as an example, almost every time you hear about something that's negative, if you actually dig into it, there's no way to honestly talk about it without having that negative reflect almost universally on the U.S. And when we're talking about things that are happening good in the U.S., there's very little ways to have a context around that isn't, oh, it's actually far worse than you're being told, right? So if you're looking at the media in general, everything in the U.S. is worse, not everything, but you know what I mean, the vast majority is far worse than it's being portrayed as. And everything outside the U.S. is far better than it's being portrayed as. And it's not just that the U.S. is producing that media that is skewing that so significantly, requiring any intentionally honest discourse to have to try to bring it back to reality, but also that the disparity between what is good and bad is often happening because of these things, right? Because the U.S. is actioning these things. Nicaragua does not influence the United States. Brazil does not influence the United States. Mexico does not heavily influence the United States. But the United States absolutely influences these places, and not just by things they might do here and there on the side, not just by coercion, not just by kind of hiding things, but also they have things like the Monroe Doctrine that simply says all of Latin America is a U.S. possession. All Hispanic people are really just long-armed slaves of the U.S. They are property of the U.S. As long as the Monroe Doctrine exists, there can be no negative in Latin America that is not blamable on the U.S. The U.S. takes on that responsibility, right? If you were a plantation owner in 1800 and bad things happened to your slave, it does not matter whether some of that was they did it to themselves or not. By being a slaveholder, all negatives that can happen to them are the ethical and moral responsibility of the slaveholder, right? That is just, it happens, right? The same thing. If the U.S. is attempting to enslave Latin America, there cannot be a thing at fault that ultimately does not come back to the U.S. The U.S. needs to release them, let them be free, let them adjust, and then eventually be free of that responsibility. But until they do that, until the Monroe Doctrine is long ancient history that is reviled and hated by Americans universally and never has a risk of coming back, that responsibility is voluntarily taken on by the U.S. And but it cannot be forgotten, because every moment of life in the Western Hemisphere and much of the world is painted by that. And Americans kind of think of it as this kind of thing you learn in school, and you think once in a while it gets pulled out and talked about. But outside of the U.S., this is an everyday fear and everyday influence. Every bit of life is painted by that. It affects everything. Billy says, one of my biggest fears is leaving the U.S., going to a different place, and having the U.S. military come. And that's a real fear, right? That's exactly, yeah, absolutely. Right? Nowhere else do you have that fear. You never fear. I'm going to leave Nicaragua. I'm thinking about moving to Mexico. But I don't know. What happens when Nicaragua invades? That's not a real fear. Nobody fears that. No one even thinks of mentioning that, right? There's only one active military in all of the Western Hemisphere south of the United States that ever gets involved in a neighboring country. And that's Costa Rica. That is the only Latin American country to have any military involvement outside of its borders. All other countries in Latin America, their military is purely for self-defense. Maybe in some extreme circumstances, maybe in some historical circumstances, right? We all hopefully know about things like the Bolivian and Paraguayan wars. There has been times that external fighting has happened in the region, obviously, or hopefully obviously, people are aware. But in recent times, in the last, I don't even know, 80 years or so, is that anyone know? I think that's about accurate. There have been no time that any Latin American military has gone extraterritorial, with the exception of Costa Rica, who launched missile strikes on Ecuador and Colombia within the last 6 months, right? And the U.S. likes to pretend that Costa Rica has no military. Isn't that odd that the only active military interfering with anyone in a foreign way in the entire region, the only military that anybody fears, is a one they actually claim doesn't exist? That's insane, right? And the U.S. would have us fear all these places. Oh, what will happen? What will happen? None of them invade anybody. None of them attack anybody, right? The last time, as far as I know, anybody in the region got involved anywhere else ended in 1945. If there's been anything since then, I'd be interested in what I'm missing, besides defending themselves. Joey does mention sequoias and giant redwoods. Those are very cool. Hold on, I just got to tell someone we are... I understand your points, but I think your answer shows what I mean. There's a lot of good about the U.S., beautiful places, great people, generosity, innovation. I just wonder why you rarely mention both. Well, I think it's difficult to, right? Innovation comes at the cost of stealing from others, right? Does the U.S. have great people? Yes, obviously, but as a colonial power, those staying behind in the U.S. carry a certain amount of responsibility, right? And so it's difficult to give that, given that influence on the world, right? It feels like the U.S. is full of great people, but it needs to be people who are getting out and not participating in that system. We have an ethical requirement at this point to do so, right? So let's step back and think of it in a context and work with me, because maybe I have this wrong. But if we were to go back to Nazi Germany and say 1938, 1939, at that point where everyone knew, right? You can make a really good argument. Loads of people who are just figuring out how bad it is, and they're terrified, right? Let's take Billy as an example. Billy is aware right now, I think from reading his stuff, that the U.S. has some big problems going on, but he's scared. How does he safely get away from that? How does he protect himself, his family, his loved ones? How do you leave your loved ones behind? That's difficult. Right? And so you see this, and it manifests in different ways. Well, is the U.S. going to invade wherever I go? That's one worry. Is the U.S. going to pay for things to happen to me somewhere? That's a worry. Am I going to be deported? That's a worry. Will I just be arbitrarily arrested? Those are real worries. And those are, while those are super unlikely, all it takes to have a really powerful deterrent to people speaking out, acting out against the government, is making them fear that it could happen, right? And so this is where the U.S. is now, that people are starting to fear just about everything. And we can make great points, but you'll notice that most of your points are, okay, the U.S. has beautiful places. Well, of course it does. Does that need to be said? It's a huge place. We don't say, oh, Nicaragua has all these problems, but it's got these beautiful places. Nah, it's just the landscape. Right, that's not really arguing for the country. No one's arguing that the U.S. is an ugly country or doesn't have nice places. It has great people and generosity. That's actually difficult to argue is true because of the problems we have going on. Yes, of course, there are isolated great people and generosity, but according to the voting records, it's not the majority, right? Whereas other countries, we argue that it's difficult to find people who would promote colonialism, who would promote genocide, who would promote, starving children or whatever. And in the U.S., we actually are terrified of our neighbors. Being in the U.S., yes, there are good people, but arguing that, but the majority of people are pretty nice, actually doesn't hold up. I am scared of the majority of American people, and their actions around the world speak to that. Now, of course, many Americans operate in fear. Many of Americans feel that they are trapped. Many Americans have been tricked. Many Americans are too young to vote. Some Americans are too old to get out and vote. Some Americans had their votes taken from them because someone voted in their name. I know people that had this happen, right? It seems to be a story that comes up a lot, and yet people say there's no corruption in the U.S. for the voting. It's odd because I've never heard these stories from other countries. Of course they happen. But I do hear them in the U.S., but then people go, but it doesn't matter because we don't have a vote because it goes to this thing that overrides the vote anyway. Okay, that's cool. We don't need even to pretend to have democracy because there is no democracy. Okay, works. I get that argument. But what are we doing about that? Well, we don't really care. The U.S. has a lot of innovation. Is that really true? Does the U.S. promote worldwide innovation, or does the U.S. destroy worldwide innovation? My argument would be I don't feel confident saying that the U.S. actually innovates. Yes, if you look at the isolated, it innovates because it threatens and steals from other countries. Yes, in the way that Thomas Edison innovated, which is not at all. If anything, he held back innovation. There were other places innovating more. You didn't hear about them. Sure, today, 100 years later, you hear about Tesla, and we all talk about how the Nikola Tesla was innovating far, far more than the people at General Electric. Today, we recognize that, and we all think of how good the world could have been had we gotten that stuff. But we still think that we still think of Edison as an inventor. We still think of him as being this great person. Yet, he crippled the American movie industry. He took false credit for all kinds of things that he not only didn't do, but probably held back, and created all kinds of problems with, like, the electrical grid. And so it's difficult to look and say, yeah, sure, he had problems, but Edison was at least innovative. I don't believe that's true. I believe he was anti-innovative. I think he actually held back the United States because he was incredibly evil, and unfortunately there wasn't people to stop him, right? And maybe people didn't know at the time, right? I'm not blaming a particular party, but bad things happened and good things were probably missed. We can't know because those things were wiped out. We don't know how many people he had killed. We don't know how many people he had silenced. We don't know how many people he had disappear. We don't know how many people he just managed to make not financially viable, right? We don't know. But what we do know is that he was a domestic terrorist, completely evil person, and worked against the American people and innovation. It feels likely that the same things are happening in the U.S. at a larger scale. Right, the United States is most likely working against global innovation, right? It is sucking up economic possibilities. It is putting effort and forcing global resources into military research and military expansion when the world could be. Maybe this wouldn't happen without the U.S. Maybe it would. We don't know. Able to focus on arts and literature and technological advancement and the good of mankind instead of AI bubbles with false investment schemes and circular money to create false GDP numbers and data centers that are sucking up. And I totally think AI is a good thing and we should be researching it. I'm not anti-AI, but it's also that money is going from water supply and power supply and taking care of the public and education and going into these other things, right? There's all these things we could be doing. And so, yes, innovation has come from the U.S., but is the U.S. actually promoting innovation? My gut says it is crushing global innovation. I could be wrong, absolutely. And there's no way to actually prove it. I also would argue, and people hate this, I feel that NASA is an anti-innovator, right? It is a big waste of government resources. It's generally used as a welfare device. It uses unbelievable amounts of tax dollars. I know nothing like the military. I'm not saying it's the worst thing. If I was president and had ultimate control, I would certainly not have it as the first thing on the chopping block. But does NASA actually provide real benefit versus taking the same budget and putting it into domestic research, right? Domestic scientific research, certainly. But do we really need people figuring out how we can blast more things into space and look at more distant star clusters? I love that stuff, right? If it was free or cheap and it didn't have an environmental impact and we got really useful data out of it that cured cancer and helped solve global warming and gave housing to the poor and all those things, then absolutely, let's do that stuff. It's not just interesting, it would be great, but it's not. I want that money to go into things that actually make a positive impact on people's lives rather than helping to accelerate the destruction of the planet just a little bit. I don't think NASA provides benefit. I think it provides harm globally. Did we have a space race? Yes, I think Russia also wasted resources. We're not blameless in other places, right? We all have, and they may have started it. Okay, so their fault too. Let's even blame Russia for that. I'm totally down for that. But we're all at fault, and we should all stop, right? There's just better ways to use humanity's resources than all these things. Right, so I'm willing to throw things that feel really innocent under the bus because I don't think they are, right? But does that stop there from being good people mixed in? No, of course there are, but at a ratio very different, I think, than other places. And when I visit Spain, when I visit Greece, when I visit Romania, when I live in Nicaragua, when I visit Panama, I don't feel scared of my neighbors or potential neighbors. I don't walk down the street wondering who's watching me, what's going to happen, who's going to whistle blow, or whatever. And when I'm in the United States, I do. I live in fear of the people around me. I worry who's going to start shooting. I worry who's going to suddenly have a car accident, jump out, and attack you. You worry about any number of things that are unlikely and not absolute, but I've had 4 family intersections with mass shootings in Texas alone. 4. That's insane, right? It sounds like, oh, it's so removed. Like, yes, I understand it happens a lot, but it's still so little compared to the population. But the amount that it actually intersects with our real lives and affects real people and people we know or people that we know the people who have died in those things. And it's like, this is real, very, very real. Now, being from Texas, it's far worse than being from, North Dakota or something. But it's, but more than anything, right? It's 2 things. One, the media has worked so hard to create this false disparity, and then that it works in this one specific way. That the U.S. is attempting to colonize and destroy and destabilize other countries, and uses that false impression that the U.S. is doing everything right, that everyone else is doing everything wrong, as a tool for doing that. And so in some ways, we need to combat it. But I must beg the question, and maybe I'm wrong, totally open. At what point is it possible to convey enough the degree to which it's true? Right? If I, in any way, couch how bad things are with the U.S., am I giving into the propaganda and lying to make it sound far better than it actually is? That's a problem. So here's the thing. So example 1, actually this is my example, so I hope you're giving me an example. Opportunity, people come to the U.S. legally for work. So first of all, that's very hard to do, but people do it. Earn more than they could back home and support their families. Others come here for asylum from persecution and can build safer lives. So I don't believe any of that is true. People are forced to come to the U.S., often illegally, sometimes legally, for work, and earn more than they can earn back home because of what the U.S. has done to them. Right? So the U.S. routinely, and this is exactly why I will not, you have made the perfect point here This is why I can never give a positive, because as soon as you give the tiniest, maybe there's sort of, this is exactly. Why do they need asylum? Who are they being persecuted by? By U.S. actors internationally, right? Not in 100% of cases, but nearly in 100% of cases, right? 95% of cases, right? Why do people leave Mexico? Mostly because of the cartels. Who do the cartels work for? Openly for the CIA. Openly. That's not a hidden thing. That's not a theory. That was, Congress did an investigation and the CIA admitted that the cartels were a branch of the CIA used to launder money from black ops in the U.S. That then is used, this is a secondary stage, that is then used to make things dangerous in Mexico, that drives people to go to the only place they can get to, which is the United States, where, yes, magically, the wages are higher, but that's misleading, right? We create the problems so that people must come to us for the solutions. That's not just one stage of evil. That is far more evil than we're normally giving the U.S. credit for. So this is a great example of what feels like a positive in the U.S. The things that are spun as positives are so heinous, right? Why do people need to come from asylum? Because the cartels are threatening them. How many places in the in Central America are specifically affected by this, right? So it's not in Central America, but Mexico, right? Why are things dangerous in Costa Rica? Because of the U.S. narcos. Because why is El Salvador, up until recently, had to deal with the unbelievable gangs from the U.S.? Because there were gangs from the U.S. Why is Guatemala and Honduras live in fear? Because of the gangs from the U.S. Where do the politics create problems that people have to seek asylum, right? From U.S. puppet governments in those places creating high crime rates, right? All of those, right? That seeking asylum, they're not seeking asylum from something afar. They're going to where the U.S. is requiring them to go based on the threats from the U.S. It doesn't matter, right, where the threat comes from. It's where it affects you. So let's just give an example. I got a bunch of kids on a playground and I've got a slingshot, right? And I'm out there. I'm not shooting rocks. That would kill people. But I'm shooting really hard something, right? Like, I don't know, erasers. They're really hard and they hurt a lot. And I'm just hitting kids. But I draw a line around myself and say, any kids that come in here and work as my slaves and bow down to me in fealty and claim that the other kids on the playground are bullying them are protected from harm. And I start doing real harm. And sometimes I kill the kids. Most of the time I'm just bruising them. And other people are like, we're not doing anything. Like, they're just living their lives. And these kids are like, my friend just died. I'm in pain. All I have to do is step inside that circle, lie about who harmed me, and bow down and worship the person who's harming them, and the pain will stop. Well, normal people will consider that. And people who have children will do it in great numbers, right? They don't care about the morals and the ethics. They care, but it's not their priority. Their priority is saving their children. Their priority is keeping them fed and keeping them safe. And they will say anything to get that to happen, right? And so this system of harming those who don't bow down and pledge their allegiance to the very people creating the danger, creating the harm, creating the fear, creating the poverty, is the only way that they can earn that protection, right? This is much like the mafia. Mafia goes around to businesses. This is in the old days. I don't know how much they still do this. And they're like, it costs some money for protection. And people are like, I don't want to pay. I'm safe. Nothing's wrong here. And then the mafia burns down their store. The mafia breaks their windows, beats them up, and so forth. Then they pay. Then they get protection. But they have to say the mafia is protecting them. They have to say it's a good thing. And that's exactly what's going on, is that they're being told these things, and if they don't, they're going to make it worse. You just saw it happen in Venezuela. It's what's happening in Iran. It's what's being threatened in Nicaragua. It's what's happening in Cuba, right? Cuba had a really good system. Things were getting really good, even with decades and decades and decades, nearly a century of embargo. of active, massive military on their border trying to harm them, they were still able to do so much good. The amount that the U.S. had to do to try to find a way to make it enough of a negative to get somebody to come and say, oh, things are not that good back home, I would like to stop being beat up now, is unbelievable. What's up? Oh, you're just wandering around the office?
Yeah,
Okay.
going around.
And so this idea that the U.S. offers these great jobs is absolute corruption and evil. And the idea that they are creating they're protecting people, but they're creating the situation to be protected from. And so that doesn't, and so that's a perfect example of why I don't feel that I can speak of the U.S. without needing to at least remind people that I am not hedging about it, and I'm not going to lie about it, and I'm not going to pretend that these things are positives. Because there could be positives in the U.S., right? We make the world's best pizza. I mean, it's the best. Like, literally, I've lived in Italy. New York pizza is better than Italy. And if you just think New York City is what I mean, you do not know good pizza in New York, right? That is poor pizza for New York, and it's still better than most of Italy. Like, the U.S. gets pizza right. Does hamburgers pretty well. Does hot dogs pretty well. Does subs better than anybody. There's a lot of things. There's an argument that Tex-Mex is better than Mexican. I'm not going to go there. I'm just saying there's an argument. But there's a lot of great food in the U.S. There's a lot of beautiful places. There's a lot of good people. But as a percentage, as a society, it's not holding its own. And, we lost another battery. That's crazy. We're on another battery. Hold on. Don't worry. I've got more. It's so extreme. And all of the things that we typically think of as good in the U.S. are all tainted. Almost always. I mean, there must be something like food is not, but in almost all these cases, these things like the providing jobs, providing places to live, is all tainted and suspect, right? And it's easy to say, some come for asylum, but you know what? I know people who come to Nicaragua for asylum from the U.S. It goes both ways. But in one case, people are told that the U.S. offers asylum and all this free stuff, and when they get there, they don't get those things. And they're told that if you come to Nicaragua, you're not going to get those things, and yet people still come because they're like, I don't trust that, right? It's a very different thing. And so I would caution anyone from, one, painting all Americans by a solid brush. That cannot be true. Right? There are a disproportionate number of Americans engaged in and willing to engage in inexcusable acts, whether it's voting for evil, cheering for evil, looking the other way from evil, right? All it takes for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. There are those that are just fearful and can't get out. There are those who are unknowledgeable and don't know where to go. There are those who don't have the resources and just can't make it. There are those who are trapped because of others that they must take care of, right? There's any number of reasons why people can't get out. And there's any number of reasons why people couldn't get out of Nazi Germany as well. And there are those that we can excuse, and there are those that we cannot. And there are those that truly didn't know, which are few and far between. There are not those same in America today. Everyone knows, but do they know what to do with that knowledge? No, that's where. And you see a lot of people, and I don't believe in this, but I understand the thought process is, well, yes, it's bad, but we must fight from the inside, right? And I believe that is always wrong in that type of scenario. There is no fighting from the inside, because the fight from the inside strengthens the whole. You can stay inside and say, I don't agree with this, but it's still your resources and it's still your voice going along with the momentum. You don't have that control. It's not that you're intentionally doing things wrong. It's that you can't stop your own resources from being leveraged in that way. You just can't. And so it sounds good, and it's often used as a, oh, don't run away, you have an obligation. No, you don't. Absolutely not. Totally fake. That's an abuser trying to manipulate you. That, period. No ifs, ands, buts, gray area, nothing. That's all it is. So I'm a true believer that we have an obligation when we can, to get out and fight the fight from abroad, where we're able to, as best as we can, shift the voice and shift the momentum and shift the resources into actually attempting to change things. And then if we want to continue to use our vote from abroad, or demonstrate that it does nothing, absolutely, right? That's fine. You don't have to give that up. But don't overly commit to this inside part of the crowd, right? It's like being in a riot. Oh, I'm going to try to convince the rioters not to riot. That sounds great. I understand why that seems like a good idea. But trust me, getting out of that crowd and getting to the other side and going, hey guys, no, is far more effective. You don't have a risk that you're part of the wave, part of the sea. It's very difficult, right? We live in very difficult times as Americans to have to deal with that, right? But think about America in 1800, 1810, 1820. To say, well, aren't there good things? But how many of those things are not tainted by slavery, not tainted by the genocide of the Native Americans, not tainted by not repaying the war costs from the French and Indian War to those who protected us? Like, so much of everything was built on theft and slavery and genocide, that it's difficult to separate some piece out and be like, oh, but, we made these beautiful towns in the Midwest with these great gazebos, and just there's this amazing culture built on top of it. There is. It's true. It's beautiful. I love Prairie Home Companion, right? But that is built on the graves of so many, and we're able to have this isolated view of this beautiful, how do I put it? This beautiful moment in history that may not even really exist. We may look on it fondly through rose-colored glasses, but I grew up in Western New York in a truly beautiful area. The food was amazing. The people were amazing. And it feels like none of this had anything to do with us, right? We're so far away. But being older and looking back, it's so much knowing that, wow, I grew up on stolen land. I grew up in a place that had colonized and done terrible things. And yeah, it was long before I got there. But it is from those actions that my world was built. And the world that I grew up in was very much a long moment, maybe, 60 years, 80 years, but a blip caused by a blip of bliss caused by terrible things having happened in the past and terrible things continuing to happen far away. Because when I was a kid, right, the U.S., every moment of my childhood, the U.S. was actively at war in Nicaragua alone, let alone all the other places, Grenada, Panama, and so forth. But they were so far away, we were told so little about them, that you could feel like the place that you lived didn't benefit from them, was not created from that. It was not the suffering of others giving us the paradise that we had, but it did. It required that suffering in the past and suffering at arm's length. And that is something that we don't have to come to terms with being responsible for, because we're probably not. I'm pretty confident I'm not. I don't think any of you are. Right? So that's not what we have to come to terms with. We have to come to terms with the fact that many of us have advantages in life or access to things or a perception of the world that exists in a bubble that only can exist, that view only is possible because of other things that have happened. And this is not unique to the United States. Canada did this stuff too. France is doing this stuff right now. Right now. There's a reason why, if you have a French passport, you can't get into half of North Africa, right? At all. There's a reason why all of Africa is basically on the verge of open war with France. The colonization of Africa is currently still underway. The statements made by Macron in I think it was in Ethiopia, it might have been in Kenya, absolutely disgusting, right? The things he thought he could say to Africans directly on their own soil, just gross. All while they don't even have freedom of speech in France and can't speak about world events that are going on and cannot even have a dialogue against their own or about their own foreign policy because it's outlawed, right? But thank goodness at least that's not happening in the U.S. But there's a lot of rough stuff out there. It's certainly not isolated to the U.S. But when you look at the global South and you look at the places that Americans tend to be afraid of, right? Afraid of Brazil, afraid of China, afraid of Vietnam. When's the last time any of these countries had any foreign involvement, right? It doesn't really happen, right? It's not real fears. I don't even believe anyone's afraid of those things. They're things we're conditioned to say, and we kind of all of society know, wink, wink, false fears we're actually afraid of ourselves. The global South has, over the last 60 years, 70 years, really proven to be a region capable of a great deal of peace and a great deal of prosperity. And the global North has had to work excruciatingly hard to harm it to be able to make the claim that it's not doing a much better job. We're carrying signs now. Why aren't there any high-speed trains in the U.S.? I will actually go out on a limb on this one and say the U.S. does not make a lot of sense for high-speed trains. I do wish I had high-speed trains, certainly, and it does have a few, but just a few, very few. They are not practical over the great expanses that the U.S. has to deal with and the U.S. train infrastructure. This is just an interesting history lesson. Since whatever with G mentioned innovation, this is actually a spot where the U.S. did for legitimately innovate. We can talk about trains were a massive innovation by the U.S. The problem was the U.S. innovated with trains too fast, too early. And it did do a lot to build early American prosperity. That is absolutely true. And having a dry canal across the country early on, super, super important. Really, really big deals for the country. And that's, in modern terms, the spike at Union Station or whatever it's called, the Transcontinental Railroad, anyway, when they drove the spike in Utah, today we call that a dry canal, which is stupid. But that's what we call it, right? So from an American media perspective, you have to say dry canal to understand its context compared to the world today. So the United States had this very first transcontinental railroad. It had the first bunch of cities being connected by train, and it absolutely innovated out its butt for 100 years with trains and transportation. It was phenomenal, absolutely incredible. What Europe did was much smarter, sadly, is they waited and watched the United States do this and then said, wow, that's some cool stuff, and here's what they screwed up. And then Europe was able to come along not that much later and take this innovation that the U.S. had just done and not impact their country so negatively. And they had much higher population density, like way higher. Today it's not so much higher. It was insanely higher at the time. And so they were able to do things like build the Madrid to Barcelona to Paris to Brussels to Rotterdam to Antwerpen to Rotterdam to Amsterdam line, which had the entire population of the U.S. on one train line in Europe, and have these beautiful train stations and downtowns built around them and all this stuff, and they were able to build it into their environments, not because they were smarter, not because they out-innovated, not because anything, they just didn't innovate as early, and so they were able to do these things later, when they had got to observe what the U.S. did and learn from it. The U.S. didn't have anyone to learn from, so this is an example where the U.S. was truly leading in a great way just missed this opportunity, and Europe ended up, in the long haul, winning dramatically because of it. But Europe, because it has these places where trains make sense, and because it still has a population density completely different than the U.S., and because it has a terrain completely different than the U.S., I think Europe continues, as does China, as does Japan, to have really good reasons for high-speed trains and trains in general. And the U.S. continues to struggle with having those trains. I'm not saying that the U.S. couldn't fix it. I'm not saying that the U.S. shouldn't fix it. But Europe, Japan, and China having these trains is a totally different animal than the U.S. The U.S. has to go back and redesign its train infrastructure. It has to go back and redesign its urban infrastructure. And it can't just do it. It can't be like New York City decides to do it, or L.A. or Chicago. They have to do it in nearly all the big cities all at once, which is all but impossible. And so you're asking an entire multi-generational trend of how cities are designed, how populations move, all this stuff, to shift entirely. It reasonably impossible, and just unfortunate, because it would make the United States a completely different place that I think probably a far better one, and how it would affect culture and all kinds of things. In the interim, I think there's things that they should do, right? They should figure out how to make Amtrak incredibly cheap and efficient instead of making it useless and expensive. They need to figure out how to have trains go to more places. High speed's not the big deal, but utility is. How many times would I travel in train when I'm in the U.S. and I just can't, because they don't offer a path that works. They don't run that day. They don't connect. The trains just don't function. I never get to take Amtrak, and I love trains. I love trains way more than normal people. I love trains more than normal autistic people, right? I will do sleeper cars whenever I can. I'll take a train over. I will go 3 times as long on a train just to be able to be on a train versus a plane anytime, right? And it's not because I'm afraid of planes. I like flying. Like, I'll fly rather than drive any day, but I'll take a train rather than fly anywhere, right? I've taken trains where we've slept on it. I've taken trains where they have to lift the train and change the gauge. I've been on trains that go onto ferries. I've taken every type of train you can imagine. I've taken high-speed ones. I've taken ones underneath the British, the English Channel, you name it. I've built model trains. I think that probably goes without saying. But I do think the U.S. actually has challenges to its train infrastructure that are too much, even for the U.S., to reasonably fix. If they cleaned up all the corruption, if they totally changed all kinds of things, could they eventually come up? Yeah, it could be done, but it's unreasonable, unfortunately. Whatever says, appreciate you sharing it tonight. We're carrying. They also run from their homes because of our foreign policies and arming and training those that are paid to cause problems there and end up at our borders. Yep, absolutely. Does the fashionable stores in Nicaragua have similar prices to Ross and Didi's discounts, or is it pricey? So I don't shop at any of those places, so I'm a little bit bad at saying, but I'm going to say the fashionable stores here are quite pricey compared to those in the U.S. Because like Ross and Didi's discounts, is that its real name? I know the place. Anyway, those places are quite inexpensive, and in Nicaragua, our fashionable stores are not U.S. bargain bin places. They're actually direct European fashion houses, so they are a bit more expensive. They're not outrageous. They are affordable within some range. It's the Zara family is very big here, Stradivarius and Bear and something, I don't know. Nolan Maxwell says, Queen Latifah, Scott. I know who that is, but I don't know what the reference is that you're using, but okay. We're carrying signs now. Lincoln did sign into law that railroad-owned lands were sovereign, from what I heard. Yes, there was some weird stuff that they did towards the end, you know, so the North sold its soul to a lot of, this is just some American history, the Democrats in the North at the end of Republicans in the North at the end of the Civil War, towards the end of the Civil War, really sold their souls to businesses in order to get the financing and resources necessary to maintain the war to free the slaves. Worth it? Maybe. Probably. but the ramifications of that will be essentially eternal. So that's incredibly sad. But really, when you go back and look at the formation of the United States in the 1770s, the U.S. had very little option except to not form a country, remain separate colonies, and remain part of England. And that wasn't great. England was pretty heinous at the time. I'm sorry, still. But they didn't have a lot of good options, those that ended up in the colonies. And it's really difficult, I feel, to look at the 1700s and talk about the United States and have any perspective on it, because we think of 1769, 1770, most steeped in American history start to think of 1770 as sort of the U.S. era. It wasn't officially the U.S. yet, but it was about to be, and it was happening. So we think of it in a little bit different context. But in just a year before, we really think of the colonies in the terms of being colonies, and that no one was thinking of the United States or anything that would future become that. And we think of it in a completely different way. And we forget easily, for good reason, that those colonies had been there for generations. The people who were there in 1770, especially those who weren't that old, their parents and their parents and their parents and their parents and their parents had all been born in the colonies. They had been British in the northern, in the North American colonies for so long, 160 years. Think about what 160 years is ago now. 100 years ago was 1926, and 60 years before that was 1864. 160 years ago, the Civil War was just barely over, right? The graves were still quite visibly, upturned. There were still bodies to be found. There was still wreckage everywhere. There were still burned out buildings, and there would be for decades. People lived in the wreckage of America for a lot of that period. That period from the Civil War until today, which includes all of the major wars, the Mexican-American War, Spanish-American War, all that stuff, World War I, World War II, the Great Depression, the Roaring '20s, the entire '50s, '60s, '70s, '80s, '90s, all of the 2000s, which seem to have gone past in a blur, but we're into the 20s now. They're a little bit easier to identify. All of that has come and passed. It's the same amount of time that the colonies were there. Think about someone who was born in 1866, and they could have had children by 1886, and they could have had children by 1906, and they would have had children by 1926, and they had children at the end of World War II, and they had children that are the age of my business partner, and then they had children the age of my younger cousins, and then they had children just a little bit older than my daughter, and then that's 9 generations. 9 generations. In Nicaraguan terms, it would be 10 generations or more. In American today, it would be more like 7, but it's still, at the time in the colonies, probably 9 generations over that time. 9 generations of people, like, you don't even remember. You have no records of the people who came to the colonies, let alone what you were before that. You were so steeped in the colonies. It was so who you were. And then, and slavery had been there from day one, and America that was to come was to remain influenced by those colonies for so long. Those people were trapped between an eternity of what England had become, or forming their own thing, and I don't know that they had a lot of good choice there. The bad choices were made 160 years before that. And by then it was just too late, too much momentum. And that's the fear in America today, right? There's so much momentum. What does it mean? How do you turn it around? How do you do that? Right? And the answer I'm going to say is you can't. You certainly can't do it from the inside. You can't be there trying to, dig your heels in and hold on and get dragged along. It's just not gonna. It's not going to make a difference, right? The U.S. is like a giant steam train that doesn't have any brakes, and we're just like people attached by ropes running through the grass on the side, going, "Hey, wait, no!" And then it just whacks us into a tree anyway. So being on the outside of that is really, I feel like, the only viable answer, the only path forward. And for many of us, an interesting. Hold on, I'll make a phone call. Ugh. I get it, but I can't have Duolingo firing up when I'm not trying to use it. Hey, I know it's crazy late. I hope you're not asleep, but any chance you can turn that server on? Thanks. It crashed and it's offline here. It died partway through the lottery draw. Yeah, it started, it went live, and then it crashed. So it opened the live stream, but it didn't run anything. I'm sorry, it crashed with what? No. No, we weren't even watching it. It just came up, the lottery started, and then the computer turned off. Is it powered off there? Interesting. Yeah, I figured that's what it looked like from here, but okay, cool. Thanks. Okay, cool. I'm watching. Sorry to wake you up. Is it possible you lost power or something? Yeah, it seems like it would have to be a little while you'd notice probably. Still not up here. Might have an error on the screen or something. Oh wait, there it is. No, I'm on. I'm running the lotto now. While I'm pre-flighting. They're working on replacing OBS for this, so hopefully not too much longer. It's because it's extra moving pieces that are unnecessary. It's just there's so many moving pieces that are dumb, right? We have to do a screen capture. That's a bad idea. We have to have this extra piece of software. That's a bad idea. There's just so many things that if anything goes wrong, we don't necessarily control all of the different pieces. And so it's like, I don't know how that impacts us. And like right now, OBS has a update notification. Could that be the problem? Right? I don't think it is, but it's there. I'm going to leave it up and see what happens. I think it's not. I think it's fine. Here comes the game. There goes the audio. It failed. The game crashed. I'm connected, yeah. But the game itself crashed. Oh boy. Trying to read the logs. Hold on, I'm going to put on my headset. I'm on my live stream, by the way. Hey, everybody. This is a fun live stream debugging a lottery draw live while everybody's watching. But we've been on for almost 9 hours, so. Oh, can you hear me? No, of course you can't. Because it... Oh, yeah. I forgot. I disconnected Bluetooth because Mac desktops can't handle you having Bluetooth while you have headset. All right, can you still hear me? Okay. Oh yeah, this looks like Unity just choked, but why? I don't remember ever seeing. Oh yeah, we got a stack trace. is this? This isn't new, is it? No, just wondering if someone put... No, these are old. They haven't changed in weeks, so it's not that. Hold on, trying to find the... Alright, nothing beyond. Something crashed natively, and here's why. This log is using the crash report itself, tells you what happened. I'm trying to find the dump. Yeah, the draw, the Unity supposedly wrote crash file. Oh, yep, and crashes. There it is. What is today? 20th. OBS shut down. I'm just going to try running the game all by itself, see what happens. Okay. So far, so good. No, I'm going to try in a second here, but trying again, see what happens. It feels to me like it's taking a really long time to bring up the game. Maybe it's just my imagination. All right, it's up, it's running. Okay, this time it appeared in OBS. It did not last time. So it should be live within 30 seconds or so. So let's go see. It says upcoming. That's a good sign. There we go. We're live. All right. Thank you, sir. Sorry to get you up. My apologies to your wife. Okay. Have a good night. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Sorry, everyone. That was super important. What have I missed? Fashionable stores. When I come out next in 2027, is there a storage facility to store a couple of suitcases full of belongings that is rentable? Make arrangements from the States online. I don't think so. There must be a storage unit somewhere in Managua. Maybe you can get that. But definitely the best thing to do is find as close to where you think you're going to be as possible, and then rent a small room. A cheap little tiny room that you don't need to be in and you're not going to use any power, maybe doesn't even have lights. That will be the cheapest thing. And then you'll be in a house with a family, easy to access. I guarantee with a little bit of effort, that will be the best thing. As weird as that sounds. And then you're directly helping not a business, but just some local family who could use, even if it's just $20 a month. If that's a room they're not using, probably like a closet. I'm not talking about a bedroom. That would be ridiculous for 20. That's a big deal. And then he says, does someone have a closet for rent? That's exactly the thing you want. It's just someone like my house has 4 bodegas. Now, we're packed, but there are these like hallway closets and they lock. One of those locked with your stuff. That's all you need. Be perfect. Janet says, lottery drama? Yes, lottery drama. Looks like we're going to be okay. It is running right now. We made it while it's still the same day, so not a big deal. But, yeah, that's going on. Sorry, I'm just reading the dump here. Continue to ask questions if you can. I'm just trying to read this and make sure I know what's going on. All right. That was a successful lottery run. We're good. I think it's hilarious that one of the lottery winnings is pregnant. That's the win. If you get number 5, the lotto win is pregnant. Like, okie dokie. we need to keep having the lotto run in the background. We're all good there. Yay. That seems to be good. Yay. Now you guys are way too quiet. We still got 19 people on, so I expect you to be talking. We've got at least an hour to go. I want to break some records. I don't want to be like almost a long show. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it, right? So, anyway, living in Nicaragua and living in a lot of places like this, I think something that people often don't realize is how much those of us who are living here, we're the same, right? So you to go quite a bit back to whatever with G was that's how you say it, right? But yeah, was asking, there's an example of opportunity. People come to the U.S. legally for work and blah, blah, blah. In the same way, people come here legally for lower cost of living. And so there's a disparity where living here is far better and working in the U.S. is far better. And does that really give... and it's true, when we paint that in but the cost of living here is so low. That's great. And I think we skip over the U.S. has lots of jobs, and that's great. Partially because that disparity is mostly caused by the U.S. and is intentional. But also because people know there's jobs in the U.S. and they know what's going on, and coming here is something that they don't necessarily know why they would do, and you need to understand those things. Like, this is what makes it good for you in that case. But there's often this very heavy focus on people choosing to go to the United States and going quite often under false pretenses. I know lots of people who've moved to the U.S. and then said, I was misled, or I didn't understand, and I paid my life savings for something that wasn't real. And that's a fear, right? And it's a real thing. And what you don't hear, or extremely rarely, is people moving to Nicaragua and being like, I gave up everything based on a false hope, thinking that something was true that is not. Normally they get here and they're like, wow, it's wildly better than I imagined. And normally when people go to the U.S., it's, oh my gosh, I was misled and I didn't get what I came here for. Not 100% true in either case, but it's pretty broadly true. And so for all those people who are going to the U.S. and you kind of think of, they're going and they're claiming asylum. Why are they claiming asylum? Because they have to. They're not allowed in without claiming asylum. But those same people who are coming from the U.S. to Nicaragua don't need to claim asylum. Nicaragua accepts them with or without asylum. And so thinking of asylum in the U.S. as a positive thing, that people can go there and claim asylum, is important. But first of all, the U.S. only does less than is required by law, and requires people go through this asylum process broadly, at least from the same countries that we're talking about. But the same countries can come to Nicaragua without asylum. And so that same group of people is being misrepresented in one case versus the other, and there's just no way to legitimately consider having to claim asylum and having to prove something when in the other case you're just welcome, right? And then acting like the one who made it hard and painful and questionable whether they would get it and whether they get to keep it, as being a positive, right? It's not a negative that it exists as a potential, but it is negative in relation to others in the region and how they handle the same scenario. So it's like, would it be worse if there was no asylum? Yes, that would be worse. But much of the reason that things are bad other places is so that there's this asylum process. Why is there the asylum process? So that you can force this political agenda onto people who are in a state of being refugees, desperation, duress. And that's key. right? In one direction, it's about duress. In the other, it's about being welcome. And it's a very big difference, right? And there's really no arguing. I don't know any argument that can make that not really dramatic. But when you think about, so many of the people who come here, as an example, would they be refugees if they needed to be? But potentially. Not all. No, not even close. But are there those who come here that would be? Well, absolutely, right? You get people all the time describing their fear, describing wanting safety or whatever. And it's only because there's no requirement, there's no request, there's no pressure to make claims against the foreign government that people don't do it. Why would you? Right? It doesn't make any sense. That asylum requires that. It sounds, having grown up in a place that, you just require asylum, most places do, Europe does, right? But thinking now, like, oh, you have to agree to say certain things. You have to swear to certain things under duress, under panic, when it's too late. It's like, wow, that's not appropriate, right? I don't want people being forced to do that into my country, right? That's wrong and manipulative, and right, that's using government resources to control the citizenry. Like, that's not okay. Not at all, right? That's anti-democratic. That's an attack on the American people. Like, wow, you never thought about it that way, right? It seems like, oh, they're swearing allegiance to, they're swearing why other places are bad. Yeah, but you're making them. They're if they're just starving, suddenly you're making them say whatever fits a narrative. But as an American, the only thing that supports me is the truth. Any narrative that you create as a government and force people to say is an attack on every American, every single one, no matter what side of the fence you're on. Being tricked by your own government is always an attack on you. I'm thinking about spending this winter there just to see if I like it. Perfect. Where should I go and how much would it cost? I don't mean to do fun stuff like a vacation. So first of all, how long are you thinking? Like 3 months, 6 months? What kind of stuff would you probably do? What kind of stuff do you like? Let's start with, there's some basics that you probably can come up with. Like, do you like the larger cities? Do you like a little bit more, not country? You're probably not going to do that on a visit, but I mean, you'll see the country, but you're not going to like go get a farmhouse on a visit. But do you want a smaller city? Do you want something in the highlands, something in the mountains where the weather's a little bit cooler and your views are rolling hills or mountains? Or do you want to be closer to the ocean? Do you want to be around a lot of expats, which is sometimes handy, but potentially not as useful as it seems when you first get here? Or do you want to really just dive in and be around Nicaraguans pretty heavily? How susceptible are you to the heat? A little bit of that will help a lot. Now, all that said, where should I go? How much would it cost? So generally, we recommend starting in Granada. And with your understanding, this is a touristy place, right? It's easier for your first foray because there is infrastructure. It's easy to get a taxi. It's easy to find someone who speaks English. It is easy to grab a hotel when you need. It is easy to meet an expat. It is a small city, so you're not overwhelmed by city size in case you get lost or something. It's very easy to deal with public transportation. It's very easy to get to from the airport, 45 minutes, maybe an hour. So that it's not the hottest place. It's got some cool things. You can walk to lots of places. So all of that makes Granada really good. Most of us, the people that I talk to, pretty universally say that Granada is the starting place. That's where you want to be, generally, at the start. And I would say that a pretty good percentage agree with me that it's not the place you likely want to stay long term. It's a nice city and all that. It's a beautiful city. My kids went there for the first time that they remember, because remember they used to live there, recently. and they had so much fun. They really enjoyed it. My youngest, who's got a birthday that we need to celebrate. Her birthday was a while ago, but we need to celebrate it sometime soon. She wants to go to Granada for her birthday. Why? Museums, architecture, restaurants primarily. And she really enjoyed the hotel that we stayed in, which, if you were around earlier, I told someone to stay at the Societel. That's the one that I think she wants to stay at again. She really liked the room that we had. It was a really big family room where all the kids had their own beds. We had lots of space and private bathroom. It worked out pretty well. It's not as nice as having an apartment like in Managua, but it was a lot of space. I do want to look at some Airbnbs in Granada and see what I can find for the family, because we do really like having kind of private space where we can all do our own thing and have a kitchen like we have when we have in our apartment in Managua. And what would be really nice is if, of course, we could stay in our old house, just because what's more nostalgic than staying in your own old house, right? Of course, that's super cool. But that is not currently available as far as I know. But there's a lot of places now. A lot of these get quite expensive in Granada, depending on what you're looking for. So, and most of the things are, I really want, how do you filter this to be whole? Where the heck are the filters? There we go. Entire home. There we go. Janet says, but I came to Leon first and I've loved it. The thing that I fully understood, that sunshine leads to heat outside. Let's see. All right, so this place is 1 bedroom, 2 bed. Nope. I want, how do I go to 2 bedrooms? Why don't they offer these things? Bedrooms, 1, 2. Okay, that takes it way down. 187 a night. That's too much. 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. Ooh, where's this? This looks like a nice place. Ooh, this looks like a really nice place. $80 a night. We can do that in Granada. Oh, good promise. Rooms are small, nothing special. But $80, that's cheaper than we do in Managua. Oh, the outside's nothing, which I like. It's nice having the nondescript place on the outside, and then you're like, ooh. Gotta save that in. I need a Granada group. Great wish list. Granada 2026, good enough for me. House 3 blocks from the Central Park and the Calzada. Perfect. It's even closer than our old house. Has Wi-Fi, all the stuff. This is great. I could go for a few days with the kids, walk everywhere, do a bunch of restaurants. That'd be nice. All right, awesome. Yeah, so Billy, really, Granada is, under normal circumstances, your best starting spot. You can rent something at months at a time and get the price kind of down, and it's one of the few places where there is a chance of getting a furnished place, probably something really small. We talk about it in a lot of videos. Furnished is difficult. But it's what you want to do, right? It's just when you're shorter than 6 months and not sure that you're coming back, it's worth the extra money normally to get furnished and pay the premium for that time. And then as soon as you know you're going to be staying longer than that, get unfurnished, buy furnishings, store them if you need to, and start saving the money. That's the process that generally works. It doesn't matter where you want to be. What you can do if you're coming for like all winter, you could do a month in Granada, move and do a month somewhere else. Managua, a decent option. Could then do another month. Could be San Juan del Sur, because you've already experienced some of the like normal Nicaragua. You could go up and do the mountains, do Matagalpa or Esteli. Matagalpa would be my recommendation. You could come out west and do Leon and the ocean. With 3 months, you could do 3 locations pretty easily. And with 1 month per location, you have enough time, especially if you start in Granada, to get acclimated, get used to doing everything in Spanish. Even if you don't speak it, you'll get used to the menus and all that. You'll get used to hearing it and seeing it and basic stuff. You can then learn how to take the bus, get into Managua, find an apartment in Managua that you like, meet some expats, get some opinions, get the basics down. Get to Managua, get to see the big city. Again, both Granada and Managua, lots of restaurants and stuff, so you can have fun with that and have things to keep yourself busy. Then in that third month, maybe go up into the mountains or out into the ocean. If you can pull off 4 months and you want to do 1, 1, 1, and 1, that's kind of perfect, right? Granada, Managua, Matagalpa, Leon, in roughly that order, 4 completely different experiences, all in affordable Nicaragua, all areas that you could really easily consider. Now, some people, of course, love San Juan del Sur, and that's part of the vibe that they want. Some people can rule it out ahead of time, so that's an important one to consider. If it's something you think you might want, then you're probably going to want to see it, right? Because it is a completely different place. It's far away physically, and it's far away culturally. So for those that it might be right for, you'll want to evaluate it, because if it ends up being the right place for you, it's going to be the only place for you. Right? That's kind of how it works. If you like San Juan del Sur, you're going to be like, I want to be here. And great, now you know where you want to be. Now spend your time there trying to figure out where to live. And if you are like me, and at first, I thought that's where we were going to be for a long time. We probably spent 2 years planning on that being our location. That's too long. No, but we probably spent a year. And then a year before that thinking that's where Alan wanted to be. And even when Alan visited, that was the first place he visited, and he was like, yep, this is great. But what he didn't realize was that it was Nicaragua he loved, not San Juan del Sur. And once he went to somewhere else, he went, nope, it's Leon I want to be. And that's that he's here. And his wife's from Matagalpa, right? So they could easily live up in the mountains if that's where they wanted to be. But they choose Leon. Like most of us do, right? Leon for Janet, so Janet started here, but she could go somewhere else. I started other places and moved here. I think most find Leon eventually, and it's certainly not right for everyone. I think Matagalpa is right for more people than Leon, but those of us who like it a lot, and then we end up gravitating in quite a bit. And so it tends to be a bit of exploration that brings you to Leon, I think, because it just doesn't stand out from a distance as being the place you would expect to be perfect, right? You're kind of like, I heard it's really hot. It is. It doesn't have as many, restaurants and stuff. Nope, it doesn't. And then there's just something right about it. And then you're like, but this is my spot. Right. Matagalpa is too much like Oregon. I guess. That's a first, and I've not heard that description of it that way before. We are currently at 9 hours, 18 minutes, and we are just a few views away from 700 views. We got 20 people currently on. We are doing all right. Hopefully I'll be watching. Oh, actually, so my kids... some of you know we watched Friends really recently, just finished a few days ago. Made it through all 10 seasons of Friends. I've only ever watched all the way through Friends once. And that was a few years ago, so it was enough that I'm like, oh yeah, all of this is familiar, but I don't quite remember exactly what's going to happen and when. I knew the basics, obviously. And it was fun watching it again, and watching it with my kids, who are 15 and 17, was really nice, because at first it was like, there's no way that they're going to like Friends. This just doesn't seem like their thing. And then both of them really ended up enjoying it. They got really into the characters and the story, and it went really well. So it was really cool that, Friends started when I was a senior in high school, and, following that. So I'm very similar ages to that. And it's like, this is kind of my life in a way. And that was just cool, right? Being able to share that. And they used to live in New York City. I used to live in New York City before I had kids, so there's a lot of connections that we were able to explain and compare, and so that was really cool. And so we tried watching Joey, which is the continuation of Friends, focused just on Joey. But they didn't like it. For whatever reason, they were like, nope, we don't want to watch this. So now we're watching The Office. And I have to say, I watched a little bit of it when it first came out, and I was like, this is garbage. I can't watch this. And now, watching it years later, I can honestly say, this is garbage, and I hate it with a burning passion. It is so painful to watch. I do not know why people like it. It's just terrible people being mean to each other. I hate that. It makes me very sad. Like, I know it's just fictional, so I'm not like super sad, but I watched the original British Office and absolutely hated it. And then when the US copied it, it was like, wow, what a terrible thing to copy. And it's, I don't know what they call it. There's a name for it. It's like uncomfortable comedy or something like that, where you're supposed to feel uncomfortable. Well, it works. It just makes me upset. And so I'm like, oh, but my kids are kind of liking it for whatever reason. And I'm like, oh, I was really hoping they were going to be like, nope, I don't want to watch this. What were we thinking? But no, instead, we're watching it. So I don't know how long they're going to stick to it, but we'll find out. But I, so far, truly, truly hate it. You guys are too quiet. We're heading up on 10 hours. I need your guys' support. Oh, here's a house that they're charging a whole bunch of money for in Granada, and that does not look nice at all. That looks unmaintained. It's got a pool and just a bunch of bare roof. Oh no. No. This is not good. It's got some cool outdoor space, but the pool is nice. Reminds me of the pool that we used to have. I really liked having a pool in the middle of the house. That was so nice. What is this one? Oh, that's pretty cool. This one feels like a riad. That's nice. There is a part of me that misses living in Granada. Being downtown, being able to walk to all the restaurants was awfully cool. I did like that. Ooh, this one's got a spiral staircase that goes up to a rooftop terrace that can see the volcano and stuff down to... Oh, okay, that's really cool. That I like. Yeah, this place is pretty cool. Okay, I like this one. I will add it to Granada 2026, just in case. I need to see if I can find a cool place in Matagalpa. I haven't looked in a while. Boy, you guys are quiet. Come on. I wish Matagalpa would build some new high rises. Whenever I'm looking at like Honduras, there's always all these really nice high rise apartment buildings and plenty of apartments, and it's like that's what I want to stay in. And Matagalpa could have that. It could have some beautiful spaces on the hillsides or higher up and get some breezes, have some views, get a little bit of density, and it could be really cool, but there's hardly anything. Wish I could have found a yard on the outskirts of Matagalpa with a casita, of course, for rent or rent to own. While I was there, need 3 to 4 days at least in each city on my next visit. It really does. You got to put in some time. It's tough. What am I looking for? I just had to buy some snake oil while I was there. Lol. Now I can say I met a snake oil salesman. Rattlesnake was just too funny at the time. We're at 694 views. We can do it. We're almost to 700. Almost. All right, finally got something really big that I needed running. This is awesome. Okay, I am actually getting stuff fixed tonight. This is good. Oh, here we go. In Matagalpa, I did ask the front desk clerk for a tour guide and should have done the same in Hinotega. Yeah, sometimes that works out. They've got people. Do you know who you got in Matagalpa? The bus from the market cost is about 6 cord. It's the same here. 6 to go from the outskirts all the way to downtown. Oh, my back is getting itchy. Ugh. I got Miguel. Have his WhatsApp if you'd like it, Scott. Oh, I don't know him, I don't think. It's been a while since I have a friend. It's a friend of a friend. That's why I don't know the name. Oh, my doggy's sleeping on her back. She's laying on her back like. My view count went down. How does that happen? We lost views. His WhatsApp, which I think is just his phone number. Normally, that's what it is. Now the views are climbing back up, but we lost 2 views? How is that possible? I tell you, YouTube is flaky. I'm going to check something. All right, fix that thing. bus from the market to the cathedral. Oh. He was an interesting guy, had a lot of Nika and Matagalpa pride. I gave him the other Greek seasoning bottle. We shared pickles he got a good deal on. The bus from the market to the cathedral. Cool. All right, our views are up to 697. We'll see if they go up or down. Sorry, cucumbers, 6 for 50 cord. That's pretty cheap for cukes. Maybe a tourist question, but why don't they take American coins there? So it's very difficult to take American coins. So if you think about any country that doesn't have direct access to American banks, taking American coins is all but unheard of. So there's nowhere to put them. There's nowhere to deal with them. You have to have an American banking system where you can turn in huge barrels of quarters and have it turn into useful cash. It's the only way you can really take coins. Americans don't want to take coins either most of the time. So for other countries, it's crazy annoying. Just like Americans don't want to deal with Canadian coins, right? They hate them. Give them a $20 bill from Canada, it's worth it. But a quarter, right, is not. So it's all kind of perspective. While we're a dual currency country, we're a dual currency country because Nicaragua decides to be. But there's no treaty with the U.S. It's not like Panama, Ecuador, or El Salvador, where they're actually part of the U.S. monetary system, and they have guarantees that if a bill gets ripped or something, it's guaranteed they can turn it in and get it back. If they have a bunch of quarters, they can turn it in, they get bills. That's all handled by the U.S. Mint or the U.S. Federal banking system. That's not handled by like consumer banks. Yeah, they're the ones who hand it to you, but they're not the ones doing the work or paying the tab on it. And so that's a big thing that countries really have no way to deal with. If you start, quarters, we could probably make it. Oh, we just lost another view. What the heck? It must be like bots that are getting kicked. Like they record, and then once they figure out it's a bot and they kick it out, they don't count it anymore. I don't know. They work really hard to keep the currency something that's useful, that people can actually physically use. And so they don't. We take $1, $5, 10, and 20, and that's about it. You hear about people with 50s or 100s, but basically no place takes them. They're very hard to deal with. Anything outside that norm, people just don't know how to deal with it. Like, what would you do? Plus, it gets lost in the sea of things, and how do you carry it around? Like, just super problematic. Feels like a minor thing until you actually have to deal with it, and then you're like, oh yeah, no, that would be really hard. I see. What's the best way to find a place to rent for 1 month? Honestly, most cases you got two really good options from abroad. If you were living here like me and you wanted to go spend time in Chinandega, I would call friends and be like, hey, can you walk around and see? That's different. But when you're coming and it's like your first time and you're trying to do some of it from abroad, two big things. One is look at the hostels with private rooms and private baths. Call them up, look at ones that look good, and be like, hey, what would you do for a month rate? And generally they'll do something really good. Or go on Airbnb and find a place that looks reasonable and is not too expensive. Woohoo, 700 views. And then see what they will do for a month rate. But those are your two big options. That's about it. If you have a room for rent and you're looking to rent to expats, then those are the two places you're likely to have some form of room listed. Otherwise, no one can find you anywhere ever under any circumstances. So that's about all there is. There's no secret room for rent system. Maybe there should be. Probably not secret, but maybe there should be a room for rent system that's different than those two, that's specifically meant for people trying to figure out this particular problem. That would make sense. I would totally understand that. But I don't know where that is. And our views dropped to 699. It keeps going all over the place. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to grab a drink, stretch my legs. Don't go anywhere. We'd only got so many people on. Ask questions. I will be back. What is the... Oh, we already asked that. All right. Boom. Sorry, Mia. I scared you. You're a good dog. Yeah. All right, I have more caffeine. All right. No matter how long you guys think we're going on this, my daughter has been playing Hollow Knight, which is like crazy intense, like nearly the entire time. So that's what she's up to. All right. Same number of people. We didn't lose anyone. Oh, sorry about that. 20 page slides are not. Okay. Let me describe this issue. Here we go. I did make it up to Acatal, but only as far down the Pacific as El Transito. We put about 1,200 kilometers on that rental car, put in about $110 or so in total in gas. 92 octane is the low grade. It is. 95 is the high grade, I believe, or 97. Sometimes we can get. It does take you. It is a little bit unfair. As much as I would like to be like, our octane is so much better, we actually measure it differently. The U.S. has its own measurement for octanes that make it a little bit lower. Our octane is higher, but not as much higher as it seems. Still, after all that time, it's only at 700 views, which is what it was up to, and then went down from a while ago. So whatever. What the heck. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's a very heavy caffeine day for me. In case anybody sees me like pass out on my desk, it's a heart attack from the caffeine. Just letting you guys know. Oh, and we are 1 minute. Hold on. It is midnight in a second. I have to run and tell my wife happy birthday. If I could find my... I am back. Ooh, more people. Nice. All right, I officially made it right at midnight for my wife's birthday. We're big on that around here. Um, uh, Steve's 5134. California is banning inefficient tires to save gas. Interesting, I'd not heard that. What qualifies as an inefficient tire? Is that having to do with it being flat? Is it certain types, certain materials? It's a great idea. I just don't know what it means. We're carrying signs now. Happy 29th in 2026. We're doing family dinner here later. Then we're doing karaoke. And then we're going dancing. It is going to be an exhausting day. To the missus. Yes. I knew what you meant. Hello. I sent her your birthday wishes. I'm actually doing a pretty good job of getting work done in the background tonight, which is really nice because I got a lot of like light stuff to do, and so it's nice to catch up a little bit and get stuff done and do the live stream. And shortly, going to hang out there. That's fixed. Shortly, going to hang out with the kiddos and watch The Office and eat Cheetos. I already moved the Cheetos into the room to make sure they're safe. Boy, it's late for those of you on the East Coast. I appreciate the people who are still here at what appears to be 2 a.m. That's pretty crazy. 1 a.m. Central Time, and what does he need? I can't do all these things. Oh, what do I think? Or did he ask that? What is that in reference to? Oh, what is that? The time of It's tough this late. Everybody gets quiet. It's 11:07 on the Pacific coast. So unless we got people in like Asia or Europe or something, it's pretty late. But we are at 9 hours, 57 minutes. We are definitely going over the 10-hour mark. We are making that happen. I don't know if we still have 700 views. Maybe that went away. No, we're at 703. All right. That works. How is everyone's Duolingo coming along? I would show you mine, but it just starts doing that thing. We're going to do that thing. I don't know what it's trying to do. How are los gatos? Mis gatos están bien. The outside ones are hungry. I need to go feed them as soon as I'm off of here. I can't forget that. The inside ones are all very healthy. They're all moved into their bedroom with Liesel now. And so when she's in there, she's like in bed and she just has cats all over here. They're so sweet. They're the most adorable little family of cats. There's the 5 remaining now. Fritter and her 2 older kittens and her 2 younger kittens, all of which are pretty big now. The older ones are full size and the little ones are pretty close. But they're all so sweet. All of them just, you lay down and they're all purring and they all snuggle with each other and they play and they run around the room and they're just very, very sweet. So they're doing well. And then Minerva is in Luciana's room. We're trying to get them acclimated to each other. She doesn't really like other cats, but the cats like her. And then the outdoor cats all seem to be doing well. The cat who died turned out we're really sure was our neighbor's cat, and it was killed by the neighbor's dog. And we're pretty sure the neighbor thought it was our cat. I don't think he did this maliciously. Thought it was our cat and tossed it over the wall. Or he just thought it wouldn't be his problem and threw a cat over a wall directly into our backyard, right in front of the back door. Like, it was horrific. But the cat was so much damage to the cat that we don't feel there's any way it was physically possible for our dogs to have done it. And so we're pretty sure my daughter heard that cat killed the day before, and the day that our dogs ended up with the cats. We think there was just a lot of coincidences and things. Our dogs definitely fought with a cat, but we don't think that anyone got injured other than our dog getting his eyeballs scratched. He literally took scratches across his eyeballs. But he's okay. And so we're pretty sure that's what's happened. And so it was still very sad, and we buried him next to what is probably one of his cousins, and we're very scared for our cats, but every one of our cats is still around and identified, and so our cats are good. Okay, we're gonna check this. Better. Has anyone heard of any land or housing for sale or rent near Fresanica? I have not. That is a beautiful area for sure. We're at 10 hours, 2 minutes. This is already the second longest live stream we've ever done. What did we say was the longest? Of course, we don't remember now. That was dumb. I mean, there's no way we're going to come up like 2 minutes short, right? That would just be ridiculous. Of course, since they are not sorted by length, we're doing some searching to find it. It was apparently not the most popular of episodes. This one is definitely much more popular. There we go. 10 hours, 2 minutes. We should be already past it. We are. This is the longest live stream we've ever done. I forgot to tell you after getting back that I did get pulled over by cops that were helping a large truck, so traffic was stopped anyway. Bum, 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 bum. Janet says, yay! So it was so uneventful, I forgot about it. Just showed him my rental agreement, paid insurance, and my license. Yep, I mean, I get pulled over all the time. That's pretty much what it is. It's so easy. Once you do it and realize that they're really just legitimately looking for your paperwork, it really is just this easy thing most of the time. Joey says, way to go. I really would like to get one where we get up over 12 hours or push even to 24. But we need to like promo that. I need a day like set aside. Right now, while I'm so busy with work, it would be dangerous to do that. But I'd like to do one where I get up early, like go to bed early on a Wednesday, loads of sleep, get up early, have everything set up. Of course, with the way that things have been working, I can lose 6 hours trying to set up the audio, and then I would be very sad. Today was perfect, right? And last week was perfect, but the week before that was terrible. Have it all ready, and just walk in, have my coffee ready, and go, right? And start at 7 a.m. That would be amazing, right? Or even earlier, if I could get up early and get started by like 5 a.m. And like that'd be so cool. And then we would have time to like really get going and get the early morning people who are like, what the heck is this? And sorry, this helps keep me awake. And get the people who are only available during the day. And just, it would be such a different crowd. Do it like a telethon and actually have like a goal. That would be cool. And tell people ahead of time, like, this is a special one. Plan on being in all day, hop in and hop out. Make sure you're hitting that thumbs up. Have all kinds of like little things ready. Have guests lined up. That would be cool. It would be neat if like my wife could come in for a little while because she hates doing it, but sometimes I can talk her into it. Have Marcella stop by for a while. Get Betsy, the dentist, to stop by for a while. Unfortunately, Mike, who is doing the show sometimes, is now back in the U.S., so he can't do it. But come up with a handful of people to come on the show and say hello or actually do interviews or something. Like, that'd be really cool. All Gets a little bit of blood going. All right, perfect. Knocked out another task. Do the police bother people all the time like they do in the USA? I've had a lot of issues with them here. So it's completely different, and you have to understand the difference in the interaction. So here in Nicaragua, one, the police are not border control, although border control is our police. But the police that you're dealing with when you're driving are transito, right? They're transit police. We call them the Celeste because they wear light blue. And so if you get pulled over by them, it's a random stop, or it's a uniform stop. A uniform stop meaning they pull every car or every other car, and it's like that. A random stop is normally they stop a car, they do a thing, they let them go. Something seems interesting, they stop the next car, look at it. But it's essentially just picking cars when they get bored or something. But they're mostly just looking for your papers, maybe that your lights work, maybe that there's some, obvious thing. Once in a while, they'll check your safety equipment or whatever. It's all very minor. As long as your car is in good order and you have legitimately all your paperwork and a real driver's license, no big deal at all. Unlike an American stop where the theory is if you're being stopped by the police, something is wrong. There's no implication such as that in Nicaragua. Being stopped by the police is a routine thing. And same thing in Panama, right? And all over the world. This is very common, but the system here works really well. So we do get pulled over all the time, but it's a non-event. Like Joey said, I get pulled over quite often. I just pull over. Hey, officer, how's it going this afternoon? I'm good. How are you? You're ready. You pull your paperwork. Don't make them ask for it. Hand it to them right away. Boop, 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 boop. Have a good one. You too. And that's it, right? It's a perfectly friendly engagement. They're not armed. They're not angry. They're not pulling you over because there's suspicion. They're not pulling you over because you're in trouble, normally. You're being pulled over because you're on the road, and every so often they check your papers. That's it. It's no reason to panic, no reason to worry at all. It's a very friendly encounter. Even when it's something wrong, it's generally a pretty friendly encounter. I've had issues where my lights are out. They're like, hey, get your lights fixed. Oh, gosh, I didn't know because of rear light, right? Okay, right? And they'll make me a note sometimes. Sometimes they don't, right? I've even had situations where I've been pulled over without my license, as in I didn't have one. I mean, it's a long story, right? It's not like I was an unlicensed driver, but I did not have a license. I had no way to go get one to show to them. And even then, it was a matter of scolding and being let go, right? Which they probably shouldn't have done, but thankfully they did. And no, I did not give him anything, right? Other than, that batting my eyelashes. And, that tends to be effective when you're cute like me. That was it. Actually, the thing that was most powerful was he looked at my cedula and my address was in the barrio, and he's like, "You live here?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Okay, all right, you're good." And it was very much you're not a tourist, you're not a problem, you're trying to be a local, and you've got some paperwork problem. So he was very understanding, which was really nice. I really appreciate it. Obviously, I really appreciated it. When I got out of the car, I told my kids, "Okay, I'm going to jail." get ready to call your mom because I'm going right to jail. And they were like, oh, man. But then they were nice. And, oh, Billy, I know the area. I used to work at Bridgewater. And what was that? I was surprised when everyone there called cars coches and not carros like in Paraguay. So carros is Spanglish. Coches is the real Spanish word. So Spain and most places call it coches. However, here most people call it carros. I hear coches extremely rarely. You probably heard it from me. Because I say coches. I can't stop because I learned to speak Spanish in Spain. But here it's... I don't know if I've heard more than 2 or 3 times someone say coche. But it's like motor coach. Like in the old days. That's what we called them before the word car caught on. It depends how closely places are connected to the United States, whether or not they say carros. And because Nicaragua was occupied for so long, a lot of that Spanglish worked its way in, even when other areas it did not. Is there such a thing as a... Oh, no, we're still on the police. But police stops here really, really trivial events. Very, very easy to deal with just across the board. Everything is super chill. And so, no, they're not harassing you. They may be stopping you quite often, and a lot of Americans, because they're bringing this fear or nervousness about a police stop with them, it has a tendency towards making people be like, oh my gosh, the police are making this very difficult and blah, blah, blah. And the reality is no, it's nothing like that. It's very low key. It's very chill. It's all good. I feel like in some areas are all about speeding tickets, searches, and cameras more than others. That is certainly true, and that place would be Villa El Carmen. Is there, this is Joey, is there such a thing as a dietitian that would cook for a person maybe you live in? Dietitians must exist, but I can't say that I've met one. If you can find one, you can definitely pay them to cook. But you'd probably do better to have a dietitian just give recipes to your cook, maybe weekly or monthly, and then just use it that way. That's probably more effective. I feel like we said that. Joey says, in Mexico, I was made fun of for calling them coches. Yeah, Mexico uses Spanglish in that particular case. Billy says, what about stop and frisk? No, there's no frisk. The one thing that they might check you for is alcohol, right? So they'll be like, and if then they'll get a breathalyzer, but that's it. There's no stop and frisk, because what would they frisk you for? There's nothing to be caught with. So it's completely different. Nothing like that. So 11 years. I have had days where I got stopped a lot because it's just like a holiday and they're all over the place. I have had to do the get out of your car and open your trunk. And that's because they're normally inspecting for the reflective vest and the triangle. Every Nicaraguan car has to have them, so it's not a big deal. And they will be like looking for drugs, as they look around, but they're not going to tear your car apart. The most they'll do is take the luggage out of it and kind of look around. But my interactions have been so minor, and I drive so much and so many places, and again have done so without a driver's license. I have been caught doing double the speed limit, and of course I have gotten tickets when I was doing things completely wrong, but not harassment, just them doing their jobs, right? I'm not saying it never goes wrong, but I've been in a lot of police stops, and it's a pretty relaxed, pretty good process here. No reason to be worried about the cops, not in a car, not separately from a car. And for some reason in San Francisco, I have no issues ever. Says, this dude is full of crap. I live here in Nicaragua, and it's not all rainbows and sunshine. Police are corrupt, and they pull you over trying to find the slightest reason to extort you for money. Maybe that's true for you. I don't know anyone that has that happen. I know 1 or 2 people. So 11 years ago, I had that happen once. Americans say that stuff all the time. But, walking stop and frisk? No, never heard of that. Ever here, obviously in the U.S., can happen. If the police pull you over and do that here now, report them. And if you're not reporting them, you're a problem, right? You need to be reporting them because the crackdown on that from like 10 years ago was incredible. Right? I remember when that was how things were, but that went away. At least out here, I don't know where you are, but if you're somewhere and that's happening, people need to know because the authorities will do something. Like that's some serious police roundup stuff that will happen. Right? And trust me, I have seen police who were corrupt, and I also saw truck after truck after truck of police come and arrest them. They're not kidding, but if the people are complacent, no one knows, right? So it can happen. There can be spots where that old corruption still lingers along, but the amount of crackdown, if you actually know the country, is unbelievable. So it's a different place, right? All of us who've been here long enough remember when it was different, and that certainly was true. But now, and let me tell you, the amount that I've had to pay bribes in the U.S. to police compared to here, not even close. Here, one time 11 years ago, I was in a car that had to pay $14. In the U.S., I've had to pay tens of thousands. And it's a very different thing. So, yeah, not even close. Yeah, but I know a lot of people here, and no one's reporting these things happen. I know one or two people who've said they've had some issues within the last 5 years. We're talking one or two, right? Very, very few. What's really amazing to me is the number of times I've been pulled over. And here's the thing, though, is when people say they get pulled over and they're looking for something to extort you for money, one, if they're going to just give them your license. Call them out. Go to Managua. Right? Good luck if you didn't actually do anything. If they've got nothing, it's going to be big trouble. Two, a lot of times when I've asked people, they're like, oh, well, yeah, I was doing something. You're like, okay, so you actually got a legitimate ticket. Oh, well, okay. Right, that's not right. Nicaraguans have been trained by the U.S. to call everything corruption, even when it's just doing the law, right? And yeah, you can disagree and say, I don't think there should be traffic laws, or I don't think those traffic laws, or the traffic laws should be enforced differently. Okay, but then it becomes the question of, do you really want laws that aren't followed? That's the definition of corruption. Right, and that's the American system. The American system is, one, laws on the books are not real. Police arrest you for whatever they want, and when you go to court, the judge decides what the law is after the fact, not before the fact. You can say, well, that's not the law. You say, well, that's not the written law, but the judge decides what the law is. So you can argue that it shouldn't be the law, but you have to convince the judge that it shouldn't be the law after the fact. And the judge decides whether you are guilty or not based on what you did or didn't do, but whether that action is considered legal or illegal. You don't know. You literally don't know if the thing you're defending is legal or not until after the fact. That's corruption. That's the definition of it, right? And that police are expected to not follow the law, but sometimes enforce it and sometimes not at discretion. Discretion is the definition of corruption, right? When it's no longer legal and it's just arbitrary, then that's what corruption is. So, and that's always going to happen to some degree, and that's bad, but it can't always be avoided. But often the things that people are upset about here is that it's often enforced because that's why the law exists, right? So the thing I hear most is people get upset about they break a lane change law. They will make a turn and go into the wrong lane. In the United States, it is common to look the other way on that, which is problematic because there's a law on the books. And so people who are driving are supposed to be able to trust that that won't happen to avoid accidents. But it's one of those that's like, is it really that big of a deal? And I get it, maybe it isn't, but if it isn't that big of a deal, take it off the books. And if you keep it on the books, it's a big deal. It's big enough of a deal to have put on and keep on the books. So that creates a problem because you have a breakdown in trust. So people start to say, well, yeah, it's on the books, but I'm allowed to do it all the time. Cops watch me do it. They don't say anything, and even ask cops, and they're like, yeah, that's fine. Well, that becomes the law is now a personal determination that every cop makes individually. every person who goes through a lane change, well, these cops said it's okay. Yeah, but this one says no. And the judge makes his own decision at the end of the day. So it's crazy. And so that's something that ideally you want enforced uniformly. No one can enforce it perfectly. They have to observe you doing it. But that's the number one thing that I hear from people who complain about being shaken down. When you do, I've had legitimate shakedown descriptions before, right? So I'm not saying that it's always like this. I'm simply saying that this is a common occurrence, that people will say, oh, they're always looking for something. But if they have to look for a reason, they're looking for a reason, right? Well, that's their job, right? Now, what are these slight reasons? Maybe they really are ridiculous. But if they were corrupt, they would not have to look for a reason. They would just extort you, right? That's the difference. In the U.S., when we're talking about being shaken down, which is not that often, when we're talking about it, we mean they made something up and threatened us. Here, they mean they're giving you a ticket for something. That's every cop in the U.S. ever, right? Oh, you were only going 5 over the speed limit. We're giving you a ticket. Yeah, tons of cops won't give you a ticket for that, but some will, right? You don't know when it's going to happen. It's arbitrary, right? Some are just looking for anything. We all know about the quotas in the U.S., right? Oh, it's the end of the month. Be careful on the 29th and 30th. They're going to pull you over for things that you probably didn't even do because they have to write tickets, right? Now, I'm not saying just because the U.S. has got problems with this that would excuse Nicaragua with it. That is not what I'm saying. In that case, both would be bad. What I'm saying is that in the United States, those issues, the way that we talk about these things are not like this. The way he's describing this is actually pretty much good. And you described the police are corrupt, but then pointed out that they were actually had a reason. So where does the extortion come from? That's the question. Extortion would come if they didn't have a reason to pull you over, but pulled you over anyway. Well, not pull over, right? So they pull you over and try to find the slightest reason to extort you for money. So the pull over, not a problem, right? That's random or whatever. But this is similar to the thing I said on the show the other day, that when people say, oh, the president is corrupt and they changed the law so that he didn't have to do something. Well, if the president can change the law, then it's his law to change. Well, no, it's supposed to be, well, then how did he change it? Clearly something's wrong. Who let him change it? Then it's not the law, is it? Oh, well, how did it change? Oh, well, actually the lawmakers changed it. Okay, wait a second. So the first thing was not true. Now, I don't know the exact thing that Sid is trying to describe here, but why are they bothering to look for a reason if they're going to do a corrupt extortion? They have no, well, what's the purpose? There's no reason to. Just make something up. And the times that I've had people, which is rare, explain that they were shaken down, just like the time when I'm saying 11 years ago when we were shaken down and I had to pay $14. Not I wasn't driving, but the person I was with got shaken down and I had the money and spoke Spanish. We had not done the thing. They didn't look for an excuse. They extorted us. And that's how it makes sense. And when people I've talked to have had it happen, it's they lied about a thing, said, what are you going to do? How are you going to disprove it? Then extort them. It's not impossible to look for an actual reason and then extort, but it doesn't really make sense to put them together because it opens the door for you to do things like defend it, send it to Managua, avoid the extortion, and so forth. So it just, where does the corruption and the extortion come into play if they found a reason? That's my question. I guess there's no feedback. Okay. I will assume then that it's actually using the terms. So, and this is what we find, is that quite often in English, corrupt and extorting are used here to mean just doing their job. Right, and that's kind of what we expect, because I mean I hear this all the time, and every time I ask for actual details, almost always, it turns out, oh wait, I'm just upset that I got caught, and I was expecting to get out of it on my good looks, and I didn't. Right, I have been pulled over for legitimately doing something wrong, and yeah, I had to pay fines. Oh, here you go. What? You say report the police for extortion here, and they will arrest them and do something about it? OMG, you're delusional. Stop lying to people. Okay, wow, that took a long time for you to come back and claim that the legal system doesn't work. That's nice, but I've seen it happen. So you're lying, and I've seen it work. So you're delusional. And I don't believe you live in Nicaragua. Your channel has nothing. We actually just put out a video about not trusting people saying exactly this stuff. If you're in Nicaragua, provide proof. You can easily put videos on your channel of yourself here in the country so we can see you. Right? Having an anonymous thing, no name on a channel with nothing on it, just so you can make claims, tells us just how much you don't believe in the things you're saying. First of all, your first statement didn't make sense. Then when we talk about there are processes for this, and I've used them, and I've encouraged other people to use them. And do they work 100% of the time? No, nothing does. But do they work sometimes? They sure as hell do. Oh, now you're saying you're not following the process, and you're part of the problem. Interesting. So now you're intentionally telling people not to protect themselves from the police, not to use the legal system, and simply accept that the police are all powerful and hand them corruption. You're actually working on behalf of corruption to promote it in the country when you do that. So let me ask you, what is your motivation for 1, making up stories, 2, hiding to make up those stories, and 3, making it seem that we would be crazy to follow actually tried and true processes? Now, tried and true meaning I have tried it and it worked at least one time, processes to protect against this. Right? But I put my money where my mouth is. I've done this. Right? And I watched it work. So I'm going to ask you, point blank, why are you clearly lying? And why do you care so much to say these things when clearly this isn't important to you? Right? And you didn't think it through in your first post. Like, this is not, you're not putting in an effort. You didn't think through what corruption and extortion would mean, so you wrote something that doesn't sound like extortion or corruption. And then instead of having a point, you're just like, oh, we're delusional for following the rules? Like, I get that the rules may not, just because they're rules doesn't mean they're always going to work. Just because there's a law doesn't mean it's going to protect you. But there is a law and there is a system, and people do use it every day, and it does have some success rate. And the more you use it, the more success rate it has. And the thing that puts us at risk is when either someone is foolish and gets tricked into not following the process, which we see in the United States all the time in employers, right? We take minimum wage employers, we tell them that they have no protection in court, and we convince them not to sue their employers when they break the law, because they're told, oh, the employer has more money, they'll crush you. And sometimes that could be true, but 9 times out of 10, the courts are going to protect the employee who's been taken advantage of. They're going to follow the law, and they're actually going to protect them, almost always. But companies get almost never do they get prosecuted for those things, not because the courts won't do it, but because the employees are convinced by tricksters and hucksters that corruption is so rampant that they have no way to protect themselves. And it's a powerful, FUD is a powerful tool, but it also is the tool of the desperate, right? Once you get to that range, we can feel you panicking at the response. Like, obviously, you don't feel confident in what you're saying. Joey says, well, I hope you meet someone in the next few months that has something for sale in the Highland Cities. Well, I can hope. My buddy can back up my pulled over story, lol. He'll also make fun of me in some ways. He laughed as we drove away. Yeah, I mean, for the amount that we all get pulled over here and no one has these stories of getting extorted, like, you would expect a lot of stories if that was happening all the time. And why do the stories only come from the anonymous people? That's the proof, right? Now you know where the source of these stories are. When you have other people who are like, I heard these things. Well, guess where they come from? Anonymous accounts that don't back anything up. And people read the tone, they don't read the details. That's when you read and go, wait a second, the police are corrupt. They pull you over. Wait, okay, so that sounds bad to Americans. So why would they mention pulling you over? Only to Americans does that sound bad. To a Nicaraguan, that wouldn't occur to them that would sound bad. Because in the U.S., pulling you over without cause is a crime. But in Nicaragua, it's the expected behavior. So that doesn't make any sense to put in. I'm not saying it is wrong. It clearly doesn't make sense. It doesn't follow the Nicaraguan thought process. And then try to find a reason. And then how do they extort you? If they find a reason, how is their extortion? Right? If there's a reason, give them your driver's license, call them out, go to Managua. There's mechanisms for this, right? Actually, I've seen this work more times. I saw this work in the last month. Nearly this exact thing. Call them out, go to Managua. There's two types of people, those who are helping fix the problems and those who are help create the problems. Right? This sounds like someone who's working on behalf of corrupt police, trying to make it sound like they're the norm, like this is something that people should expect, that people should be afraid of them. Right? That's how they get this power. This making people afraid is very empowering to people who would get involved in corruption. But there's no reason to be scared of the police in that way. Right? Yeah, they can harass you. They can cause problems. It's not, they're police, right? They have some amount of power. But, yeah, you're giving them way too much credit that you have to remember there are very deep situations going very high up the food chain who don't like having people on the ground causing problems for them. And the idea that traffic stops could turn into anti-tourism brigades is definitely not something that anyone wants to have happen. And the effort to make sure that doesn't happen is pretty significant. But, you can be as convinced as you want. Sure. Having a reason and then being extorted by having to pay your fee, call it whatever you want, but having to, when they don't find anything, that's when they make something up to pin on you. So why would they look for something if they were going to make something up? And of course, even hint that money is what they want for you to get off freely. Yeah, but that doesn't match up the original story. Okay, so if they were really looking for something, you would just give them your license and they wouldn't get anything. You have the power to stop that, right? But then they're going to make something up. That's odd that I had to explain so many times that they'd have to make something up for it to be corrupt in order for that to be something that you wrote, right? So I'm going to go with you're probably a bot because a human would have picked that up really quickly. And then, they even hint that money is what they want. So I can tell you I've never had a cop hint that money is what they wanted, even when I had actually done something wrong. And there was a very clear opportunity for money to exchange, right? And so one of the handy things as someone being pulled over, you don't have to be involved. You just offer to pay a fine if it's real and let them deal with it. You're not bribing anybody. You're simply paying the fine. That's between them and wherever they're sending the money. But they don't need to hint at that, right? But if they're just going to make something up to pin on you, that's when they extort you, right? And at that point, they don't even need to pin anything on you. Like, none of it makes any sense. If they're going to extort you, they just extort you, right? Once they're outside the legal system, once you can't report them, it makes zero sense to spend time looking for something or making something up. Those don't make any sense because the claim is that they're above the law and there's nothing you can do. How does that have to be explained? Right? Now, I've been 11 years ago in a car that got pulled over. They didn't bother doing anything. And they're just like, you got to pay this much. Yep, didn't look for anything, didn't bother making anything up. They just did that, right? That easy, because there was nothing we could do. That's extortion, right? But if they're actually looking for something, it just doesn't fit that you go through the effort of looking, then go through the effort of making something up, unless the ability to report them isn't real. Why are they bothering to build an alibi unless they need it? We actually approached Transito cops in Hinotega that were helping a motorcyclist whose bike got tipped over and bent the brake pedal, pulling the cable, freezing the brakes on. Oh yeah, I've definitely walked up and talked to the cops before. No problem at all. But the time that, and this is like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, I did get told about someone who did have a cop that was full on corrupt, and they ran through the entire story. Here's this happened, they did da, 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 da. They didn't stay at the car. They actually made him leave, made him go to another location, all kinds of stuff, right? And they didn't make up any story. They're just like, you got to give us money, right? And it was a foreigner, so they were worried about, my friend whipped out a multi-tool, folded it with the pliers function, and they were amazed and call him preparado. Right, and they didn't bother with any of that pretense. They just extorted him. That's real extortion, and it does happen, right? Just like in the U.S. I had the cops steal my car. I called them to report stolen car. Oh, no, sorry. They got paid off to not take the report. Literally got paid off not to take the report. Took my car. The cops themselves took my car. Cops themselves kept my car. Took all kinds of money. Unbelievable. Right? Did they make up a pretense for it? Nope. Didn't bother. Right? Because they were above the law. Literally. Nothing you could do. They had the power to stop you prosecuting. Now, I did end up in court in that case, but there was no retribution. I got my money back, and they were really surprised because they thought they had stolen a car from a poor neighborhood and thought I couldn't show up in court. When I showed up fully armed in court, armed, legal teams and stuff, they were really surprised because I was visiting someone in the hood. I didn't live in the hood, and they actually just expected to be able to steal my car and do whatever they wanted. And so it wasn't quite as much as they got away with, but there was no penalty for that. And that's how extreme it is in the U.S. And this made the news, right? I got to be interviewed on the news for it. The assemblyman got involved. But even they were like, wow, they can just take your car and there's nothing to be done. Grand Theft Auto, it's 100% accepted because the cops are literally above the law. And so it didn't matter that they had laws on the books to do something about it. You weren't allowed to do anything. You weren't allowed to put in a report because the police could decline the report. And so, yeah, when there's issues here, it has been, on that rare occasion, full-on extortion. Not a whole bunch of work to try to cover their butts, because that would mean that they are fearful of you recording it and filing and knowing what to do. Would I put anything on my channel to let you know who the hell I am? I do live here, and I wouldn't let anyone know who I am because I know the government here is capable for speaking truth. That's a very convenient story, right? Especially as 2 days ago I said exactly to look out for people saying that on the channel. You can go watch the channel. I'm going to go look at this is literally, it's all very convenient. Oh, there it is. Political tricks in discourse. How to blame a false leader. It's as if you watched my channel and said, ooh, I know how to do exactly this thing. And so you're hiding and saying what you claim you can't say, but if you actually thought that, they could find you. He is a prepper that teaches classes on canning, bottling, proper. Oh, that's cool. Methinks thou doth protest too much. Exactly. It's really funny that it's immediately 48 hours after I said, look out for this behavior. This is how you know he doesn't believe in it. He'll not give his identity. He won't validate anything, but he'll happily come in and make claims that he didn't even think through and needs me to explain the claim and what corrupt even means before he says it. Oh, I didn't know what corrupt was. I was told to say that, right? I get it. I get it. It's probably a bot, right? Someone told you had to say it's corrupt. Now, how do you defend yourself when you didn't make any sense and you forgot that I just said to watch out for that? Uh-oh. Wah, wah. All right, what's my next task I need to do? Why do my kids not hanging out? It's late. We're coming up on 11 hours now. This is wild. And it's really funny, though. He's like, oh, you can't say these things. Didn't I just say that I know people who got shaken down? I said it's not as often, right? It's not all the time. But he's making this claim, right? You can't report the police, but I have. You can't do anything about this, but I have. You can't say this, but I just did, right? Some things never change. Yep. I guess, but he knows more than me, because he lives here. I'm glad that bot lives here. I got this fixed. Nice. Done. That's done. I'm getting stuff done. I got that done. Oh my gosh, did I catch up? I might have. No, I can't be. Notice how the fun. Oh, I did that. Yep. I go it's pending. Right, Thursday. Right. Why would you stay if things are that bad? That's a great question. One of the reasons I like staying is because it's not that bad, right? No place is going to be perfect. I can't expect it to be. But I came from a place where these were actual problems, things I actually was afraid of. I actually lived in fear, and being able to come where I don't have to live in fear is a big deal. If someone else is living in fear, hey, right? Wasn't someone saying that there's all this asylum in the U.S., right? Go there. If these things are actually happening to you, you have the right to go to other places. You have this asylum right by law to other countries if these things are actually happening. If you believe they're happening to you, you have places to go. And if you're so fearful of it, if it's so corrupt, just what I said about the U.S. to the people in the U.S., right? If you feel you have to make that change, you have an obligation to get out. Right, and I understand, right? I'm not saying everyone's like in some kind of guilty position because they haven't gotten out yet. Some people have fear that they can't get over. Some people don't have the resources. Some people have family they have to take care of. Some people are just realizing and haven't gotten around to it yet. People are getting things in line and getting to it. But we have an obligation to make a difference, and we realistically cannot make it from the inside. We have to get to the outside and make a difference. So if you want to make a difference here, if you truly, truly believe these things, then demonstrate it by having left and doing the things from the outside. What's up? No, you can tell me what's going on. Are we ready? Oh, no. And that's how you show that you believe in it, right? If these are things that you have a conviction over, how did you demonstrate it, right? And how often did you actually turn cops in to learn that it didn't work? Or is that just something you're really hopeful? Right? This reads like someone who wants corruption, hopes for corruption, doesn't have examples of it, can't quite describe it, isn't sure what it would be, but needs to provide evidence of it. So because someone's paying for it, or they've been told that they'll be allowed. So what I expect in most of these cases is, first of all, that it's bots. Bots are cheap and everywhere these days. But when these accounts are a couple years old, I assume that someone has actually gone through the effort of making accounts, put some effort into it so it's institutional. Most likely, these are accounts where people are posting from the United States, if there's even a person behind it. Why would there be a person behind it, right? There's no name, there's no identity, there's no speech pattern that makes it sound like a Nicaraguan. There are speech patterns that make it sound like an American. If you're going to bother at all, like, put in a little bit of effort. But if you had... Are we ready? Okay, go ahead and get it set up. I've got 12 minutes to go to hit the 11-hour mark, so I'm just going to sneak through. But get it ready and just start. I'll be there in the first couple minutes of the show. Crap. What was I saying? If a person is going to be posting this stuff, the assumption must be, the only thing that really makes sense is that they are someone in the United States who's being promised, or they think they're being promised. They've been encouraged to believe that if they say certain things, that they will receive certain favors or accommodations, right? We know that the U.S. has ICE around rounding people up. It doesn't matter if they're rounding up 1% or 99%. Those who remain live in fear. And all you have to say is, hey, I represent a U.S. organization, and we would be willing to look on it kindly if you were to post certain truths to your channel and put in some effort to trying to, this is easy because people don't think it through, and they're not expecting a channel where we're actually used to this and we know what's going on and we don't panic respond or whatever. And I've lived here long enough. This is what throws people off. If you haven't done the research, you think you're going to come and get an expat who's been here a little bit, and we've heard all these horror stories. Look, when I first came here full time in 2021, you know what I was told? Expats need to hide during the 47-19. Well, back then it was the 43-19. And you can't go outside. It's best just to lay low. Like, it's not a problem, but you're just going to stay home. Shouldn't be out even on the streets. Just 1 day, 2 days. Have some food, order in a pizza, relax. It's your day not to go out. I was here for a year. First year, we're like, ooh, this is what we were told. Everybody told us. Every expat, every Nika. Next year, I had some Nikas who were like, what are you talking about? You should come, not just, not hide. You should come to Managua. You should be in the middle of everything. I'm like, okay, let's do it, right? So one of my rules, like, if you told me right now, hey, we got a tour group going to Yemen in the middle of the war, let's go, I'd be like, that's awesome. Let's go. So I'm not saying that it's a wise decision. I'm not saying that I'm being cautious. I'm saying that I would do things recklessly. So I'm open about that, right? I lived in Kiev during the war. I saw the troops on the streets, and I lived very close to the Russian embassy where there's a lot of tension going on. And it was fine, right? I was in Macedonia. I was downtown Skopje when the government was overthrown there. That was completely coincidental. I've been in Kosovo during marches, right? Like, it's not scary. It's just things. I've watched bomber flights go over top of my house, shaking the house as they went on bombing runs in Syria. I've been in the bomber path of the Syrian bombings. And these things don't bother me. Right? So when someone's like, hey, we're going to go do this thing that everybody says is dangerous, yeah, let's go. I want to see this firsthand. I'm not going to trust everyone. And even if it is dangerous, I want to see what it's all about. And you know what? Wasn't dangerous at all. Wasn't scary at all. Not in the least. There's not even someone that could explain what was supposed to be scary about it. And not only was it not scary, people were thankful that I was there. They were glad that someone was willing to come out and actually learn about something, that we weren't getting scared by the fake news everywhere, that the FUD being put out by bots and paid informants in the U.S. or whatever they're called was not going to dissuade me, and I was actually going to willingly go out and learn something. And it was like, wow, this is a fantastic event. Now I try to go every year. This year I did it from Granada. It's a little bit different. Next year I'm going to try really hard to be in Managua again. Definitely going to be there for the 50th. You know I'm doing that. We're going to make some big show. But going out and doing those things. So every expat is like, you can't do that. And still all the expats are told, oh, you can't do that. And yet here we are. I'm marching up to the 14. I'm going to the 4719 in Managua and Granada, the 4819 in Managua. And now I know that it's all been lies. And all the cops are going to get you, and it's all been lies. Right? Get out and talk to those cops sometime. Spend some time actually chatting with them, and you'll have a completely different perspective. Right? Watch them arrest people when they did do something wrong. And yeah, there was corruption, and they did something about it. That's awesome. Right? We don't expect there to be no corruption. What I expect is good citizens to be willing to protect other citizens and work with the government to catch those people and make a difference. Saw it. It worked really well. And you know what didn't happen? More of it. It didn't have to, because they got in trouble. They did something. They nipped it in the freaking bud, and then it went away. Right? And you got to keep nipping it in the bud. And what you need to protect yourself against is punks who are out there willing to make up stories, try to find any way to make things sound bad, trying to scare you, trying to trick you, trying to come up with new phraseology to try to make it sound like corruption when they're not even sure what that is. And this is the greatest statement about Nicaragua, right? Just like with safety, when it comes to safety, Nicaraguans aren't clear what violence and safety are, in at least American terms. Americans think of violence and safety in terms of physical harm, things that happen to your body or to your family, right? I could get cut. I could get bruised at very least. I could get strangled or shot even. These are acts of violence, things that cause me to be unsafe. Someone picking my pocket is not violence in any way. It is safety concern at a stretch. This discussion on corruption is exactly like that, right? Cops who are a little bit overzealous about looking for the things they're supposed to be looking for is not seen as a dedicated cop or an overzealous cop. It's seen as corruption. We've had to change the word violence to apply violence to Nicaragua, and now we're having to change what corruption means to be able to use it for the Nicaraguan experience. Nothing tells us more about how not corrupt Sid thinks it is than he needed to change the language in order to be able to make it sound bad. Because if he described without using those misused terms exactly what he was saying, suddenly it sounds good, right? Or at least not bad. Yeah, I don't want the cops going through every inch of my car looking for me to have made a mistake. I don't really appreciate that. I think it's over the top. But that they're actually taking an effort to look and see if my tires are bald or my lights are out or I don't have insurance, well, I wish they didn't do it to me, but I do wish they did it to everybody else on the road, so I need to put up with it too, because if they skipped me, that would be corruption. And while it would be corruption in my favor, okay, I still would like that, but it's not realistic, right? The whole system is not going to revolve around me, and so short of that, I want the system to be good and healthy and about safety. Right? When those people are out there without seatbelts, when they're out there without helmets, when they're not taking care of kids, when they're driving drunk, when they're going the wrong way on a one-way road, when they're, not going into the correct lane. No, I don't want them to throw the book at them, but I do want them to do the job that they're there to do, to remind people this is not how you change lanes. Right? And there should be a penalty for that, a tiny one. And guess what? There is a tiny one. Those penalties are not big at all. In the United States, it sounds scary because you get pulled over. That could be $1,000, and you could be losing days of your time having to go to court. You might even have to get a lawyer. The lawyer could be more damaged than the ticket. It could be absolutely crazy. Here, oh my gosh, I did this terrible thing. How bad is this? Oh, it's going to be $20. Oh my gosh, wow. Like, that's so awful. I want it to be enough that people remember and don't do it again, but it's not crippling. It's not destroying someone's life. Well, that's a pretty good compromise. And if, I don't know anyone who's had to pay tickets who didn't do the thing wrong. I certainly haven't, except for that one time 11 years ago, and I wasn't driving. I was speeding, I had to pay. I drove without a license, I had to pay. I drove another time without a license, and I didn't have to pay. They probably shouldn't have let me go, but I really appreciate that they did. They were very understanding of the situation and that I had kids and that I was not going very far and that I lived in the barrio. and that I actually did have a license that I was not my fault that I didn't have one, which was actually true, but they had to believe me on that, right? I couldn't prove it. Well, that's the system I want, right? And it's sad that people feel they need to change following the rule of law, doing things as the law says, having a strict law, and people having to be upheld to that as corruption. Because to all English speakers, the word corruption is the opposite of that. But remember, the next time someone is using terms like violence or corruption in Nicaragua, remember Cid and how desperately he had to change that meaning, because the things he wants to complain about are so far from corruption that the words to actually describe it don't allow him to come up with a way to make it sound bad. That's the most informative thing. So I appreciate that sad attempt at trying to rewrite corruption, because it makes for a really powerful point. I think I should make a video on that to follow up, because this is good, right? This is exactly the kind of discussions we should be having. It's sad that more people aren't on, and we've just got 2 minutes to go left to the 11-hour mark, so I am going to call it at 11 hours. My kids are waiting for me. I've got some Cheetos to go eat. I have, I think, some dogs who want to snuggle. I thought there was a dog here. Oh, no, there isn't. Oh, she's way over there on her pillow. Escaping the Matrix said, hi. Oh, my gosh, I'm so sorry. We're just wrapping up. I'm hitting 11 hours on the live stream. It is well after 1 o'clock in the morning here. So thank you so much for being here, but sadly, we're going to be calling it at night. I got loads of work done in the background, so this has been fantastic. If anyone is on who hasn't thumbed up yet, please do. That does make a difference for sure. We really appreciate everybody who gets the word out about the show. If you want to, go back and watch the whole thing. For anyone who hasn't seen the whole show, even if you just put this on and let it run in the background somewhere, that helps the show a lot. And of course, if you'd like to sponsor me by buying me a coffee, you can buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/ScottAlMiller. I always said that. And get in the comments, say hello, all that stuff. We have 1 minute left to go. Again, happy 29th to the lovely wife. Thank you. She is looking forward to a night of dancing tonight. That should be good. This is good. I got like a really good evening's work shift in between doing actual development work and that lottery disaster. If you didn't see that, go back and watch the show to see that. And my new product that you guys don't know about looks like it is ready for beta release. That is Data Bison. That's going to be coming out. Hopefully this week it's going to hit public. The website is up. I'm not sharing it quite yet. Making sure a few new features get out, and that I test a few things more thoroughly, and there's at least one, like if you shift a screen, I don't like how it shifts back. We're going to get that fixed, but overall it's working. It is a database analysis tool, like for deep dive and managing databases. I think it's pretty cool. I really like it. I basically needed this tool this week, or a couple weeks ago, and my favorite tool on the market is like $100 a year. And I'm like, I'm not paying that. I'm just going to make my own and make it free for everyone. So this is a pure open source free thing, but I will get the news out there. We're over 11 hours. Thank you. Oh, I need to catch up on the first 4 hours. Yes, you do. Make it happen. Thanks, Joey, and Escaping the Matrix and everyone else who's here. Janet is saying 11 hours. Have fun, though. And I'm going to go watch The Office, which is the worst show I've seen in a very long time. And